Chapter 2173, Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. Join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing Feng's words, everyone present stared at him in astonishment, never having thought that the requirement would be so simple. They all knew very clearly what a Chamber of Commerce in the virtual gaming world represented. It was an organization where members shared sales connections with each other for mutual benefit. However, whether one could actually benefit from this method of cooperation would still depend on the members' capabilities. If one sold excellent merchandise, they would naturally be able to make more money. Average merchandise, on the other hand, would soon be overshadowed by the other members' merchandise, resulting in a drastic decrease in one's own sales and profits. A chamber of commerce was a double-edged sword. Generally, there were more cons than pros for a small guild to join a chamber of commerce. The reason for this was because small guilds lacked resources and invested very little into nurturing lifestyle players. Hence, the quality of merchandise they could offer to customers went without saying. There was simply no way for small guilds to compete with large guilds. For a small guild, joining a chamber of commerce was akin to opening the doors for large guilds to earn money in their territory. However, if it meant being able to obtain a temporary residence slot in Stone Forest City, then joining the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce definitely had merit. After all, with sufficient strength, a small guild could not only earn a large amount of rare resources but also nurture its experts in Stone Forest City. Guild leader Black Flame, are you saying that, so long as we join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, we'll receive a temporary residence in Stone Forest City? 16th Cloud pressed Feng for confirmation. She wasn't particularly surprised that Zero Wing would attempt to establish a chamber of commerce. After all, there were so many guilds currently seeking a partnership with Zero Wing. If Zero Wing could pool the strength of these guilds together, then even superpowers would grow fearful. If Zero Wing wished to continue competing with Starlink, then establishing a chamber of commerce was, indeed, the best decision to make. A complete Refinement Realm legacy might allow a guild to nurture many Refinement Realm experts, but accomplishing this required a lot of time, which just so happened to be the resource that up-and-coming guilds like Zero Wing lacked the most. Hence, rather than aim for an uncertain future, it was much better for Zero Wing to further enhance its current strength. That's not entirely correct, Feng said, shaking his head. To be precise, only advanced members of the chamber will receive a temporary residence slot in Stone Forest City. As for how you can become an advanced member, that will depend on the amount of contributions you make. So, that's the case. Realization immediately dawned upon 16th Cloud. Inwardly, she cursed at Feng for being a sly old fox. Originally, only a few guilds should be able to partner with Zero Wing. Now, however, every guild present would do so. Moreover, these guilds would all desperately contest for the limited temporary residence slots, which would allow Zero Wing to obtain the maximum amount of benefits possible. Meanwhile, when the various guild representatives heard Feng's condition, they understood the implications right away. Zero Wing was trying to have them compete for the limited temporary residence slots and labor for it, indirectly making them Zero Wing's subordinates. Guild leader Black Flame, I'm afraid this arrangement is very unfair for small guilds like us. Compared to the strength and resources large guilds possess, what small guilds have is insignificant. In the end, these residence slots will still land in the hands of large guilds. If that's the case, small guilds like ours might as well give up on competing right off the bat, since we already know we won't win. Moreover, we will even end up working for Zero Wing for free. That's right. Small guilds like ours can't compete against large guilds at all. With your arrangement, how are we even supposed to compete? We might as well head back home now. For a while, a few representatives of small guilds stepped forward and voiced their disagreement. These representatives even tried to get the representatives of other small guilds to leave the venue with them. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow frowned upon seeing this scene. Although they had expected that these small guilds would react this way, they hadn't anticipated such an organized refusal. As for the representatives of large guilds, they were gleefully watching this scene play out. After all, the fewer competitors they had, the better. In fact, they hoped that every other guild present would stand up and quit the venue. Zero Wing's ambitions are quite large. Unfortunately, it lacks the ability to control these small guilds, Sorrowful Silence commented as he watched the representatives of small guilds prepare to leave the room en masse. At the end of the day, Zero Wing's foundations are still too shallow. If it were a superpower making this offer, these small guilds would have most likely agreed without hesitation. At this moment, aside from Sorrowful Silence, Unyielding Heart also felt this way. Zero Wing simply had too few territories under its control right now. The number of territories and sales connections it possessed couldn't even compete with that of veteran first-rate guilds. A weak chamber of commerce like Candlelight just didn't hold any attraction for the various small guilds. On the contrary, membership in the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce would let Zero Wing bleed them dry. However, just when the representatives of the various small guilds were about to leave the room, a calm voice penetrated everyone's minds. What you're saying is correct, but let me say this first. So long as you become a member of the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, you'll enjoy a 20% discount on Stone Forest City's entry fee. Moreover, you'll get to purchase items that the Candlelight trading firm does not sell to the public, Feng said, smiling calmly as he looked at the small guild's representatives. As soon as Feng was done speaking, the departing representatives fell into a daze, their breathing becoming slightly heavy. Items not sold to the public? Does this include the crystal light set displayed on the first floor? A small guild's representative could not help asking Feng. The discount on Stone Forest City's entry fee might be very tempting, but a 20% discount was basically negligible to the various powers. However, Candlelight's merchandise was a different story. After all, they had seen the 3 crystal light sets displayed in the first floor hall. Those could tempt even superpowers into action. That's right. Including the crystal light set, Feng affirmed, nodding. The moment he nodded his head, the entire reception room fell deathly silent. Even 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence, who were originally planning to watch Zero Wing make a fool of itself, reflexively widened their eyes as they stared at its guild leader that was level 60 to level 80, 8-piece dark gold set equipment they were talking about. They had believed that Zero Wing was merely flaunting its strength before the various guilds present by putting the crystal light set on display. Now, however, Feng was telling them that they could actually buy those crystal light sets. How could this not excite them? As for the various small guilds' representatives, their minds momentarily froze. They simply could not understand what Feng was thinking, to be willing to sell such precious set equipment. However, after a moment of silence, everyone inside the room stopped wondering why Feng pulled such an insane move. Instead, the various small guilds' representatives promptly returned to their seats and expressed their willingness to join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, afraid that he would regret his decision if they waited any longer. What no one present knew was that Feng had never intended the crystal light sets to be exclusive to Zero Wing. He had always planned to sell them as merchandise. This was because, as players continued leveling up, the crystal light set would quickly fall obsolete, uncompetitive with epic items. Hence, he naturally had to sell the set while it was still valuable, converting it into coins and resources for Zero Wing's development. The various small guilds present eagerly applied to join the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, their eagerness surpassing even that of the large guilds present. Zero Wing is really ruthless, actually offering to give away set equipment like the crystal light set just to attract these small guilds. Sorrowful Silence marveled at Feng's generosity. In Zero Wing's shoes, Shining Tiger would never choose to sell the crystal light set to others. No pain, no gain. While it might seem as if Zero Wing gave up a huge advantage by selling the crystal light set, Zero Wing obtained the strength and sales connections of more than 100 guilds in return, 16th Cloud said when she saw the eagerness of the guild representatives around her. Meanwhile, now that Zero Wing has gained such strength and connections, the various superpowers will have to think twice before targeting Zero Wing in the future. At this point, 16th Cloud could already foresee the appearance of another powerhouse in God's domain. Chapter 2174, Frightening Stone Forest City. Within the magnificent reception room, Feng began to sign contracts with the various guild representatives. Any guild that joined the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce would qualify to participate in the auction for the crystal light sets, which would take place once every 3 days. Candlelight would offer 3 to 5 sets in each auction session, and the guilds would only be allowed to win a single bid. In addition, the Candlelight trading firm would offer other precious items, such as exotic stamina potions, stamina gemstones, advanced mana armor kits, rare master potions, and more. Each member of the chamber could even earn the rights to purchase miniature ballistas, depending on their contributions to the chamber. With this revelation, every guild representative was ecstatic, especially those from the various small guilds. At this point, obtaining a temporary residence in Stone Forest City didn't matter much compared to the items Zero Wing was willing to sell. After 3 short hours, the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce had nearly 200 members, and Zero Wing had secured a massive alliance. Among these guilds, Shining Tiger and Unyielding Soul had instantly become advanced members. Both guilds had presented an offer that Feng couldn't refuse. Not only had Shining Tiger offered to open 2 kingdoms markets to the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, but it had also agreed to give Zero Wing the complete Refinement Realm legacy and a large stock of special materials. In addition, Shining Tiger had promised to fight alongside Zero Wing to protect Stone Forest City. Although Unyielding Soul had only given the chamber access to a single kingdom's market and a portion of the Dark Knight Empires, it had offered to provide some of the training data it had gained from its Flowing Water Realm experts. Furthermore, it had agreed to supply training facilities and energy resources, in addition to 10 unlimited training slots for Refinement Realm experts in its training system, which would allow these players to earn the experience necessary to reach the Flowing Water Realm quickly. The unlimited training slots Unyielding Soul had offered weren't like those from the Secret Pavilion. Zero Wing's members would be free to fight any Refinement Realm or Flowing Water Realm expert they desired, and they could do so without limit. On the other hand, Zero Wing's members had to earn points in the Secret Pavilion's training system, which they would have to spend to train against their desired experts. Of course, the Secret Pavilion had chosen this approach because of the high cost of doing otherwise. Not only was high-level energy extremely rare, but it was also quite versatile, useful in many aspects. As a result, it was strictly regulated. Even international corporations could only acquire limited amounts of high-level energy, and simulating expert players required a lot of it. The more powerful an expert was, the more energy a system would need to mimic them. Even the Secret Pavilion could only afford for a select few talented members to use the system. If Unyielding Soul hadn't been so desperate to secure a temporary residence in Stone Forest City, it would never have offered 10 unlimited training slots to Zero Wing. Of course, Unyielding Soul could only afford this offer because Zero Wing had too few experts that could actually use their training slots, especially when challenging Flowing Water and Void Realm experts. Zero Wing wasn't even a match for ordinary superpowers in this regard. Although Feng knew that Unyielding Soul was taking advantage of him, he didn't mind. Many of Zero Wing's experts, including Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Alluring Summer, and Cola, were stuck in the Refinement Realm. However, their failure to progress wasn't due to a lack of talent, but a lack of combat experience. They weren't like Feng, who had accumulated an abundance of combat experience in God's domain. If Feng hadn't retained his memories from his previous life, he would never have been able to jump from the Refinement Realm to the Flowing Water Realm so smoothly. If Aqua Rose and her companions trained with Unyielding Soul's system, Feng was confident that it wouldn't be long before they became Flowing Water Realm experts. Then, they'd be able to help Zero Wing far more than ever before. Overall, the 10 unlimited training slots Unyielding Soul had offered were even more valuable than Shining Tiger's complete Refinement Realm legacy. However, Unyielding Soul and Shining Tiger's offers weren't the greatest harvest Zero Wing had obtained. The partnership with so many small guilds was worth far more. With these small guilds in the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, Candlelight had gained access to the markets in 12 kingdoms and 3 empires. Although these small guilds couldn't offer quite as much access as Unyielding Soul and Shining Tiger, it was more than enough for the Candlelight trading firm. For now, Zero Wing even surpassed ordinary superpowers in terms of sales connections after this deal. The various superpowers would have to think twice before trying to assault Zero Wing's financial prowess. Now Starlink's economic hindrance had only been so successful due to Zero Wing's limited range of influence. As a result, Zero Wing's shops had been easy targets. However, now that Zero Wing could reach across over a dozen kingdoms and empires, Not even superpowers could hamper its financial development. Moreover, Zero Wing would have a much easier time collecting materials now. With a single word, the guild could acquire a stockpile of whatever material it needed, as long as it wasn't a super rare material. This would be a great help to the Candlelight trading firm. Once Feng had signed all of the contracts with these guilds' representatives, he left the rest to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. He then returned his focus to managing Stone Forest City's construction and recruiting NPC soldiers. Although Stone Forest City had been open for less than a day, more than 1 million players had surged into the city. If not for the bottomless abyss's harsh environment and the difficulty of traversing the dungeon, the city's player population would likely have been more than 5 times that. However, the 1 million plus visitors had earned Feng a fortune. It's no wonder why the guilds that had established cities in the bottomless abyss had developed so quickly in the past. Feng was astonished when he saw the income Stone Forest City had generated thus far. By charging each player 4 silver per entry, Stone Forest City had netted 51,204 gold in entry fees alone. There was also the income from the battle arena and auction house to take into account. Even though players couldn't yet shop at the Candlelight trading firm, the city would earn more than 100,000 gold per day. Not even top-ranked first-rate guilds saw so much profit in a day. This was only the beginning. As more players visited Stone Forest City, Zero Wing could earn more than 200,000 gold every day from the city, even after deducting the secret pavilion's shares. Ordinary superpowers would count their blessings if they had 200,000 gold in liquid funds, but Stone Forest City had the potential to earn far more than that in the future. Any ordinary superpower that wanted to target Zero Wing in a war of attrition would only regret the decision. Naturally, the guild's debts, such as that for Silverwing Town's airport, were no longer a problem. The sudden influx of so much money gave Feng the freedom to consider plans he hadn't been able to attempt due to a lack of funds. For example, he could finally retaliate against Starlink on the Dark Knight Empire's market, while also developing the Lost Town and Silverwing Town. Usually, insufficient player populations and popularity were the greatest problems a guild faced when developing its towns, but neither was an issue for Zero Wing. Rather, Zero Wing struggled with needing enough funding to develop its town. Feng used the money Stone Forest City had earned so far to construct shops, hotels, restaurants, bars, smithies, and private housing within the city. Recruiting NPC soldiers wasn't an issue either, and he was able to gear them all in sets of fine gold equipment. Now, even a random Tier 2 NPC soldier in the city could slay a Tier 2 expert. Even peak experts would have to think twice before committing a crime in Stone Forest City. Feng didn't bother to gear his NPCs in dark gold equipment due to the whopping 1,500 gold cost. He could only afford to give 10 Tier 2 NPCs with the highest growth potential dark gold ranked items. In a one-on-one fight, even monster-level experts would have to flee from these NPCs. If 3 or 4 of these Tier 2 NPCs surrounded an offending monster-level expert, that expert would be doomed. While Feng focused on Stone Forest City's development, news of the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce spread to God's domain's various powers, causing a commotion throughout the game. Chapter 2175. Times have changed. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. Many players explored the city's prosperous central district. A 60-meter-tall guild hall, one of the most iconic buildings within the district, sat in its core. This was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's status symbol in the Black Dragon Empire. More than 10,000 players came and went from the guild hall, many there to apply for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's recruitment test. Even the weakest of these players was level 64 and wore a full set of level 60 secret silver equipment. Level 65 experts had even shown up, fully geared in level 65 secret silver equipment. When such experts normally applied to first-rate guilds, they were accepted and promoted to core member immediately, but in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, even these players would be lucky to join the guild. Even if they were accepted, they'd become, at most, elite members. However, unlike the lively scene outside the guild hall, a deathly silence enveloped the guild leader's office on the top floor. Damn it. Zero Wing has its own Chamber of Commerce now. Not even Starlink will be able to affect its financial foundation. Nine Dragons Emperor, who was now level 68, paled as he read the latest report. His competition with Phoenix Rain for the Great Pavilion Master position was almost at its climax, And he certainly hadn't expected something like this to happen. He had still hoped to use Zero Wing against Phoenix Rain. After all, she wouldn't sit by and do nothing if her pet guild was in danger. She would send a portion of her strength to support Zero Wing. However, not only had Zero Wing grown stronger, but Phoenix Rain would significantly benefit from this as well. Nine Dragons Emperor knew that she was one of the Candlelight trading firm's shareholders. Now that Zero Wing had a chamber of commerce with more than 100 guilds, albeit small ones, it had even more sales connections than ordinary superpowers. With how many master lifestyle players the firm had as well, it was easy to imagine how much profit Candlelight would generate in the future. Pavilion Master, our sides are currently fervently collecting funds to build shipyards and buy lands on Dragonheart Island. If Phoenix Rain's side receives a cut of Candlelight's profits, I'm afraid we'll be in a precarious position, Martial Dragon said solemnly. I know that. I truly hadn't expected an ant like Zero Wing to develop to this extent. Nine Dragons Emperor frowned again at the report regarding Zero Wing, overwhelmed with regret. Had he known that Zero Wing could become so powerful, he would have done everything in his power to crush the guild in its infancy. Those small guilds have just signed a contract with the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce. They haven't actually begun to work with Zero Wing yet. Why don't we take a forceful approach and show these small guilds the consequences of allying with Zero Wing? Martial Dragon suggested, a cold light glinting in his eyes as he clenched a fist. It's too late for that. Even if we kill these small guilds' main forces, they'll send their main force members to the bottomless abyss to level. Not even Starlink's influence can reach the regional dungeon, much less ours. And killing their normal and elite members won't harm these guilds in the least, Nine Dragons Emperor said, shaking his head. Unlike guilds, small guilds didn't offer their members many guarantees, especially their normal and elite members. Small guilds barely paid these members any mind, only providing a few guild benefits. These guilds didn't even offer significant compensation if its members died. As long as a small guild could ensure its main force and core members' survival, it could continue its existence. Of course, the opposite was also true. Due to this reason, the challenge these small guilds presented depended on the situation. Now that Zero Wing could offer these guilds' main forces and core members a safe haven, eliminating them would be quite difficult for the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's battle of finances was the only reliable way the pavilion could deal with these small guilds now, but doing so would be expensive, and the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion couldn't afford the expenditure right now. There really isn't anything we can do about this? Martial Dragon asked. There is only so much profit to go around in God's domain. Now that they've established such a powerful chamber of commerce, the others won't be able to remain idle. Moreover, Starlink won't stand for this. This matter will certainly affect Starlink's development in the Dark Knight Empire, Nine Dragons Emperor said, sneering. Starlink has always been so arrogant and unwilling to negotiate an alliance. Marshal, quietly visit Dark Knight City and negotiate our terms with Xingluo. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'm sure Starlink will fund us now. Starlink was well known for its wealth in God's domain. At the moment, Nine Dragons Emperor's chances of defeating Phoenix Rain were only 40%, but if he had Starlink's help, he was certain his chances of becoming the next great Pavilion Master would be truly awe-inspiring. Pavilion Master. With this, we'll be able to turn the tables. If Phoenix Rain and Black Flame knew what we were planning, they'd likely go mad, Martial Dragon said, smiling. I'll head to Dark Knight City right away. Following which, Martial Dragon left the office and made his way toward Dark Knight City. Meanwhile, Feng had finally completed his tasks in Stone Forest City. All he needed to do now was to leave the city in Melancholic Smile's hands and wait for the influx of players. He didn't remain idle after dealing with the city's construction. He made his way to one of the Candlelight trading firm's forging rooms and started to forge crystal light sets and advanced mana armor kits. Zero Wing and the various guilds needed both the crystal light sets and advanced mana armor kits desperately, but the set equipment was too difficult to mass produce. Only Feng was able to forge the sets at a reliable cost. If he tasked Cream Cocoa and the other basic master forgers to produce the set, he wouldn't even recoup his production costs, much less make a profit. Feng spent more than 4 days in the forging room and forged 26 crystal light sets and over 1,300 advanced mana armor kits. Not only had he earned a ton of forging proficiency during the past few days, but he had also gained enough EXP to hit level 77. Meanwhile, Stone Forest City's player population had skyrocketed, crossing the 3 million threshold already. After deducting the city's operational costs, Zero Wing had made over 100,000 gold in pure profit from Stone Forest City alone. Stone Forest City's income surpassed that of Zero Wing City and Silverwing Town by multiple times. Not only could Zero Wing afford to pay off all of its debt, but it could also set aside a fortune in savings. However, what had Feng truly ecstatic was the leveling speed of his guild's core members. Maybe it was because the Bottomless Abyss was a God mode regional dungeon, but over the past 4 days, most of Zero Wing's core members had reached level 68. Some had even risen to level 70. Even Superpower's peak experts were just reaching this level by now. The core members' combat standards had rapidly improved as well, thanks to the complete refinement realm legacy Shining Tiger had provided. Although Fierce Snake was the only one of them to reach the refinement realm thus far, more than a dozen core members had reached the half-step refinement realm. Their development speed was simply marvelous. While Feng instructed Zero Wing's internal members in the guild's real-world headquarters, Liang Jing approached him with an anxious expression. Head Instructor, the Big Dipper Dojo has contacted us to inform us that it will cease all cooperation with our workshop and will no longer supply talented recruits. It has also instructed its members to leave Zero Wing. Chapter 2176, Meeting. They're ending our cooperation? The news blindsided Feng. What happened? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Although Zero Wing had grown quite strong and countless players applied to join the guild each day, it still had very few internal members. It took a long time to research all of the applicants' backgrounds through God's domain, and no one could tell whether or not an applicant was a spy from another guild. Most players in God's domain also had jobs in the real world. They couldn't fully devote themselves to the game and treated it as a way to earn some additional income. This was why Zero Wing lacked internal members. Despite how many experts joined the guild in God's domain, now that Zero Wing had nearly 1 million members in God's domain, it needed enough internal members to manage these players. Hence, the guild had been doing its best to recruit internal members. Zero Wing had 2 main sources for internal members, the Big Dipper Dojo and Zero Wing's other main headquarters. Among the two, the Big Dipper Dojo was the most important. God's domain was a virtual reality game that mimicked reality to a frightening degree. The state of one's body in the real world would affect their body in God's domain to a certain extent. Most of the Big Dipper Dojo's members had excellent physical fitness, and since they were already used to combat, they had a natural advantage in God's domain. In contrast, the internal members recruited through the main headquarters weren't as high quality. Most of these internal members had to be trained from scratch. They needed far more time to become combat ready in the game, something which Zero Wing didn't have much of. However, not only had the Big Dipper Dojo informed Zero Wing that it would no longer cooperate with the workshop, but it was also withdrawing its members. This would severely hamper the guild's operations. Many of Zero Wing's managers were Big Dipper Dojo members. Feng couldn't understand what would have prompted this sudden change of heart. His relationship with the Big Dipper group had always been good. In fact, they were mutually beneficial partners, with the dojo providing talented fighters and Zero Wing training the dojo's members. No matter how Feng thought about it, the Big Dipper group had no reason to dismiss their partnership. I have confirmed the news already. The Big Dipper group's board of directors made this decision themselves. Not even Chairman Xiao has the power to change it, Liang Jing said with a grim expression. Moreover, the Big Dipper Dojo isn't the only one. The several other dojos and training centers in the city that we had been negotiating with have declined any partnership as well. The others have abandoned us, too? Feng was astonished because of Zero Wing's rapid development. The guild urgently needed internal members for its management. Relying on the Big Dipper Dojo's members simply wasn't enough. Hence, Feng had instructed Liang Jing to negotiate with the city's other dojos and training centers now. However, not only had the Big Dipper Dojo abandoned Zero Wing, but the other dojos and training centers had as well. No matter how he looked at it, this couldn't be normal. Chairman Xiao recently contacted me, informing me that he has some important matters to discuss. He hopes that you will take some time to listen to what he has to say, Liang Jing reported awkwardly. After giving the matter some thought, she asked hesitantly, Should I reject him? It's fine. I want to meet with Chairman Xiao. Feng understood why Liang Jing felt so awkward. Her prior home had just betrayed Zero Wing, and anyone in her position would feel uncomfortable. It wouldn't even be strange if he suspected that she had been untrustworthy. However, throughout his time working with Liang Jing, Feng knew that she was more than just a capable manager, she was also consistently professional. Even Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow trusted her enough to give her important work. I'll make the arrangements right away, Liang Jing replied. When she realized that Feng didn't treat her any differently than he normally did, she mentally released a held breath. She then contacted Xiaoyu to notify him of Feng's decision. Liang Jing and Xiaoyu quickly decided on the time and place for their meeting. They would discuss matters in the Redstone restaurant, the most luxurious eatery in the city. Feng was a little surprised to hear that he'd sit down with Chairman Xiao there. Although he wasn't particularly familiar with Fenglin City, the first-tier city that housed Zero Wing's main headquarters, he had heard of Redstone Restaurant. Rumors had it that the restaurant had a powerful background. Not only was its food incredibly delicious, but it also provided more for the human body than A-rank nutrient fluid. Of course, the food was also more expensive than A-rank nutrient fluid. Even so, countless professional fighters dreamed of dining in the Redstone restaurant. Naturally, Feng had wanted to visit the restaurant in his previous life as well, but unfortunately, Redstone didn't cater to outsiders. Simply being able to afford the meals wasn't enough. Individuals would only be allowed to dine in its halls after becoming a member. Shadow had become a titan in Jinhai City in the past, holding a frightening amount of assets. It had far surpassed the current Big Dipper group. Even so, Shadow had never become a member of the Redstone restaurant yet. Now, Xiaoyu had invited Feng to meet there. Feng arrived with Liang Jing at his side at 6 p.m. Contrary to most assumptions, the Redstone restaurant wasn't particularly large, only 9 stories. It also wasn't in the city's business district, but in the outer district. The interior, however, had an antique flair and impressive elegance. As he stepped inside, Feng felt as if he had entered paradise as an indescribable pleasant feeling washed over him. Hello, sir. May I know the room number of your reservation? A tall beauty in a blue dress asked, smiling as she approached Feng and Liang Jing. Although this woman was only a receptionist, Feng could tell with a glance that she was excellently fit and likely a skilled martial artist. The woman's movements were simple, without any excess motion as she approached. It was no exaggeration to claim that an ordinary, provincial-level professional fighter would be a match for this receptionist. In the Big Dipper dojo, she would have been one of the best fighters and lavished with attention during her training, yet this woman was only a receptionist in the Redstone restaurant. Room 908, Feng answered after recovering from his moment of surprise. Room 908? Please, follow me, the female receptionist answered, astonishment flashing in her eyes when she heard Feng's answer. She immediately adopted a more respectful attitude toward Feng. A short moment later, Feng arrived in a large, lavish room. He felt a gaze lock onto him the moment he stepped through the doorway as a powerful aura washed over him. However, this aura felt nothing like that of a professional fighter. Rather, it felt like that of an assassin with immense experience in life-or-death combat. What a powerful person. When Feng had reached the domain realm, his mental abilities had reached new heights as well. His 5 senses had sharpened beyond an ordinary person's, so he was able to identify the source of the piercing gaze and powerful aura. The man was thin, middle-aged, and wearing a black suit. He didn't look anything like a professional fighter or martial artist. He looked more like a butler as he currently stood next to an indifferent youth. Xiaoyu sat across from the youth with a nervous expression. Feng faintly noticed a few droplets of sweat crawling down his forehead. At the moment, the man looked like a greenhorn in the industry, not the veteran businessman he truly was. Head instructor, you finally arrived. When Xiaoyu saw Feng entering the room, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty, and he stood and quickly welcomed Feng. Instead of bothering with idle chit-chat, Feng shifted his gaze to the youth and asked, "And this is? Let me introduce you. This is young Master Han Feng, the 5 States Corporation's successor," Xiaoyu said solemnly. "Head instructor, to be honest, I invited you here at young Master Han's request." When she heard the introduction, Liang Jing turned to stare at the indifferent youth from behind. Feng, the Five States Corporation, was one of the most powerful companies in the country. It dabbled in a variety of industries, including energy, combat, food, and entertainment. The corporation could easily squash the Big Dipper Group with a single finger. Yuri Zero Wing's representative? Feng asked as he observed Feng, his face void of human emotion. You could say that. Feng nodded as he watched Feng. In return from what Feng could sense, this youth didn't possess the typical arrogance of a wealthy family's heir. Feng felt transcendent, as if the youth were a god, overlooking all beings in his domain. He also sensed a peerless strength radiating off of Feng. The boy was among the most physically fit Feng had ever met. If you can represent Zero Wing, I'm satisfied, Feng said. Your guild is quite impressive to make Xingluo suffer so grievously. I am prepared to establish a guild in God's domain, and I want the entirety of your guild to join it. I'll ensure that Zero Wing doesn't miss out on any benefits, and you will enjoy far more wealth and better status than you have now. You'll also have access to more resources than you can imagine. And what happens if I say no? Feng asked humbly. Chapter 2177. Clash in Reality. The moment Feng finished his question, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Even Xiaoyu, who had fought in business for so many years, stared at Feng in horror. It's over. Everything's over now. Xiaoyu felt as if the sky were crumbling down around him. Through Liang Jing, he had learned about some of Zero Wing's accomplishments. He knew that Zero Wing had ties with a few major corporations and that it had even met with these corporations' upper echelons. Zero Wing had been doing quite well in God's domain, a virtual reality game that had become incredibly popular. However, after all was said and done, Zero Wing was only powerful within the virtual reality game. On the other hand, the Five States Corporation was one of the most powerful corporations in the country, wielding unimaginable authority and status. As the chairman's only son, no one in the country's higher social circles could afford to offend Feng. Countless companies and corporations would do anything to get into the boy's good graces. Feng, however, had rejected Feng's offer without hesitation. He hadn't held back in the least. If Feng angered this youth, not even the major corporations that had invested in Zero Wing would escape Feng's wrath, not to mention Zero Wing itself. After the silence stretched for a moment, the youth finally opened his mouth to break it. Very good. As expected of the person that has made Xingluo so miserable. Contrary to Xiaoyu's expectations, Feng hadn't reacted in rage or disdain. The youth remained strangely calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Since that is the case, let's forget about this matter altogether. However, I have to warn you that the Starline Corporation isn't an easy foe. Xingluo has already begun to use his connections against your guild. I'm sure you've noticed, but this is only the beginning. God's domain is involved in far more than you could possibly imagine, and Zero Wing has begun to touch upon too many people's interests. Without sufficient backing, you'd best be careful. Following which, Feng glanced at the thin man beside him. The thin man then promptly revealed a card and handed it to Feng. This is my card. If a day comes when you change your mind, you can contact me, Feng said, his voice just as void of emotion as it had been during their introduction. Xiaoyu was surprised to see Feng offer Feng his card. He had never realized that the youth viewed Zero Wing so highly as to offer his card to ordinary people. Offering one's card had very little meaning, but for those of Feng's status, it was a sign of recognition. It meant that the receiver was allowed to contact the giver directly. Feng's status was on par with a dynasty's imperial prince. Even Xiaoyu, a company's chairman, didn't qualify to reach out to this youth. If Xiaoyu wished to speak with Feng, he'd have to make an appointment with his secretary. Moreover, whether or not Feng agreed to meet with him was an entirely different story. Feng accepted Feng's card graciously. Even if they couldn't reach an agreement, a friendship was possible. Moreover, holding a person like Feng's card was the equivalent of securing a major customer. If Zero Wing had something valuable enough to sell in the future, it could do so with this contact. Moreover, Feng could tell that Feng wasn't like the usual wealthy young masters. He certainly wasn't anything like Xingluo. The youth felt inhuman. Throughout their discussion, Feng had remained absolutely calm and was in better physical shape than Feng had ever seen. Even if he hadn't been the heir to the Five States Corporation, he would have had an extraordinary future. If he wanted to become a professional fighter, he'd easily make it to the international level. Not even an internal force expert like Lei Bao would be a match for Feng. If Feng continued to grow stronger, he could even claim the world championship, following which, Feng and Feng chatted about the situation in God's domain. Feng then left the Redstone restaurant with Liang Jing and Xiao Yu. Once the trio left, only Feng and his middle-aged escort lingered in the room. "Young master, aren't you a little disappointed that Zero Wing refused to sell? If we pull a few strings, taking the guild wouldn't be difficult," the middle-aged man asked softly. Zero Wing's foundations are impressive, but it faces too many challenges at the moment. If we try to take it by force or push the issue of purchasing it, Zero Wing will unravel. That wouldn't be beneficial to our entry into God's domain, Feng said, shaking his head. Moreover, Zero Wing isn't the only available option. Although Zero Wing has more of an advantage, the others have far fewer problems. Overall, they are a better match for our needs than Zero Wing. If that is the case, why did you request to meet Zero Wing's representative, young master? The middle-aged man asked. I wanted to see its behavior and circumstances. I want to confirm whether or not Zero Wing can truly cause Starlink trouble, Feng said. Young master, is there a need to concern yourself with a minor existence like Lu Xingluo? The middle-aged man asked. You don't understand. If it were only Lu Xingluo, Starlink wouldn't be a problem, but those behind him aren't easy to remove. I only hope that Zero Wing can buy me some more time. If it proves up to the task, I'll have enough time to prepare, Feng explained, glancing at the man. Realization dawned on the butler. However, in the middle-aged man's opinion, Zero Wing will have more trouble making waves now that Lu Xingluo had used some of his connections. Since he had some understanding of management, he also knew that if Zero Wing didn't have enough trustworthy internal members to operate the guild, it would fall into ruin in the long run. Furthermore, Lu Xingluo had only begun to use his connections, yet Zero Wing was already in such great danger. The guild had no hope of surviving very long. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had remained silent until the trio had moved into a limousine and left the Redstone restaurant. Turning to Feng, he asked, Head Instructor, this is a rare opportunity. How could you reject his offer? The Five States Corporation's influence is extensive. Even the slightest of relationships with the corporation could help a company's value skyrocket. If the Zero Wing Workshop became a subordinate company, it could operate unhindered even in a first-tier city like Fenglin City. Even Starlink would struggle to take down Zero Wing. The Big Dipper Group dreamed of establishing in a first-tier city like Fenglin City, but it didn't even dare to imagine the freedom of moving without hindrance yet. Feng had declined such a golden opportunity. Moreover, Zero Wing's current position wasn't particularly optimistic. Due to Lu Xingluo's interference, no company or corporation had any interest in working with the guild. If this persisted, how would the workshop solidify its position in Fenglin City? Even Liang Jing began to worry as she sat quietly next to Feng. She hadn't known the full story. Now that she knew that the Starlink Corporation was responsible for the Big Dipper Group's abandonment, she understood the severity of the situation. Zero Wing truly stood on a precipice. Their current opponent fought in the real world, not in the game, and the power capital held in reality was no trivial matter. The Five States Corporation might be incredibly powerful, but Zero Wing isn't completely helpless without it. The Starlink Corporation can't just push my guild around, Feng calmly replied. Lu Xingluo wants to prevent us from allying with any training centers or dojos. In that case, we'll open a training center of our own. Chapter 2178, Insane Feng. Open one of your own? Xiao Yu was a little taken aback and saw Feng's idea as a little too immature. Head Instructor, without exaggerating, opening a training center in Fenglin City would be extremely challenging. Not even the White Clan group is powerful enough to succeed. Establishing its own training center was a good idea for Zero Wing. At the very least, the workshop wouldn't need to rely on others. However, opening up a training center in this day and age was not an easy task. First, in this era of physical fitness, Countless people had tried to capitalize on humanity's focus in this aspect and open training centers and dojos, and as a result, competition was fierce. Second, starting a new business required a massive amount of capital. Even ignoring venue costs, the latest training equipment cost a fortune. The state-of-the-art facilities were a minimum requirement for any training center or dojo in a first-tier city like Fenglin, but to attract more consumers, one would need nutrition and medical facilities. Without these basic amenities, nobody would join. The only reason the Big Dipper Group had earned its current status and fame in Jinhai City was its decision to follow the evolving trends early and its decades-long history. Just to open a training center or dojo in Jinhai City required a powerful corporation's full financial support. Naturally, one would need far more capital to open one in a first-tier city like Fenglin. Even the current Big Dipper Group would struggle to succeed. This was why the Big Dipper Group hadn't opened a branch in a first-tier city. You couldn't even imagine where Feng would find the money necessary to open a training center here. He knew quite a bit about Zero Wing, and although it had the support of the White Clan Group, which was slightly more generous than that from the Big Dipper Group, White Clan was already struggling to support Zero Wing's headquarters. How could it possibly afford to establish a training center in Fenglin City? Furthermore, the Starline Corporation had set its sights on the workshop. No financial group or corporation would dare to ally itself with or lend money to Zero Wing. Then, would you be interested in investing in Zero Wing, Chairman Xiao? Feng asked, chuckling. He did not try to rebuke Xiao Yu's claim, quietly observing the man. Instead, Feng was fully aware of how difficult it would be to open a training center. Aside from his inexperience in managing a training center, the required capital was indeed a massive issue. He had already spent all of the funding Phoenix Rain had invested in Zero Wing to secure Ouroboros's old training ground, although Phoenix Rain hadn't supplied her full investment yet. The funding she had given him was a deposit, which Zero Wing would slowly pay back through a portion of the rent from Stone Forest City's shops and virtual stores. If Zero Wing lost Stone Forest City, the guild would have to return the remaining funds. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, had years of experience with running a training center. If Feng could enlist Xiao Yu's help, establishing a training center for Zero Wing would become much easier. You sure know how to ask, Xiao Yu replied after a moment of silence, smiling bitterly as he examined Feng's serious expression. I have dreamed for many years of opening a training center in a first-tier city like Fenglin, but the Big Dipper Group isn't capable of doing so. The board of directors will never agree to a partnership. They won't even agree to lend you a single cent. I'll think of something to resolve the financial issue. What I'm asking right now is whether or not you, as an individual, are interested in becoming a partner with Zero Wing, Feng clarified. He recognized Xiao Yu's concerns. Even though Xiao Yu was Big Dipper's chairman, the board of directors had the final say in all matters. Unfortunately, who would dare side with Zero Wing while the Starline Corporation targeted the organization? If you are willing to become a partner, I'm willing to offer you 5% of the training center's shares. Feng valued Xiao Yu far more than the Big Dipper Group as a whole. Not only did Xiao Yu have a wealth of experience with managing training centers, but he also had connections throughout the industry, far more than an outsider like Feng. Not even Gentle Snow was a match for the man before him. The White Clan Group, after all, dabbled in a variety of industries. Xiao Yu had to admit that he found Feng's offer a little tempting. He had always wanted to manage a training center in a first-tier city, but doing so was a larger challenge than he could afford. Not only would he need enough funding, but he'd also need sufficient strength. Meanwhile, Feng was even more skilled as an internal force expert than Lei Bao. Even in a first-tier city brimming with experts, he was a force to behold. Feng's only flaw was his lack of fame, but that could easily be resolved with enough money. How large of a training center are you preparing to open? Xiao Yu asked. A training center's size was particularly important. Small training centers, with only 1 or 2 floors, had no place in first-tier cities. Such minuscule facilities wouldn't even be large enough for state-of-the-art training equipment, much less nutrition and medical facilities. But if Feng could secure a 5- or 6-story building within the city center for his training center, he might just have a chance of survival. Unfortunately, he'd need to own the building, not rent it. With Starline Corporation's harassment, it could easily force the building's owner to dissolve the lease halfway through. I am thinking about one of the skyscrapers in the city center, Feng replied after giving the matter some thought. If he were to establish a training center under Zero Wing's name, a small building wouldn't do. It wouldn't even be enough for Zero Wing's uses. During his previous life, even second-rate guilds like Shadow had the full support of multiple training centers and dojos, and only with that support had Shadow filled its management positions with trustworthy experts, ensuring the guild's normal operations could continue. If he didn't secure a training center that was on a similar scale to the Big Dipper Training Center, Zero Wing could stagnate an entire skyscraper? Xiaoyu could not help but roll his eyes. Fenglin City was a first-tier city, and its land cost far more than in Jinhai City. Even if the Big Dipper Group invested everything it could, it would, at most, secure an 8 or 9-story building in the city center. Meanwhile, most skyscrapers in Fenglin City had more than 40 floors. Is it not enough? Feng asked as he gave Xiaoyu a curious look. If you can purchase a skyscraper, then I wouldn't mind partnering with you, Xiaoyu decided. He felt that Feng had played God's domain too much and gone mad. He had held on to a thread of hope at the thought of managing a training center in a first-tier city, but now, Feng's madness had dashed that hope. Securing a skyscraper in Fenglin City city center was easier said than done. Did Feng really think it was some cabbage, easy to buy and widely available? Satisfied with Xiaoyu's agreement, Feng returned to Zero Wing's main headquarters and logged back into God's domain. Chapter 2179, Stone Forest City's True Value. Bottomless Abyss, Stone Forest City. As soon as Feng came online, he noticed that he had more than a dozen unread messages, all from Melancholic Smile, Yulan, and Blackie. Among the three, Melancholic Smile had sent him 6 messages. Something urgent must have happened in the guild, and Feng immediately sent the woman a call request. What's happened? Feng asked as Melancholic Smile's face appeared on the screen. Zero Wing had considerable savings set aside now and could afford to recruit new members en masse with plenty of funding to spare. The bounty Starlink had placed on Zero Wing's members was of little concern at this point, as well. Practically all of the guild's core members grinded in the bottomless abyss thanks to Stone Forest City's relocation, and as a result, the burden on Zero Wing's leveling resources had lightened. Now, even the guild's normal and elite members could safely develop within its territories since other players rarely dared to provoke the guild in these locations. Although Starlink secretly dispatched experts to ambush Zero Wing's members, they weren't able to cause much damage. On the contrary, Starlink had suffered significantly due to the counterbounty Zero Wing had issued. Every day, a large number of players visited Zero Wing to claim their bounties. Although the situation wouldn't shake Starlink's foundation if it persisted, it would continue to drain the enemy guild's liquid assets, slowing Starlink's development. Starlink expended a lot of high-ranked consumables each day to wrestle control over neutral maps resources, but even as a superpower, it couldn't produce enough consumables to satisfy its needs. As a result, the guild continued to spend its coins on additional consumables. If Starlink did not have enough funding saved, its neutral map exploration would begin to stagnate. Guild leader, Starlink has recently allied with a few other superpowers and 3 chambers of commerce to monopolize the materials for brewing advanced darkness potions and advanced forest potions. Whenever these materials show up on the market, someone from the guild snatches them up at a high price. The prices for these materials have climbed to 3 times the normal rates. Although we have tried to contest for the materials, we've only managed to acquire a small stock. I'm afraid we don't even have enough to brew potions for our own uses, Melancholic Smile reported anxiously. They've monopolized the materials for 2 advanced potions? It seems Starlink is starting to get nervous. The situation actually surprised Feng. Advanced darkness potions were one of the rarer advanced potions in the game. Not only did they increase players' darkness resistance, but they also enhanced players' night vision. It was the perfect potion when exploring areas with dense dark energy. The advanced forest potion was also quite rare. It would increase players' resistance to corrosive effects and slightly improve their perception range. These 2 potions worked wonders within the ancient undead country and bottomless abyss. By consuming both, players could increase their leveling efficiency by at least 30%. Meanwhile, producing these potions required quite a few types of materials. Monopolizing all of them should be impossible for one superpower. These materials originated from different locations, and trying to control all of them would cost an astronomical sum of money. However, if one could monopolize these potions, they'd hamper their opponent's exploration in the ancient undead country and its regional dungeon. Unfortunately, that isn't what's making me anxious. Starlink has begun to offer insane salaries to poach Candlelight's lifestyle players. Not only is it offering huge monthly salaries, but it's also offering to provide a wealth of developmental resources. I've heard that the guild is offering 20,000 credits per month for advanced lifestyle players, and 100,000 per month to master lifestyle players. We've already lost more than 50 advanced players and 2 master lifestyle players. Everyone in Candlelight is talking about it, Melancholic Smile said. We've just established the Candlelight Chamber of Commerce, and we still need a lot of merchandise to benefit from it. If we continue to lose so many advanced lifestyle players, we'll be left crippled. The Candlelight trading firm's lifestyle players relied on their shares of the revenue to earn a living, exchanging coins for credits. Starlink's offer of a stable salary was sorely tempting. As players continued to level up, coins would become more attainable, and as a result, their value would depreciate. However, if one were paid in credits, they wouldn't have to worry about losing income as coins became less valuable. It was only natural that Starlink's offer would attract lifestyle players. Starlink is using its capital now. Feng could not help but chuckle. The concept of paying lifestyle players with credits wasn't foreign to Feng. On the contrary, he was very familiar with the idea. When players had reached level 80 during his previous life, the various superpowers had gradually realized how important lifestyle players truly were. As a result, they had begun to use this method to poach capable lifestyle players, and in the end, even the various major powers had to resort to such a tactic. Many of the poorer powers had been thrown back to the Stone Age, with some crumbling as a result. Guild leader, if we don't take any countermeasures, I'm afraid that we'll lose even more people, Melancholic Smile said worriedly. However, if we use the same tactic, will we have enough credits to support the Candlelight trading firm with how much our guild is earning right now? If we sell our coins, we'll play right into Starlink's hands. It was at this moment that Melancholic Smile realized how truly terrifying a superpower could be. It was actually possible to kill someone with money alone. Not sure who gave Starlink this idea, but it should prepare to lose a few teeth if it thinks it can use capital to compete with Zero Wing. Feng declared with a smile. If this had happened before Feng had upgraded Stone Forest Town into Stone Forest City, Zero Wing would have likely suffered. But it was no longer the guild. It had been the various superpowers simply did not realize what Stone Forest City represented. How are the private houses around the battle arena coming along? Feng asked. We finished 70% of them. The remaining 30% will require another 2 or 3 days, Melancholic Smile replied. Although she didn't know why Feng asked, she quickly sent him a report on the construction process. Zero Wing had spent over 160,000 gold over the past few days to build these private houses, and it was, undoubtedly, the largest investment the guild had made thus far. We have 70% complete? Feng nodded in satisfaction as he inspected the report. Over 7,000 houses should be enough. Publish an announcement that Stone Forest City is renting its private houses to the public. We'll hold an auction for them throughout the Candlelight trading firm's branches simultaneously. We'll only accept credits as payment, and we'll start the bid at 30,000 credits per month. 30,000 credits for 1 month? Isn't that a little too expensive? Feng's price shocked Melancholic Smile. Private houses weren't like shops, which could generate profit for players. Renting a private house was akin to buying a consumable item. They'd be fortunate enough to find players that were willing to rent a private house for a few thousand credits. 30,000 credits per month was just absurd. Relax. Just have someone spread the news. The sooner we get this done, the better, Feng said, chuckling. He did not offer any further explanation. Cities within the bottomless abyss had been holy sites for players in the past. Countless expert players had dreamed of owning private houses in these cities. Unfortunately, the ruling powers had only leased these private houses, but even so, experts had fought desperately to acquire one for themselves at one time. Renting these holy cities' private houses had cost more than 50,000 credits per month. That situation had enlightened God's Domain's players just how much money one could make in the game. Compared to the past, 30,000 credits was quite cheap. Melancholic smile followed her orders and posted the announcement on the official forums in God's Domain's various kingdoms and empires. Chapter 2180, Crazy Auction. The moment God's Domain's players heard that Stone Forest City's private houses would be available to rent, the news caused a sensation throughout the various kingdoms and empires. I'm not seeing things, right? Zero Wing is actually leasing its private houses to the public. This is wonderful. If we can rent a private house in Stone Forest City, we can teleport there anytime we want. Crap. Zero Wing is so scummy. It's only leasing the private houses, not selling them. Almost every player in the game paid close attention to Stone Forest City since they all had optimistic hopes for the bottomless abyss, especially now that players had begun to explore the regional dungeon, spreading the news of their harvests. Many independent players had found fine gold treasure chests, and independent teams had obtained advanced legacies after killing Grand Lords. Even the weakest boss in the bottomless abyss dropped level 65 secret silver equipment, and that was when their luck had failed them. If players' luck held out, even level 65 fine gold weapons and equipment dropped from the weaker bosses. However, the various kingdoms and empires players were focused on something else entirely. Players' leveling speed in the regional dungeon excited them far more than its frightening drop rates. Everyone had been impressed with their leveling speed in neutral maps, but they could level twice as fast in the bottomless abyss. Because of this, the bottomless abyss had become a sacred leveling ground. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to reach the dungeon's first floor. Even ordinary expert teams suffered annihilation before they got that far. However, the announcement regarding Stone Forest City's private houses alleviated this problem. With a private house, players could teleport to the bottomless abyss at any time, from anywhere. They could also teleport to their private houses from within the regional dungeons. It would save them plenty of travel time, and they could explore farther than before. However, when the public discovered Zero Wing's intentions to auction off the private houses and the starting bid, they burst into heated discussions. Not only is Zero Wing refusing to sell the private houses, only rent them, but its starting bid is 30,000 credits per month? Is Zero Wing insane? Zero Wing is too greedy. I don't even make 10,000 credits per month. You'd have to be wealthy to afford these houses. That's right. Who would want to rent those private houses at such a high price? Countless players cursed Zero Wing for its fraudulence when they saw the minimum bid. The guild had essentially excluded ordinary players from the auction with such a high price. Only wealthy players would be able to afford to grind freely in the bottomless abyss. Meanwhile, several flashes illuminated Dark Knight City's teleportation hall as a 6-man party arrived. These 6 players were not particularly high-leveled, with most of them around level 56 or 57. The party's highest level player was only level 60. However, she wore a full set of level 60 fine gold equipment and carried 2 long swords of indiscernible rank. Despite her low level, many of the level 65+ experts in the teleportation hall sensed danger the moment she arrived. They couldn't help but turn to look at the elegant girl, who appeared to be barely 20 years old. Tian Tong, do you really plan to compete for a private house in Stone Forest City? The starting bid is 30,000 credits. How can a student like you afford that? The level 56 female cleric, the level 60 female swordsman's companion, asked worriedly. If worse comes to worst, I'll just sell those items. Including what I have on me, I should have enough. My level isn't high enough yet, and I have no choice but to try if I want to level up quickly. I have to catch up to the game's frontline players if I want to compete with Black Flame, Tian Tong, the female swordsman, declared. Big Sis Tong keeps telling me that I'm not qualified to follow her, and the only way I can change that is by defeating him. I'm curious to see how strong Black Flame is to gain Big Sis Tong's recognition. Black Flame is Zero Wing's guild leader. He even earned the title of Sword King from the secret pavilion. Do you really think he'll be so easy to defeat? A level 57 shield warrior said that is only true right now. Once I've caught up with the frontline experts' levels, it will be a different story, Tian Tong confidently replied as she glanced at the dilapidated long swords hanging at her waist. Her companions had nothing more to say about her ambitions and fell silent. They, more or less, understood the young woman's strength. She was a monster in human skin. If she hadn't joined God's domain so late, She might have already become famous in the game. The party then made their way to Dark Knight City's Candlelight trading firm to participate in the auction for Stone Forest City's private houses. Independent players and guild representatives did the same throughout the various kingdoms and empires. For a time, players squeezed into Candlelight's many shops. Even the various large guilds' upper echelons were shocked to see such massive gatherings of independent players, adventurer team members, and guild representatives. There sure are a lot of participants. I know, right? Well, who could possibly resist the temptation of grinding freely in the bottomless abyss? Honestly, I hadn't expected Zero Wing to lease its private houses. I had assumed the guild would keep them for its own members and bolster its strength. We have Starlink to thank for this. I've heard that Starlink has been spending insane amounts of money to poach Zero Wing's lifestyle players, and Zero Wing is suffering for it. The guild must have decided to rent Stone Forest City's private houses to alleviate some of the pressure. But how much can Zero Wing actually earn from renting the private houses? The amount of credits it rakes in will only be a drop in the bucket to Starlink. It might be a different story if Zero Wing sells the private houses, though. Doing so might give it a chance of contending with Starlink. The various powers' upper echelons attending the auctions were more than happy to watch Zero Wing and Starlink continue their feud and take advantage of the situation. Only, in their opinion, Zero Wing was trying to get itself killed by competing with Starlink's on a financial front. Giving up those lifestyle players would be a much wiser move. While Candlelight's guests chatted about the situation, its staff began the auction for Stone Forest City's private houses. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Candlelight trading firm. First, I must inform you that due to the limited number of private houses in Stone Forest Town, our firm can only afford to lease a small number. Any player that wins a bid in this auction will gain priority bidding rights in the next. If 2 players bid the same value in the next auction, we will prioritize the player who has rented from us before. So, everyone, please take advantage of this opportunity, the Candlelight trading firm's auctioneer explained, smiling as she glanced over the crowd before her. Every guest gulped audibly and glowed with excitement. Players could grind to level 100 in the bottomless abyss, which would take more than 2 or 3 months. Needless to say, players would need to rent Stone Forest City's private houses for more than one. With prioritized bidding rights, players would have a massive advantage in the next auction. Now that we have that out of the way, let's start the auction for Stone Forest City's first private house. The starting bid is 30,000 credits. Each increment must be no lower than 500 credits. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the venue exploded with sound. 35,000. 40,000. Crap. Everyone's gone crazy. I bid 45,000. Don't compete with me. This one's mine. 50,000. Chapter 2181, God's Domain's Influence. Contrary to ordinary players' beliefs, the auctions for Stone Forest City's private houses had begun with a bang. The prices rapidly climbed as participants placed bids like they were fighting over cabbages. They shouted their bids with bloodshot eyes and fierce expressions as if they would take a bite out of anyone who outbid them. The tension in Dark Knight City's Candlelight trading firm was electric. Are you kidding me? This is just for 1 month of rent, yet someone's bidding 50,000 credits? Are these people insane? The level 56 female cleric sitting beside Tian Tong exclaimed, astonished. Their original price, 30,000 credits, was already quite high, in her opinion. Stone Forest City's private houses were valuable, but they only made it easier for players to reach the bottomless abyss and allowed them to recover stamina, happy face, and concentration slightly faster than normal. At most, players with a private house would only get to spend a little more time grinding in the regional dungeon than those without. Zero Wing should thank its stars that players were even willing to rent the houses for 30,000 credits, especially since not many players could afford the price. To begin with, yet, hundreds of players were placing one bid after another. Some players didn't get the chance to finish placing their bid before someone else's voice rose above theirs. In the blink of an eye, the first private house's price had risen to 50,000 credits, and that was just for a 1-month lease. No. They just recognized the value of Stone Forest City's private houses, Tian Tong said as she shook her head. In reality, being able to level up faster is a secondary benefit to them. I heard that the mana in the city is even denser than in the Divine Colosseum. Even after a short stay, players' minds sharpen and their reaction speed increases. Being able to teleport back to their private houses from within the bottomless abyss will also allow players to spend more time training in the city. If players spend a fair amount of time training there, they might be able to improve their combat standards far faster than training elsewhere. Improving one's combat standards was the foundation for growing stronger in God's domain. Levels and equipment were only temporary measures to a true expert. Nothing was more important than improving their combat standards. This was also why Tian Tong wanted to rent her own private house in the city. While Tian Tong had explained the reason behind these players' passionate abandon to her companion, the bidding for the first private house had risen to 65,000 credits, which made the ordinary participants sigh with disappointment. 70,000. Tian Tong shouted 80,000. A level 68 ranger almost immediately outbid Tian Tong 200,000. This first house is mine. A level 69 berserker boldly declared. An uproar shook the venue as soon as the participants heard this berserker's bid. 200,000? That's enough to rent a mansion in a city. The Dark Knight Empire's 26th ranked berserker is here? No. I've heard that Fei Yu has defeated 2 of the Blood Jade family's peak experts. He's now ranked 23rd. Even superpowers have been trying to recruit him. It seems Fei Yu will claim Stone Forest City's first private house. The players present, especially the ordinary players, could not help but silently marvel at Fei Yu's imposing figure. They couldn't understand why an expert like him would be willing to spend 200,000 credits for a month-long claim to a private house in Stone Forest City. The man was simply insane. However, before the auctioneer could slam her gravel once, another voice rose through the clamor. 400,000 credits. The Blue Sky Adventurer team wants this house. I hope that you all can step aside out of respect. A level 70 shield warrior abruptly shouted as one. The crowd turned toward this level 70 guardian knight, their mouths hanging open in shock. What? Empty Miracle is here too. Blue Sky was the 5th-ranked adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire, and Empty Miracle, the team's commander, was one of the Empire's top 10 guardian knights. It was rumored that his strength could even rival that of superpowers peak experts. The man was a large part of the reason that Blue Sky had earned its current position. One of Starlink's elders had even tried to recruit Empty Miracle due to his impressive prowess and extraordinary achievements. He was undoubtedly a powerhouse in the Dark Knight Empire. This is an auction, Empty Miracle. Speak with your money. A robust, level 70 assassin suddenly stood from his seat. Our Windwolf adventurer team has no time for your nonsense. 500,000. 550,000. 600,000. 650,000. Blue Sky and Windwolf fought, outbidding one another for a time. The watching crowd fell silent as they watched. Do they really need to go this far? Isn't it just a private house? That's right. And this is only the first one. Aren't there still plenty available? Can't these 2 adventurer teams let others have a chance as well? No one understood why 2 of the Dark Knight Empire's top adventurer teams were so desperate to rent one of Stone Forest City's private houses that they'd continue to outbid each other. The auction had just begun, and Candlelight had promised to present multiple private houses. If the 2 adventurer teams were willing to set aside their differences, they could rent a private house for a much lower price. How can this be happening? Tian Tong's expression darkened as she watched the scene play out. She had sold one of her valuable treasures to increase her chances of winning a bid. Before she had arrived at the venue, she had collected 300,000 credits. She hadn't thought that she'd have any problems winning a private house with so much money on hand. She had even hoped to rent a private house until she reached level 100 with these funds, but now, she didn't even qualify to participate in the auction. In the end, Blue Sky's Empty Miracle had won the first private house for 860,000 credits, shocking every player in the venue. However, just as everyone believed that the astronomical price was only a result of Blue Sky and Windwolf butting heads and that the auction would continue at a far more reasonable pace. 500,000. 550,000. The moment the second private house's auction began, someone placed a bid for 500,000 credits. The second private house eventually sold for a total of 930,000 credits. The third and fourth private houses sold for 880,000 and 890,000 credits, respectively. Moreover, every winner was an adventurer team's commander. None of the ordinary participants had even had a chance when the auctioneer announced the 11th private house. The various guild upper echelons in their VIP rooms made their move 1 million. 1,200,000. Once the various guilds stepped in, the lowest closing price skyrocketed to 1,500,000 credits. This is insane. These people must be paid actors. Tian Tong's cleric companion exclaimed. They have to be. Tian Tong couldn't bring herself to agree with her friend, and neither could the other expert players in the venue. All of the auction's victors were respectable individuals in the Dark Knight Empire. Regardless of Zero Wing's reputation, it couldn't afford to hire so many VIPs to fight over these private houses so desperately. As the guild upper echelons continued to compete, many players realized why Blue Sky and Windwolf had fought so fiercely for the first private house. Obviously, the various guilds had decided to concede the first 10 private houses, which were more than enough for the Empire's top adventurer team, so independent players like us never had a chance of claiming Stone Forest City's private houses. Tian Tong couldn't help her bitter smile as she watched the Empire's guilds rent one private house after another. A similar scene played out in other kingdoms and empires' candlelight trading firms. For a time, a commotion erupted across God's domain. Chapter 2182, Frightening Wealth. When news of the auction for Stone Forest City's private houses had spread, God's domain's ordinary players began to wonder if the various guilds had lost their minds. Multiple guilds had willingly spent more than 1 million credits to rent a private house for a single month. With that kind of money, they could stay in a 7-star hotel for a month and still have plenty to spare. Yet, these guilds had spent so much to rent an ordinary private house. Crap. Those private houses are only convenient for travel. Do they really have to go this far? The day I own such a city in God's domain will be the day I become a wealthy tycoon. An act. This has to be an act. For a time, everyone in God's domain talked about the matter. Many players had even pushed back their grinding schedules to watch the auctions when the game's other powers, those that weren't participating in the auctions, found out about the situation. They realized how frightening God's domain TMOI was. With the right opportunity, one could earn a truly terrifying amount of money through this game. Before this, most high-value transactions were conducted with coins. Although God's domain was quite realistic and players could trade coins for credits, most people stuck with the idea that this was only a game. However, these players realized their mistake as Stone Forest City's private houses sold for credits. God's domain was more like another country in the real world than a game. As the private houses sold, one after another, an uproar shook Zero Wing to its core guild leader. We have already rented out 1,667 units. The lowest closing price is 600,000 credits, while the highest is 1,740,000 credits. We've officially earned more than 2 billion credits. Melancholic Smile energetically reported she had assumed that they'd be lucky to earn enough to offer Candlelight's lifestyle players a stable monthly salary, but they hadn't even sold 1/3 of the houses they'd constructed, and they'd already earned far more than they had expected. They could even afford to replace the lifestyle players they had lost, not to mention retain the trading firm's current lifestyle players. Moreover, Stone Forest City's income restored the confidence their players had in Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm. In fact, advanced lifestyle players from other large guilds had begun to approach Candlelight, interested in joining the firm. Although Candlelight had been considered a sacred place for lifestyle players, Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds had offered competitive wages to retain their players. This was the only reason that the kingdom's advanced lifestyle players hadn't flooded Candlelight. However, now that Candlelight offered advanced lifestyle players a monthly salary in credits, these players couldn't afford to ignore the trading firm. Ordinary people couldn't even dream of earning 20,000 credits per month. As long as an advanced lifestyle player joined the Candlelight trading firm, they wouldn't have to toil in a job they hated in the real world. Furthermore, they could earn 100,000 credits each month if they became a master lifestyle player during the few hours the auction was happening. Candlelight had received applications from over 600 advanced lifestyle players and 5 master lifestyle players. With so many capable crafters, Candlelight wouldn't have to worry about its development stagnating. It seems I've underestimated these guilds and adventurer teams' desperation, Feng said. Even he was a little surprised to hear Melancholic Smile's report. He had expected the private houses to rake in more than the 50,000 credit record of his previous life. He had, after all, established Stone Forest City in the bottomless abyss far sooner than any town had done so in the past. Stone Forest City didn't have any competition either, so demand for its private houses would be far greater than normal. Still, he hadn't expected the demand to be this intensive. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Feng found the situation reasonable. Training, leveling, and treasure, the bottomless abyss ranked at the top in all 3 aspects. It was only natural that expert players would go mad over the regional dungeon, especially peak experts from the various large guilds. These experts wouldn't even mind parting with 2 million credits for such an opportunity, much less a mere 1 million. If they got lucky and encountered a few fortuitous opportunities, they'd gain a massive advantage over their competition. They could even earn back far more income through such opportunities. At this rate, guild leader, it won't take long to rent out all of the 3,000 private houses we've prepared for today. With the money we've earned, Starlink doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of poaching our members. Melancholic Smile confidently declared Starlink might be able to offer a higher salary to lure away Candlelight's members, but Candlelight could simply recruit more talented players with their current rates. The trading firm would have no issues maintaining its operations. They might even be able to expand. No, I don't want to rent all 3,000 units today. Let's stop after 2,000 units. Then, we can rent out another 1,000 units each day, Feng decided, shaking his head. Demand would only increase if they maintained a limited supply. Since he had such a rare opportunity before him, he had to take full advantage of it. By this time next month, he'd have a very difficult time fetching such high prices for Stone Forest City's private houses. Moreover, players hadn't discovered all of the benefits these private houses had to offer. Once they did, prices would rise even higher. 2 billion credits were enough to settle the crisis Candlelight and Zero Wing faced, so he didn't mind waiting a few more days before renting off the rest of the houses. He also wanted to set up his own training center in Fenglin City, which would cost a huge sum of credits initially. Feng had planned to build even more private houses and shops in Stone Forest City to earn the necessary funding for his training center, but looking at it now, the first batch should be more than enough. Weary only renting out 2,000 units today? I'll inform our auctioneers right away. It didn't take long for Melancholic Smile to recognize what Feng was trying to do. She immediately contacted her staff members in Candlelight's many shops. Shortly after Melancholic Smile relayed the command, the remaining private houses had been rented. Everyone, we've rented out all of the private houses we had prepared for today. Please, visit us tomorrow. The excited auctioneers announced to their audience's disappointment. The announcement caused a ruckus throughout the various auction venues. What's going on? Why aren't there more available? Crap. You guys barely gave us anything. How could you run out so quickly? I was just about to make my move. The various guild representatives expressed their frustration about the auction's sudden conclusion. Many of the representatives that had held back regretted their decisions. Originally, they had planned to wait out their competition before making a move. That way, they could win a private house for much cheaper, but it seemed that their plans had backfired. Tian Tong, everyone has gone insane today. Let's wait a few days before we return. The various powers experts should have sated their appetite by then. You shouldn't have any issues winning a bid, the level 56 cleric beside Tian Tong advised. I agree. Tian Tong nodded. The auction's first few days would be particularly lively, but once the various powers had their fill, prices would fall. The various representatives then returned to their respective cities. Some of the visiting powers had left behind players to keep an eye on the trading firm and report back if anything new surfaced regarding the private houses. Naturally, the players that had won a private house promptly made their way to Stone Forest City to prepare for their conquest in the bottomless abyss. Now, every second counted. Chapter 2183, Private Houses Hidden Effect. Bottomless Abyss, Stone Forest City. As the auctions ended, the players that had won their bids made their way to their new properties. However, these experts were stunned after teleporting to their private houses. How is this possible? Everyone was astonished to find a new buff icon in their status window high mana state. While this buff was in effect, players would receive another buff that increased their maximum stamina and concentration by 20% for 12 hours after resting for 8 hours in their private houses. If players rested for 12 hours, the buff's duration would increase to 18 hours. These experts were ecstatic over the new discovery in the bottomless abyss. Stamina and concentration consumption rates were a player's biggest weakness. They could only grind in the God Mode regional dungeon if they found a way to maintain these stats. Now, they discovered that they could have 20% more stamina and concentration by simply resting for some time in their private houses. This would greatly extend their activity time and boost their leveling speed. The visiting expert players wasted no time in reporting this to their respective superiors. What's going on? Players can only accumulate the double EXP buff in Stone Forest City's hotels, but they can gain more stamina and concentration by relaxing in a private house? Doesn't that mean players with private houses will level 20% faster than players who don't have one? If that's the case, we have to get more private houses tomorrow. For a time, the various powers received notifications regarding the private house's hidden effect. Re-evaluating their previous opinions, the various powers had only viewed Stone Forest City's private houses as a convenient travel tool, but now that they had learned that these houses could increase players' stamina and concentration, they had taken on a whole new meaning. If they could secure 20 private houses and send an entire team to take advantage of this buff, the team's leveling speed would be far faster than a mere 20% boost allowed. The combat power an individual could exhibit was on a different level than fighting with a team. Moreover, players would drastically reduce their stamina and concentration consumption rates by fighting alongside teammates. If an entire team had a 20% maximum stamina and concentration buff, they'd be able to last in the bottomless abyss for more than 30% longer than teams without the buff. With so much more time, the team could explore more of the dungeon, reducing the number of competitors it would face. Much of the bottomless abyss's first floor was home to dark demonkin. As well, these dark demonkin looked similar to humans, but unlike humans, magic circuits covered these demonkins' entire bodies. They also bore a third eye on their foreheads, and they had an affinity for mana that rivaled the elves. Factoring in the bottomless abyss's environment, a random level 65, chieftain-ranked dark demonkin could effortlessly defeat ordinary expert players. If an expert party encountered a lord-ranked dark demonkin, the party would lose half of its members before it killed the monster if it didn't react appropriately. To make matters worse, dark demonkin were very difficult to sense unless players spotted them. They were skilled with ambush tactics and hid their auras with magic. When exploring the bottomless abyss, players had to remain on high alert, which substantially increased their stamina and concentration consumption rates. Unfortunately, players had no other choice, as even refinement realm experts would die if they weren't careful. This situation instilled a deep fear for the various powers teams, making them hesitant to venture too far into the first floor. They constantly worried that they wouldn't have enough stamina and concentration for the return trip, and if that happened, they'd likely die and lose several days of effort. Thus, the various powers expert teams had remained in the first floor's outer region so far. However, if an entire team had the buff Stone Forest City's private houses provided, they could easily venture farther into the first floor. God's domain's powers immediately began to collect their funds. They also sent more people to the Candlelight trading firm's shops, those that would participate in the auction. To increase their chances of winning more bids for a time, Candlelight's shops were packed with players. The shops in Stone Forest City, Zero Wing City, White River City, and Dark Knight City, in particular, held massive crowds. The crowds were so large that players were nearly forced to wait outside. Passing players who had hoped to visit the shops were stupefied. What's going on? Why have so many guilds gathered here? That's right. There weren't this many people during the last auction for Stone Forest City's private houses. Peeking in from the doorways, players spotted representatives from more than 100 guilds in Candlelight's shops. Although most were from small guilds, there were quite a few players from first and second-rate guilds. While everyone wondered why so many powers had flooded the Candlelight trading firms, the firm began the second auction for Stone Forest City's private houses. Due to the increased number of participants, Candlelight had employed entry restrictions. Now, players had to hold more than 500,000 credits to participate. This change elicited curses from the various independent players. Some even criticized Zero Wing for being full of itself, claiming that the guild would never sell so many houses for such high prices. However, when the auction began and news spread, everyone was forced into silence unexpectedly. Every bid on the second day opened at 2 million credits, and all of the participating guilds fought to outbid each other. Most of the adventurer teams taking part hadn't even gotten a chance to call out a bid before they had been disqualified from the auction. Only top adventurer teams barely held on. By the time players had claimed the second day's 1,000 units, the income from a single private house had hit a new record at 2,360,000 credits, far more than the 500,000 credits on the previous day. For a time, every player in God's domain was shaken insane. These guilds have gone insane. The independent players that had hoped to compete stared at the price incredulously. Did they really need to spend so much on a private house? However, the record broke once again on the third day, with the highest bid closing at 2,570,000 credits. Seeing this, Tian Tong began to despair. On the fourth day, the highest closing bid reached 271 credits, and on the fifth, it hit 2,820,000 credits. By this point, the various adventurer teams were little more than decoration in the auction venues. Only the various guilds could afford to compete. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were astonished. They had never dreamed that Stone Forest City's private houses would be so lucrative. By the time the 6th day's auction had ended, and players had claimed all 7,000 private houses, Zero Wing had accumulated 13.7 billion credits. To hold that kind of money, a first-rate guild would need investments from multiple financial groups and corporations. However, Feng knew that he would only earn this much money once. As players reached higher levels and gained better equipment, they wouldn't need to depend on private houses nearly as much as they did now. Moreover, now that the various powers had seen how much potential wealth there was to gain, they would do everything in their power to establish guild towns in the bottomless abyss. Once they did, these private houses would only go for between 30,000 and 50,000 credits. This was Feng's only chance to make such a fortune. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had rapidly developed during the past 6 days. Almost all of the guild's expert players had reached level 70, and it now had 43 refinement realm experts in its midst. Since Feng had sent Fire Dance to train in Unyielding Soul system, which didn't limit her options, she had broken through to the Flowing Water realm. Because Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow had been bogged down with the guild's affairs, they hadn't been able to devote themselves to their training fully. Hence, they were shy of reaching the Flowing Water realm, but it was only a matter of time before they crossed the threshold as well. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's recent development had brought a lot of issues to the surface. Due to the sudden loss of so many internal members, the guild wasn't able to raid as many dungeons or complete as many field operations as before. As a result, the gap between the guild's upper and lower hierarchies grew. If this persisted, Zero Wing's development would start to stagnate. It's about time that I set up that training center. Inspecting the guild's current funds, Feng decided that he couldn't set the matter aside any longer. God's domain's various large guilds in the past had either had access to their own training centers or partnered with already established centers. Not only had this provided fresh blood, but it had also earned these guilds a stable income. Only the guilds with strong support from training centers or dojos had had a chance of becoming overlords in the game. Without that support, stronger competitors had stifled their development. Chapter 2184, Opening a Training Center. The sun shone brilliantly that morning, and a cool breeze brushed by. As soon as Feng left his virtual gaming cabin, he contacted Liang Jing and took her with him to the center of Fenglin City to purchase a training center. Due to the current trends, professional fighters were far more famous than actors or singers, so tons of people aspired to become one. Naturally, plenty of people wanted to capitalize on that aspiration and open their own training centers and dojos. However, this was also why the competition between training centers and dojos in big cities was so intense. Even cruel. Aside from the costs of upgrading training and medical facilities, training centers and dojos had to pay significant fees to research and produce nutritious meals. Only then would their members be able to train efficiently. Individuals would see twice the results with half the training as long as they maintained proper nutrition overall. Running a training center or dojo was a very expensive business. If one failed to manage their business properly or lacked sufficient capital, they might not even last a few years, especially in a first-tier city like Fenglin City. Plenty of training centers or dojos from smaller cities tried to establish themselves in Fenglin City every year, but most never succeeded aside from forging crystal light sets and advanced mana armor kits in God's domain. Feng had a team grind bosses on the bottomless abyss's first floor over the past few days. During the day, he spent most of his time surveying potential buildings for his training center. After several days of searching, he finally decided to buy the Century Training Center, which was only a short distance away from the city's fighting arena. Although the Century Training Center's facilities were somewhat outdated, it had an excellent location. Most importantly, it was large enough for Feng's purposes. The training center occupied a 51-story skyscraper. It had only been open for a little over a year, so the building was still quite new. Although it wasn't quite as large as Zero Wing's main headquarters, it shouldn't have any issues accommodating nearly 10,000 people, more than enough for Zero Wing's current internal members. Moreover, the Century Training Center's previous owners were selling the building for relatively cheap, only 8.9 billion credits. Feng wouldn't need to redesign the building's interior either. He only needed to purchase the latest training and medical equipment, and the training center would be ready for business. Feng spent nearly half a day signing the necessary documents. Once he completed the purchase, he called Xiao Yu. Chairman Xiao, I've settled the matter regarding the training center. Would you like to come see it? Feng asked, smiling. It's done already? Xiao Yu was stunned. In Xiao Yu's opinion, Feng should have needed 2 or 3 months to secure a training center. Gathering the necessary funding would be a major problem, and Feng's hope of purchasing a skyscraper in the heart of Fenglin City was a fool's dream. Moreover, in his opinion, the fact that Feng was trying to buy a skyscraper in the heart of Fenglin City was a fool's dream. To begin with, not even the White Clan group would be able to afford such a massive expenditure unless it sold some of its assets, and the Big Dipper group's investment wouldn't change anything for Zero Wing yet. Only a few days since their last meeting, Feng called to say he had bought a skyscraper. That's right. Now, I just need to purchase equipment and upgrade its facilities, Feng said, nodding. All right. I'm on my way, Xiao Yu said. Feng's earnest expression did nothing to quell the old man's skepticism, so he had to verify the information himself. A few hours later, Xiao Yu arrived at the address Feng had given him. He was dazed when he saw the skyscraper, the Century Training Center. How can this be? Xiao Yu stared up at the towering building in utter shock. As the Big Dipper Group's chairman and someone who dreamed of opening a training center in a first-tier city, Xiao Yu knew a little about Fenglin City's training centers and dojos. He recognized the Century Training Center the moment he arrived. Since it had failed to produce any skilled fighters in the national fighting competition, it had lost business. Because of that, the Century Training Center had been trying to sell its branch in Fenglin City to recoup some of its losses and fortify its position in second-tier cities. One would need nearly 10 billion credits to purchase Fenglin City's Century Training Center. 10 billion. Not even the Big Dipper Group could afford 1/3 of this building. Chairman Xiao, will a training center of this size be sufficient? Feng asked politely. Sufficient? Of course, it's sufficient. As long as we promote the training center and upgrade its facilities, we'll have no issues recruiting new members. Xiao Yu exclaimed, already considering multiple plans for the future. Wonderful. Then, I'll have to trouble Chairman Xiao to see to the remaining issues. I'll transfer funds to you in a moment for purchasing equipment and advertising, Feng said. When he saw the confident light in Xiao Yu's eyes, he knew the matter was as good as dealt with. Now, he'd just need to wait for the training center to recruit and supply skilled fighters for Zero Wing. As long as the training center supplied enough internal members, Starlink would find it far more difficult to hinder Zero Wing's development. The guilds simply had too many advantages. Once I receive the funds, I'll contact my suppliers. I believe they can transfer everything we'll need in 1 or 2 days, Xiao Yu said, nodding. Noticing that Feng didn't waver when he spoke of spending so much money, the young man became even more of a mystery to him. Xiao Yu was very familiar with Feng's background. The young man and his niece had been classmates, so he had looked into him even though Feng was a combat genius. Xiao Yu had considered him a fledgling in high society. Since Feng was from a family without a background, he should have needed a decade or so to accomplish anything impressive yet. The more time the old man spent with Feng, the more he became unfathomable he became first. Feng had snagged Fenglin City's White Clan group as a partner. Then, he had purchased Century Training Center's old building. Xiao Yu could also tell that Feng was responsible for these decisions. Everything should arrive in 2 days? If that's the case, we should host our grand opening in 3 days. I'll also have to trouble you with hiring instructors and management staff, Feng replied after giving the matter some thought. Time waited for no one. He needed to recruit more internal members for the guild as soon as possible. That won't be a problem, but what do you plan to name the training center? Xiao Yu asked. We can't promote it without a name. Let's call it Heaven's Rumble Training Center, Feng decided originally. Feng had planned to give the training center Zero Wing's name as well, but it was too well known right now. Naming it after the guild would only bring the various major powers down on their heads. It was best that he gave it an ordinary name. I'll see to the necessary arrangements, Xiao Yu said, nodding. Xiao Yu left, immediately turning his focus to Heaven's Rumble Training Center's management. Of course, the news that the Zero Wing Workshop was preparing to open a training center in Fenglin City quickly spread. Chapter 2185, Experts Gather. Fenglin City, Redstone Restaurant. A thin, middle-aged man respectfully entered one of the restaurant's top-floor VIP rooms. Once inside, he approached an indifferent youth who currently meditated. Although the young man sat there quietly, he felt like the room's overlord. Any enemy of his would become everyone's enemy in the room. Why are you in such a hurry, old Zhua? Feng asked as he opened his eyes, glancing up at the middle-aged man who just received news that Zero Wing is opening a training center in Fenglin City. Moreover, it purchased one of the city's well-known training centers to do so. The butler, Zhuo, reported. Interesting. It seems Zero Wing is quite capable after all. I had thought that the organization would run to me for help once it faced a financial crisis. I hadn't expected it to earn a fortune through leasing Stone Forest City's private houses. And now, it's even opening its own training center. Feng calmly mused. Young master, although Zero Wing can afford to open a training center, how can setting one up in Fenglin City be so easy? Zhuo commented disdainfully. According to our information, Xingluo has prepared for this and hired a particularly skilled expert. By the sounds of it, he wants his expert to cause a ruckus in the training center, preventing it from taking root in the city. It was true that one needed enough capital to open a training center, but money wasn't enough to keep one alive. One also needed sufficient strength to defend it, especially in a city as competitive as Fenglin. In that case, I want you to visit Zero Wing's new training center. At the end of the day, we can still use the organization to slow Starlink down, Feng said as he sent a glance at Zhuo. Understood. With a bow, Zhuo turned and left the room. Meanwhile, news of Heaven's Rumble Training Center's grand opening shook Fenglin City's fighting industry. With the Starline Corporation's Xingluo targeting Zero Wing, no one dared to ally with the organization for fear of attracting the corporation's ire. Now that Zero Wing had opened its own training center, even a fool knew that Xingluo would make his move. At least it would be interesting to watch. Moreover, the various training centers and dojos throughout the city viewed the fact that this company, which focused its business within virtual reality games, was trying to make a name for itself in Fenglin City's fighting industry as both foolish and a blatant insult. Even on the off chance that Xingluo left Zero Wing's training center alone, they wouldn't let the organization get away with this transgression. Otherwise, they'd become laughingstocks in the industry. While the various training centers and dojos discussed Zero Wing's new facility, Xiao Yu had been methodically planning the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's grand opening. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Not only had Xiao Yu purchased the latest training and medical equipment available over the last 3 days, but he had also invited many of Fenglin City's VIPs to attend the grand opening. Fortunately, he had far more connections than a young man like Feng. On the day in question, luxury cars stopped by the building's entrance in droves, and many passers-by grew interested in visiting the training center. As a result, however, most of the people that visited Heaven's Rumble Training Center that day were young, passionate fighters. They had all seen the advertisements boasting Heaven's Rumble's state-of-the-art facilities, and they were curious to inspect the training center themselves. The world's technology constantly improved, and with the help of proper data analysis, one could build the best training routine possible, improving far faster than training under a famous instructor. The instant these combat enthusiasts entered Heaven's Rumble Training Center, they were flabbergasted people wearing the uniforms of Fenglin. City's various training centers and dojos filled the main hall. Some of them were even well-known experts in the city, and a few of the upper echelons from the city's training centers and dojos had even made an appearance. Crap. What's going on? Why are so many of Fenglin City's experts here? Isn't that Luo Qianxing, who won 3rd place in Fenglin City's annual fighting competition last year? Quick look. It's Master Yang from the Extreme Light Dojo. I've heard rumors that he's stopped participating in public events to prepare for the international fighting competition. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Chen Tenha, the Martial Heart Dojo's master? I thought he already retired from the public scene. Why is he here? What kind of power does this training center have behind it? With so many of Fenglin City's experts gathered, the young men and women who visited the training center out of curiosity grew excited. They even wondered if they had stumbled upon Fenglin City's annual fighting competition rather than a new training center's grand opening. Why else would so many well-known experts be here? While the young fighting enthusiasts were shocked over finding so many of the city's VIPs in one place, a group consisting of 2 young women and a young man entered the hall, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The reaction was mostly due to the 2 young women. One wore an elegant, white dress, which highlighted her long, flowing hair and exquisite appearance. She had the body of a goddess, and many of the women in the crowd became self-conscious. A second exceptional beauty in a bright, red dress stood next to her. When the 2 women entered the hall, they instantly became the center of attention. Even the young man that accompanied these women was exceptionally handsome, and many of the ladies in the hall swooned. The handsome young man was the previous year's champion of Fenglin City's annual fighting competition, known for possessing a talent that only emerged once a decade in the city. He had also qualified to participate in the international fighting competition, and his status as the heir to the Zhang clan group, one of the city's top 5 financial groups, was just icing on the cake. Xingluo, most of these experts don't seem to be here with honest intentions. I'm afraid that this friend of yours will have a very difficult time maintaining a training center in Fenglin City, Zhang Weia told by Xingluo as he glanced over the crowd. If your friend can't handle the pressure, I'm willing to step up for him. I suspect that most of these training centers and dojos will take a step back out of respect. Sure, Feng is an internal force expert as well, Big Brother Zhang. Shouldn't he be able to handle the situation? Zhao Yuero asked. An internal force expert might be impressive in 2nd and 3rd tier cities, but this is Fenglin City. Every well-known training center and dojo in the city has its own internal force expert. Moreover, they are experienced veterans. Their accomplishments with internal force are far more impressive than a youngster who has just mastered the techniques. Zhang Weia explained by Xingluo, and Zhao Yueru's expressions darkened slightly after listening to their companion. They had never thought that opening a training center would be so difficult. While by Xingluo's group chatted amongst themselves, another commotion rattled the crowd in the main hall. An imposing, bear of a man entered the room. 2 knife scars decorated his face, and his arrival shocked many of the training centers and dojo's upper echelons. The instant this man appeared, many of the training center and dojo upper echelons present could not help but reveal shocked expressions. Why is he here? When Zhang Weia saw the new arrival, fear flashed in his eyes. Is he someone powerful? Zhao Yueru asked when she noticed Zhang Weia's trepidation. Powerful? Zhang Weia shook his head. That word is no longer sufficient. He's practically a devil. He has earned the nickname T-Rex for how heavy-handed he is in combat. No fewer than 20 internal force experts have suffered defeat at his hands. Some of them are still lying in their hospital beds. He was banned from the fighting world for that very reason. Most of that happened more than a decade ago, but according to recent rumors, it seems he has defeated another internal force expert overseas. I don't even think I can stop him if he tries to make a move. While everyone made a fuss, Wang the T-Rex, Zhongquan stepped into the center of the hall. I heard that Heaven's Rumble has set up shop here. Who's in charge? I, Wang Zhongquan, want to spar. I want to see whether or not Heaven's Rumble qualifies to do business in Fenglin City. Wang Zhongquan shouted, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Most people immediately took a step back. Heaven's Rumble is doomed. I doubt anyone in Fenglin City can save it now that this demon has shown up. The Starline Corporation is certainly powerful. It's even hired this monster to cause trouble. Zero Wing should have just stayed in its virtual reality game instead of meddling in the fighting industry. As the various training centers and dojos experts watched Wang Zhongquan, they knew that Heaven's Rumble Training Center would soon go out of business. It would also be the first training center to close on the same day it opened suddenly. However, a crisp voice rang out over the crowds muttering, I don't know who you are, but I'm afraid that you don't qualify to challenge our hall master. Instinctively, the crowd turned toward the voice's origin. The speaker was a graceful, mesmerizing woman, and none other than Fire Dance's player. Chapter 2186, Fighting an Internal Force Expert. The various training centers and dojos experts were stunned when they saw Fire Dance. Who's this little lady? Is she tired of living? Although none of them recognized Fire Dance, her identity didn't matter, even if she was an heiress to a large corporation or a member of a powerful family. Wang Zhongquan was still a merciless person. Ordinary people, at most, knew this man had recently defeated Demon Wolf, an apex internal force expert overseas. However, these experts knew that Wang Zhongquan had been banished from the fighting industry in the past and had resorted to mercenary work. He was a cold-blooded monster that had secretly ended many experts' lives with his own hands. It was rumored that he was even responsible for the deaths of a few great families' upper echelons. If Wang Zhongquan wanted to, he could even slay a large family's heirs, regardless of how many bodyguards protected them. As far as the crowd was concerned, Fire Dance was suicidal to provoke Wang Zhongquan so blatantly unexpectedly. However, the bear-like man didn't seem angry. He watched her for a moment before grinning, then asked, if that's the case, little lady, how do I earn this qualification you speak of? His goal was simple. He wanted to ensure that Heaven's Rumble Training Center's reputation hit rock bottom. His biggest concern was that Heaven's Rumble would refuse to fight him. He had earned quite a reputation after all. No one would look down on the training center if it declined his challenge. Hence, when this ignorant girl had stepped up to provoke him, he inwardly celebrated. Now, Heaven's Rumble would have no choice but to accept his challenge, and he could take his time toying with the training center and humiliating its management. Heaven's Rumble would never gain a foothold in Fenglin City. Our youth are so impatient. After hearing a few insulting words, she leaped into his trap. Her comment has ensured that Heaven's Rumble will have to face Wang Zhongquan, Chen Tianhe, the martial art dojo's master and an old man in his 50s, said, shaking his head. He then turned to Xiao Yu and said, Old Xiao, I'm afraid that disaster will befall the young man you mentioned. Won't Wang Zhongquan back out if you make an appearance, Master Tianhe? Xiao Yu anxiously asked. He was exasperated over Fire Dance's impatience. He knew she was an expert that had proven herself against one of the White Tiger Dojo's intermediate disciples, but Wang Zhongquan was an expert among experts. When she had stepped forward, she had only caused more trouble for Heaven's Rumble Training Center now. Chen Tianhe was their only hope. Chen Tianhe had risen to fame for his martial art mastery many years ago. Even the White Tiger Dojo's Jiang Tianyuan had to show a little respect before this old man. Chen Tianhe was unquestionably powerful. He had ranked among the top 32 in the international fighting competition during his peak. Ranking among the top 32 fighters might not seem impressive, but they were talking about the largest fighting competition in the world. One had to be an expert among experts just to qualify for the competition, and hundreds of martial artists participated. Wang Zhongquan had only ranked among the top 64 fighters during his peak. If I were 15 years younger, I might be able to contend with him, but now, Chen Tianhe said, shaking his head. Youthful vigor was gold in martial arts. This saying rang true both in the past and the present. Wang Zhongquan was only 38 this year, and with today's technology, he was still in his prime. Proving the point, the bear-like man had defeated Demon Wolf, who wasn't any weaker than Chen Tianhe during his peak. Is it really over, just like this? Xian Yu felt as if his soul were leaving his body. He had gone to great lengths to employ Chen Tianhe's help to ensure that Heaven's Rumble Training Center would have a home in Fenglin City. He had even called in the favor the old man had owed him for so many years. But now, that youngster, Feng, is really pitiful. He grasped internal force at such a tender age, yet he will have to face Wang Zongquan. Chen Tianhe lamented, sighing as he stared at the monstrous, scarred Monsi. Feng had definitely earned the title, genius, for grasping internal force, despite being in his early 20s. He had a bright future ahead of him. Controlling internal force not only helped one improve their physical control, but it also enhanced comprehension. Moreover, Feng hadn't yet reached his prime. He had plenty of room for growth. With the help of today's technology, he could gain substantial strength. With another 5 or 6 years, Feng could fight Wang Zongquan to a standstill. Meanwhile, a thin, middle-aged man watched the exchange between Fire Dance and Wang Zongquan from a corner of the room, frowning. This man was none other than Zhuo Linqiu. It seems Lu Xingluo can't be underestimated. To think he would actually employ Wang Zongquan. The situation will be harder to handle now. Zhuo Linqiu felt on edge as he watched the newcomer. He had thought that Lu Xingluo would, at most, hire an advanced internal force expert. He hadn't expected the apex internal force expert, Wang Zongquan, to show up. Experts of his caliber were extremely rare. Even on a national scale, they were also particularly difficult to employ. These experts had no interest in money. They simply didn't need any. Hence, tempting them into action was a challenge. Although Zhuo Linqiu was also an apex internal force expert, he was likely no match for Wang Zongquan due to his age. If it came down to a fight, Zhuo Linqiu felt that he only had a 40% chance of winning. While everyone whispered to each other, Fire Dance approached the large man in the center of the hall. She calmly declared, "If you want to spar with our hall master, you'll have to get through me." A series of gasps and silence answered the young woman's declaration. Has she gone insane? Doesn't Heaven's Rumble have any capable fighters? Do they really need to send this young woman to her death? Astonished, the crowd stared at Fire Dance, who maintained her composure even after her bold statement. They wouldn't have been worried for her if she had challenged any other internal force expert, but she had just asked Wang Zongquan to spar. He wasn't kind. He was ruthless. Almost every opponent the scarred man had defeated had spent at least 6 months in a hospital bed, and that was when medical experts had been nearby during the fight. Without the money to afford the best medical services, they would have spent the rest of their lives in a hospital. What is she trying to do? Bai Qingxue began to worry as she watched her comrade. She knew that Fire Dance had trained bitterly in God's domain, and she was quite powerful. However, this was reality, not the virtual world. Even if she frequently trained in the real world, she'd be lucky to survive against ordinary martial arts experts. Trying to fight an expert of Wang Zongquan's caliber was suicidal. Is she a friend, Qingxue? Zhang Tianya asked, to which Bai Qingxue nodded. Don't worry. Although I'm not his match, I can stop that monster for a moment if necessary. Zhang Tianya comforted his escort. He had pursued Bai Qingxue for a long time now, although he wanted more than her perfect body and pretty face. He was far more interested in the white clan group that stood behind her. Only a woman of her standards was fit to stand beside him. However, he rarely encountered an opportunity to show off his strength to her. Hence, he was quite pleased with the situation. He wasn't a match for an apex internal force expert like Wang Zongquan, but he'd have no issues stopping one of the man's attacks. Is your training center out of fighters, little lady? If you wish to spar with me, you should know that I never show mercy to my opponents. You can't blame me for the outcome. Wang Zongquan's expression darkened, and a flash of killing intent lit his eyes. He could have brushed off her interruption as youthful ignorance, but a public challenge was an entirely different matter. He was an internal force expert, a master martial artist. It was humiliating to have some random nobody challenge him. If he did not teach this girl a proper lesson, he'd become a laughingstock. The state of Heaven's Rumble is none of your concern. You can talk after you defeat me. Fire Dance stepped forward, and her fist shot straight toward Wang Zongquan. Chapter 2187. Defeated with one palm. Although Fire Dance had executed her punch smoothly without making a sound, her punch seeming as natural as a passing breeze, when the various experts present saw her attacking Wang Zhongquan, varying degrees of shock appeared on their faces. Is this girl insane? Chen Tianhe blurted out when he saw Fire Dance's actions. Wang Zhongquan had trained his internal force to the apex. Every one of his movements was accompanied by internal force. He was different from experts that had just grasped internal force, who only used it as a trump card during critical moments. Not to mention, a sudden attack like the one Fire Dance executed would hardly be effective against a master like Wang Zhongquan. If she was not careful in dealing with Wang Zhongquan's inevitable counterattack, she would undoubtedly lose her life. Sure enough, Wang Zhongquan did not grow flustered at all at Fire Dance's sudden attack. He calmly took half a step back, accurately moving out of her attack range. In the end, her fist did not even manage to graze his clothes. Immediately after, he counterpunched twice at Fire Dance, first at her face and then at her abdomen. Although both his punches looked identical, the one aimed at Fire Dance's abdomen was actually a little faster than the one aimed at her face. Over. Zhang Tianya's complexion darkened when he saw this scene play out from a short distance away. Originally, he had been planning to save Fire Dance. However, he never thought that Fire Dance would be so crazy as to attack Wang Zhongquan without hesitation. To make matters worse, even after seeing her attack fail, she didn't pull back immediately. Now that Wang Zhongquan had counterattacked, her life was as good as gone. Although Wang Zhongquan's two punches might look very simple to the eyes of ordinary people, they were actually extremely ruthless. A person being attacked in the face would instinctively move to defend their face. In such a situation, attacks directed to other parts of their body would be easily overlooked. Meanwhile, as an apex internal force expert, Wang Zhongquan had an extremely precise grasp on timing and distance. Even well-trained internal force experts would get caught by this move of his if they were not careful, let alone a newbie without any special training like Fire Dance. Just as everyone thought that this fight was already over, however, contrary to everyone's expectations, Fire Dance actually ignored the punch aimed at her face. Instead, she suddenly sidestepped and promptly rotated her body. In the torque of her body, she then sent a lightning-fast chop straight at his neck. The sudden development in the battle caught Wang Zhongquan slightly off guard. Originally, he thought that his opponent was merely an inexperienced little girl. He never expected this little girl to easily evade his attack, much less launch a counterattack of her own. However, Wang Zhongquan was a hitman with many years of experience. He was fully capable of reacting to abrupt changes immediately. Although he wouldn't be able to defend against Fire Dance's attack in time, he could still dodge it. He hastily bent his body forward and leaped backward, narrowly avoiding Fire Dance's chop. Upon seeing Wang Zhongquan retreating, the spectating crowd could not help gasping in shock. Is this for real? Wang Zhongquan actually got repelled. Who is this young lady? Everyone present was aware of just how powerful Wang Zhongquan was. Even experts of the same rank would have difficulty forcing him to retreat. After all, taking the initiative to retreat in a duel meant that one was at a disadvantage. Now, however, a young lady like Fire Dance had actually made Wang Zhongquan fall back. This was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, when Fire Dance saw Wang Zhongquan taking the initiative to retreat, she did not give chase and exploit her advantage. Instead, she simply stood in place and quietly observed him. "After a short moment," she stated calmly, "you're only at this standard. I advise you to give up on challenging our hall master." When Fire Dance said these words, the spectating crowd could not help but nod in agreement. After all, if Wang Zhongquan had already fallen into a disadvantage in his fight with Fire Dance, what qualifications did he have to challenge Heaven's Rumble's hall master? Wang Zhongquan's rage shot through the roof, the intense killing intent his body radiated making everyone in the hall shudder involuntarily. In the next moment, Wang Zhongquan took a step forward, the marble floor under his feet cracking. His body then transformed into a blur as he dashed at Fire Dance like a ferocious tiger. The instant Wang Zhongquan appeared before Fire Dance, he canted his body slightly to ram his side into her mountain slam. Although this ramming attack looked incredibly plain and simple, none of the experts present would dare to face this attack directly. After all, a ramming attack carried out by an ordinary internal expert could already topple a big tree. Wang Zongquan's ramming attack could most likely send even a small car flying back. If a person were to receive this attack, all the bones in their body would shatter. Moreover, Wang Zongquan's ramming attack was incredibly fast, so fast that many of the experts present didn't even react to it. Why must this little girl put herself in such a difficult position? Chen Tianhe sighed at this scene. Chen Tianhe had been very shocked by Fire Dance's previous performance, where she managed to not only maintain her cool, despite going up against such a powerful opponent, but even turn a dangerous situation into an opportunity to attack. She was definitely a gifted fighter. He was even tempted to take her in as a disciple. Meanwhile, had Fire Dance not provoked Wang Zongquan further, Chen Tianhe could have forced Wang Zongquan to leave the premises by making an appearance. After all, the fact that Wang Zongquan had taken the initiative to retreat in a fight against a little girl, who was probably only half his age, was already humiliating enough. Insisting on continuing the fight would only further damage his reputation. However, now that Wang Zongquan had blown his top, he wouldn't care even if he was called out for bullying the weak. Nobody could stop him now. To everyone's surprise, however, Fire Dance actually did not try to dodge Wang Zongquan's ramming attack. On the contrary, she even took the initiative to meet him in battle. Is she crazy? Her decision shocked everyone. No one expected Fire Dance to respond so boldly. Wang Zongquan surpassed even national-level athletes in terms of physical fitness. Only a few people in the entire country was superior to him. Trying to use brute force against him was akin to smashing an egg against a rock. Arrogant brat. When Wang Zongquan saw Fire Dance moving to greet him in battle, a ruthless sneer appeared on his face as he further accelerated his body. A moment later, Wang Zongquan's body crashed into Fire Dance's. However, just as everyone thought that she would go flying over 10 meters, a shocking scene occurred. Wang Zongquan actually passed through Fire Dance. An afterimage? Zhang Tianya gaped in shock involuntarily when he saw Fire Dance's figure fading out of existence. A visual residue. Chen Tianhe immediately realized what had happened. An afterimage could be created so long as a person was moving fast enough. However, creating a visual residue did not require a person to be moving quickly, only sufficiently rapid reactions. The human mind took time to process the images the eyes saw. If one's reaction speed was sufficiently fast, they could misperception that they were still in their original position when, in reality, they had already moved elsewhere. However, accomplishing such an action was extraordinarily difficult. This feat required one to transition from being static to dynamic motion at an extreme speed. In addition, not only did one's body have to keep up with this rapid transition, but their neural response time needed to be able to keep up as well. However, it was incredibly difficult to improve one's neural response time and impossible to do so through ordinary training. Moreover, regardless of how powerful a person became, they could improve their neural response time by only an extremely limited amount. Meanwhile, by the time Wang Zongquan reacted to the situation, Fire Dance had already moved aside and turned to face him. She then sent a palm strike at his chest, her attack looking as gentle as a falling leaf. Peng. However, the moment Fire Dance's palm collided with Wang Zongquan's body, he felt as if a hammer had just struck his chest. His face instantly turned beet red as he stumbled a few steps back before dropping down to one knee. Internal force. She's an internal force expert. Upon seeing Wang Zongquan's kneeling figure, the spectating crowd could not help but turn to stare at the completely unharmed Fire Dance in shock. Chapter 2188. Do you have an opinion? Everyone was stunned to see Wang Zongquan down on one knee. Wang Zongquan's physique completely surpassed an ordinary person's. Even the professional fighters of Fenglin City would have an extremely difficult time inflicting any external damage on him, much less internal damage. Yet, he actually sustained considerably severe internal injuries from Fire Dance's gentle palm strike. Based on his current complexion, he would most likely need half a month to recover from his injuries. This outcome was simply unbelievable. The only explanation anyone could come up with for this situation was that Fire Dance had utilized internal force. She not only grasped internal force at such a young age but also managed to injure Wang Zongquan? Could she be the disciple of some ancient aristocratic family? Chen Tianhe also could not help his astonishment as he looked at Fire Dance. Even with the help of modern technology, internal force experts were still incredibly rare. One would already be considered very talented to grasp internal force by the age of 30. Every one of such experts would become celebrities in the fighting industry. Even a top-ranking dojo like the White Tiger Dojo would treat such an expert as an honored guest. Nevertheless, Fire Dance had successfully grasped internal force at such a young age and even managed to heavily injure Wang Zongquan in one move. This was incredible. The only possibility Chen Tianhe could think of to explain this situation was that Fire Dance was the disciple of an ancient aristocratic family, since such disciples practically started training in their mother's wombs. These disciples enjoyed the best resources, legacies, and teachers. As a result, they generally grasped internal force in their teens. By the time they entered their 20s, they were already strong enough to rank within the top 20 in international fighting competitions should they choose to participate. However, ancient aristocratic families generally kept a low profile and never fought for fame. Hence, the general populace did not know about these ancient aristocratic families. All the same, the influence these ancient aristocratic families held in the world was not the slightest bit weaker than that of major corporations. She's an ancient aristocratic family's disciple? Xiao Yu revealed an excited expression when he heard Chen Tianhe's words. Xiao Yu had heard a little regarding ancient aristocratic families, so he had an idea just how frightening they were. They were not existences ordinary people like himself could come into contact with. Only well-established martial arts masters like Chen Tianhe had the opportunity to do so. If Fire Dance really was an ancient aristocratic family's disciple, then the Heaven's Rumble Training Center would truly become powerful. Even the Starline Corporation would probably be helpless against it. Meanwhile, at this moment, the upper echelons of the various training centers and dojos present in the hall had lost their complacent attitude altogether. Now, only shock and fear filled their minds. If even Wang Zongquan was defeated, then who in Fenglin City could possibly be a match for Fire Dance? Moreover, Fire Dance was still so young. She would definitely continue growing stronger. One could even describe her future as limitless. With such a talent present, who would dare provoke the Heaven's Rumble Training Center? After a brief round of exclamations from the spectating crowd, Wang Zongquan managed to recover slightly and slowly stand back up. Now, his eyes held only fear when he gazed at Fire Dance. I never thought that I would actually lose to a little girl like you. May I know which aristocratic family's disciple you are? Wang Zongquan asked politely, his previous arrogant attitude gone. Now, he was treating Fire Dance as his equal. Wang Zongquan was far more knowledgeable than Chen Tianhe, so he knew just how powerful the disciples of aristocratic families were. The moment Fire Dance sent him stumbling back, he concluded that she was a disciple of an ancient aristocratic family. After all, everyone from the younger generation capable of surpassing him was an expert famous throughout the country. They definitely wouldn't be an unknown existence like Fire Dance. Fortunately, Fire Dance's strength and physical fitness were greatly inferior to his own. Had that previous strike been executed by an expert of equal standards, he definitely wouldn't have been able to stand back up. Fire Dance's victory was due entirely to her calm mind and frightening reaction speed. Her grasp of distance was also frighteningly accurate. Had he known that Fire Dance possessed such abilities early on, he definitely wouldn't have used such aggressive maneuvers. Instead, he would have opted for a more secure fighting style. Then he wouldn't have been defeated so decisively. However, Fire Dance was still very young. Her physical fitness could continue improving in the future. The same was true for her technical standards. Wang Zongquan did not feel ashamed of being defeated by such a prodigy and aristocratic family's disciple. The heartstrings of Zhang Tianya, who was standing a short distance away, quivered when he looked at Fire Dance. Both Fire Dance's appearance and body were extraordinary. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was Zhao Yueru's equal. Moreover, Fire Dance's martial artist's temperament lent her an additional elegance that Zhao Yueru did not have. If it was indeed true that Fire Dance had the backing of an ancient aristocratic family, then she would definitely be of great help to him in the future, if he could obtain her aristocratic family's disciple. Fire Dance, however, was confused by Wang Zongquan's words. She then explained, I am not a disciple of some aristocratic family. I am only a member of the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. As soon as Fire Dance was done speaking, The entire hall fell silent, momentarily impossible. You grasped internal force at such a young age. You also have that frightening reaction speed and a talent for combat. How can you simply be a member of a small training center? Wang Zongquan was enraged by Fire Dance's response. If you don't want to tell me which aristocratic family you're from, just say so. Is there a need to humiliate me this way? While he could accept being defeated by Fire Dance, as a martial arts master, he definitely would not accept being humiliated. Moreover, what he was truly adept at was not fighting but assassination. Outside official settings, he would have plenty of means to kill Fire Dance without anybody tracing the deed back to him. Everyone present also nodded in agreement with Wang Zongquan's words. A member of a training center? What a joke! Even the top-ranking training centers and dojos in the country did not have the ability to produce an expert like Fire Dance. I'm telling the truth. I am not a disciple of some aristocratic family. I am only a member that has been training under our hall master all this time. I can't do anything about it even if you don't believe me, Fire Dance said, shaking her head. She gave no further explanation after that. I heard that your hall master is just in his early 20s. If you insist on trying to raise your hall master's reputation, then I have nothing else to say. However, I will firmly engrave today's matter in my heart. Wang Zongquan was now thoroughly enraged. However, with his defeat at Fire Dance's hands, he no longer had any qualifications to challenge Heaven's Rumble's hall master. Even so, he still had many ways to destroy both the Heaven's Rumble Training Center and Fire Dance. Was there a need for this little lady to humiliate him like so? Chen Tianhe could already see that Wang Zongquan bore killing intent toward the Heaven's Rumble Training Center and Fire Dance. The man definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Even a fool wouldn't believe that a youth in his early 20s could nurture Fire Dance, who was of roughly similar age, into her current state. Let alone Wang Zongquan, even Chen Tianhe would become very angry if he were in Wang Zongquan's shoes. However, just as Wang Zongquan was about to turn around and leave, a crisp voice echoed throughout the entire hall. "Am her instructor. Do you have any opinions about it?" Immediately, everyone automatically turned their heads toward the origin of the voice, and what they saw was a young man currently descending the staircase from the second floor. This young man in black was none other than Feng, who had just completed his daily training. Chapter 2189, Shocking the Audience. Everyone present inside the hall gazed at Feng in astonishment. Wang Zongquan was no minor character. Although he had lost to Fire Dance, there was still no doubt that he was an apex internal force expert. Even the masters of top-ranking training centers and dojos had to treat him with respect. Not to mention, Wang Zongquan had been working as a hitman for the past decade. Even if he couldn't openly cause problems for a training center or dojo, he was more than capable of doing so in secret. Is this guy tired of living? He actually dares to come out now? Does he really think Wang Zongquan won't dare to challenge him again? What bold words! Does he actually believe he can produce an internal force expert? The many experts present looked at Feng with disdain when he appeared in the hall. They all felt that Feng was getting too full of himself. Fire Dance had just fought a dangerous battle in order to pull the Heaven's Rumble Training Center out of a crisis. All Feng needed to do was lie low and wait for Wang Zongquan to leave. He simply had to be tired of living, to reveal himself now. Old Xiao, is this the young man you were talking about? Chen Tianhe shook his head as he looked at Feng. He's far too immature and arrogant. Although he has the support of an aristocratic family's disciple, he still shouldn't have provoked Wang Zongquan like this. Although Wang Zongquan could not afford to run afoul of ancient aristocratic families, he would have no problems killing the other members of the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. He could also make it so that the deed couldn't be traced back to him. Even though Feng had already grasped internal force, it wouldn't change his fate. After all, according to the rumors Chen Tianhe had heard, more than 10 internal force experts had fallen at Wang Zongquan's hands, including apex internal force experts. So, he is Feng? Zhang Tianya could not help but reveal some envy as he eyed Feng, an aristocratic family's disciple. The status of every one of these disciples was not the slightest bit inferior to that of an heir of a major corporation. They were existences that even someone like Wang Zongquan had to show respect to. Yet, Despite having ordinary looks and an average family background, Feng actually managed to gain Fire Dance's favor and even her support. How could Zhang Tianya not envy him? In fact, Zhang Tianya believed there was an 80% chance that Feng's success in becoming an internal force expert was due to Fire Dance's help. After all, the legacies and resources that ancient aristocratic families possessed were far superior to those of top-ranking training centers and dojos. So long as one possessed even the slightest amount of talent, they would have no problem becoming an internal force expert. If Zhang Tianya had obtained these resources, he would have most likely become an expert on Wang Zongquan's level by now. Meanwhile, during the time the spectating crowd was quietly discussing Feng had arrived at the center of the hall. Fire Dance promptly took the initiative to stand behind him as if she really was just a member of the Heaven's Rumble training center. This scene immediately provoked the envy of many of the spectating experts. Crap. What kind of luck does that kid possess to earn the favor of that goddess? What a lucky bastard. With an aristocratic family backing him, even Wang Zongquan can't do anything against him on the surface. That's right. If we could sponge off such a goddess as well, even setting up a top-ranking training center wouldn't be a problem. Many of the men present derided Feng, and as if they were afraid Feng could not hear them, their voices grew steadily louder as they spoke to most of the experts present. Being able to grasp internal force was already a matter worth rejoicing. As for setting up their own training center in a first-tier city and developing it into a top-ranking training center, that was something that they didn't even dream of. However, if they had the help of an aristocratic family's disciple, then such a feat would be a piece of cake. Now that Feng had Fire Dance's support, his becoming one of Fenglin City's powerhouses was almost guaranteed. Fenglin City's fighting industry might even have to adhere to his wishes in the future. Other top-ranking training centers and dojos also wouldn't dare to act against him rashly. Meanwhile, seated in a corner of the hall was Zhuolinqiu, who was quietly observing the event. So, that's the case. It's no wonder Zero Wing is confident of establishing itself in Fenglin City, Zhuolinqiu thought to himself as he observed Fire Dance, disregarding Feng entirely. With this, Zero Wing indeed merits the young master's attention as the butler of the Five States Corporation's heir and an apex internal force expert himself. Zhuolinqiu knew a lot more regarding ancient aristocratic families than Chen Tianhe and Wang Zongquan did, so he understood just how valuable the support of an aristocratic family's disciple was. During the time everyone was discussing Feng, Wang Zongquan had also arrived before him, his gaze filled with disdain and anger as he glared at the young man. And here I thought you wouldn't have the courage to show yourself, Wang Zongquan sneered. Since you're here, do you dare exchange a few moves with me? I want to see whether you truly are capable of instructing such an excellent member or not. Hall Master sure. Originally, Wang Zongquan thought that he would not have a chance to reclaim the reputation he had lost due to Fire Dance today. However, since Feng had taken the initiative to appear before him, this was the perfect opportunity for him to do so and fulfill his agreement with Lu Xingluo to wreck the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's reputation, killing two birds with one stone. He naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. That won't be a problem. Only Master Wang, you were just injured. Do you need a few days to recover? It won't be too late to spar at that time. Feng said. No need. It is only a minor injury. I wish to experience Hall Master Shi's brilliant moves now. Wang Zongquan said. He launched an attack at Feng without hesitation, not giving him any more time to speak. In Wang Zongquan's opinion, Feng was simply trying to find an excuse to buy time and eventually let the matter be forgotten. He naturally couldn't let Feng have his way. Meanwhile, the best method to get Feng to take action was to leave the man with no choice but to take action. The spectating crowd shook their heads and sneered at Feng. That guy is so dumb. Did he really think Wang Zongquan would let such a great opportunity slip by? Ha! He's going to make a fool of himself now. He's just a brat who has just learned internal force. Does he actually think an apex internal force expert like Wang Zongquan will be afraid of him because of a little injury? How foolish. Does he believe he can run rampant just because he has the backing of an aristocratic family's disciple? Everyone understood that Feng was planning to get Wang Zongquan to give up on today's match with the excuse that Wang Zongquan was injured. Unfortunately, How could someone of Wang Zongquan's caliber not see through his ploy? Moreover, the spectating experts could also see very clearly that, although Fire Dance had defeated Wang Zongquan, she should have grasped internal force only recently. Her physique was also far inferior to his. Although she had indeed managed to injure Wang Zongquan, he should still be able to exhibit 80% of his normal standard, which would be sufficient for him to beat up a basic internal force expert in the next moment. However, Wang Zongquan's fast and powerful fist suddenly came to an abrupt halt before Shi Feng's face, unable to move forward by even the slightest. How is this possible? Wang Zongquan stared at his wrist, which Shi Feng was gripping tightly. In extreme confusion, Wang Zongquan had given his all in that punch. Despite his injury, his full-powered punch still wasn't something a basic internal force expert could block directly. In his opinion, Shi Feng should have chosen to dodge or deflect his attack. However, Shi Feng had actually used one of the most impossible-to-execute methods to stop his attack, grabbing his wrist before Wang Zongquan could shake off Shi Feng's hold. Shi Feng suddenly tightened his grip and swung Wang Zongquan's arm as if he was swinging a sword. Immediately, Wang Zongquan felt himself getting yanked off his feet, then propelled through the air. For a moment, the surrounding crowd even felt a strong wind blowing past their faces. Soon after, a loud boom entered everyone's ears as the floor beneath them shook slightly. By the time everyone realized what was going on, Wang Zongquan was already lying unconscious on the floor some distance away from Shi Feng. The marble beneath him cracked. Chapter 2190, He is a Grandmaster. Upon seeing Wang Zongquan's body lying motionless on the cracked marble floor, the spectating crowd froze, and a deathly silence fell over the entire hall. A short moment later, "How is this possible? This is a lie, right? Wang Zongquan actually got defeated. Just like that? Who is this Shi Feng?" The spectating experts simply couldn't believe their eyes as they gazed at the unconscious Wang Zongquan. This was an apex internal force expert they were talking about. Wang Zongquan stood at the apex of Fenglin City, yet, now he was actually defeated effortlessly by an ordinary youngster who did not give off even the slightest hint of an aura. The exchange between Shi Feng and Wang Zongquan had been so decisive that it couldn't even be considered a fight. It was practically a drubbing. So many of the experts here reacted with fear toward Wang Zongquan before, so shouldn't he be very strong? Why did he get defeated so easily? Could Heaven's Rumble have paid Wang Zongquan to stage an act? I'm guessing that's most likely the case. Wang Zongquan is an internal force expert. On the other hand, that Shi Feng is so young. Even if he is powerful, how powerful could he possibly be? Moreover, the fact that someone like Wang Zongquan even appeared here is very strange. To begin with, Heaven's Rumble must have hired Wang Zongquan to pretend to fight to raise its fame. Unlike the experts in the hall, the spectating fighting enthusiasts felt that Wang Zongquan had acted out a play when they saw him so easily defeated. After all, when Wang Zongquan was fighting Fire Dance earlier, they could more or less tell how powerful he was. However, when Wang Zongquan fought Shi Feng, from start to end, they hadn't seen any hint of that power Wang Zongquan had displayed before. They felt that Wang Zongquan had deliberately coordinated his movements with Shi Feng, jumping into the air the moment Shi Feng grabbed his wrist and letting Shi Feng freely throw him. The fight could not be any faker at this moment. Aside from the fighting enthusiasts, the training center and dojo members present also found this fight fake. The strength an internal force expert wielded far surpassed that of ordinary people. If Wang Zongquan had thrown his punch with his full strength, even an internal force expert couldn't have stopped his punch by grabbing his wrist. A fake match? At this moment, even Xiao Yu was dumbfounded by this scene. However, he instinctively refuted the possibility, as he had never heard about such plans from Shi Feng earlier. Moreover, the Starline Corporation had been keeping an eye on the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Only an existence like the Starline Corporation could employ the services of someone like Wang Zongquan. Most importantly, why would an apex internal force expert agree to min his own reputation just to uplift the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's reputation? As Xiao Yu was wondering why Wang Zongquan would put on a fake fight, Chen Tianhe, who stood beside Xiao Yu, suddenly revealed a look of horror. Neutralizing. He is a neutralizing Grandmaster. Chen Tianhe muttered quietly as he stared at Feng, his complexion paling as if he had just seen a ghost neutralizing a Grandmaster. Xiao Yu momentarily fell into a daze when he heard Chen Tianhe's words. Compelled to seek confirmation, he asked, Master Chen, you're saying that Feng is a neutralizing Grandmaster? In the fighting industry, those capable of grasping internal force were considered absolute experts. Less than 0.1% of professional fighters would ever succeed in grasping internal force. For those that did, their understanding and usage of their body and strength would far surpass those of ordinary people. No matter where these experts went, they would have the qualifications to establish a training center or dojo and accept disciples. Hence, internal force experts were labeled masters. However, above internal force experts, there were still neutralizing experts. Ordinary people would already be fortunate to come across an internal force expert. As for neutralizing experts, most ordinary people would most likely never meet one. Every neutralizing expert was a titan in the fighting industry. They were people who could contest for first place in international fighting competitions. The fame and status they enjoyed were far superior to those of people like Chen Tianhe and Wang Zongquan. If one were to draw a comparison between internal force experts and neutralizing experts, the former would be Candlelight while the latter would be the blazing Sunit is possible, Chen Tianhe said hesitantly. Only, since when has there ever been such a young neutralizing Grandmaster in this world? Even the ancient aristocratic families are incapable of producing a neutralizing Grandmaster this young. Ordinary people most likely wouldn't find anything special about Feng's grabbing and throwing motions. In fact, most of the professional fighters present wouldn't. However, Chen Tianhe, who had already mastered internal force to the apex, could tell just how frightening Feng's usage of his body and strength was. First, upon grabbing Wang Zongquan's wrist, Feng had immediately redirected and nullified the force in Wang Zongquan's arm. Then, when Wang Zongquan put more strength into his arm to break free of Feng's hold, Feng made use of Wang Zongquan's strength and coupled it with his own to lift and throw Wang Zongquan to the ground. Although this series of actions appeared very simple, executing it within a mere instant was exceedingly difficult. Only neutralizing Grandmasters who could push their muscles to the limit could accomplish such a feat. What made Chen Tianhe doubt his conclusion was that Feng was simply too young. Even now, Chen Tianhe was considered one of the top-ranking experts in the country. He had also been famous for a long time already. In his many years mingling in the fighting industry, he had come across plenty of internal force experts of varying standards and even neutralizing Grandmasters. However, despite his extensive experience, he had never even heard of a neutralizing Grandmaster who was in his 20s at this moment, aside from Chen Tianhe, Master Yang from the Extreme Light Dojo, Zhang Tianya, and the other internal force experts present were similarly gazing at Feng in astonishment and horror. Impossible. How can he be a neutralizing Grandmaster? Zhang Tianya blurted out in shock. Ordinary people might have failed to discern the intricacies of Wang Zongquan's fight with Feng, but internal force experts like Zhang Tianya managed to roughly discern its crucial parts. In most people's eyes, Wang Zongquan's fight did indeed look like an act. However, this was because Feng's usage of his strength was too ingenious. He was already at the stage of simplifying complex movements, hence, his fight with Wang Zongquan looked very fake. A neutralizing Grandmaster. Feng is actually this powerful? Zhao Yueru could not help growing excited when she heard Zhang Tianya's words. Although she did not have a clear concept of what a neutralizing Grandmaster was, she still understood how powerful Grandmaster martial artists were. They were supreme existences within the country, experts that even the various top-ranking dojos and training centers feared greatly. Meanwhile, when Gentle Snow saw the exchange between Feng and Wang Zongquan, she felt an indescribable sense of shock and familiarity. This was because she could tell that Feng's usage of his strength and body very closely resembled the principles of the refinement realm and truth realm. It was as if he had just merged these two concepts and demonstrated them. Only, this should be a technique that existed only in God's domain. Now, however, he had actually displayed it in the real world. As for Zhuolinqiu, who sat in a corner of the hall, he was gaping in shock at Feng. Zhuolinqiu had never imagined that Feng was such a powerful expert. He was actually telling the truth. Although an aristocratic family's disciple would indeed daunt an apex internal force expert like Zhuolinqiu, this would not deter him from taking action against one. However, a neutralizing Grandmaster was a different story. It was no exaggeration to describe a neutralizing Grandmaster as superhuman. Compared to Shi Feng's identity as a neutralizing Grandmaster, Fire Dance's identity as an aristocratic family's disciple was utterly insignificant. Neutralizing Grandmasters were existences that even major corporations had to show respect to, because these people held massive influence in the fighting industry. Moreover, there were times when major corporations also needed the help of these experts. After all, the various major corporations' upper echelons were frequent targets for assassination. Only with the protection of a neutralizing Grandmaster would one be able to guarantee their safety at this moment. The various internal force experts present finally understood that Shi Feng had not been lying before. Fire Dance's achievement could very well have been thanks to Shi Feng's guidance. After all, it wasn't impossible for a neutralizing Grandmaster to nurture an internal force expert. In fact, there were many precedents. During the time everyone was quietly discussing the situation, Wang Zongquan had regained consciousness. However, when he came to, his mind was a huge blur, and his body ached all over. He could tell that he had several broken bones. He would need more than a month to recover fully from such injuries. Well, Master Wang, do you still wish to continue sparring? Shi Feng asked as he watched Wang Zongquan struggle to his feet. Chapter 2191, Fame Spreads in Fenglin City. When Wang Zongquan saw the faint smile on Shi Feng's face, a chill suddenly swept through him, his body shuddering involuntarily. No need to continue. I admit defeat. Wang Zongquan said hurriedly, afraid that he would be executed if he delayed his answer by even the slightest bit. Although he had clashed with Shi Feng for only a very brief moment, he understood more clearly than anybody else present just how frightening Shi Feng was. It was no exaggeration to say that, if Shi Feng had wanted to, he definitely could have consigned Wang Zongquan to eternal rest with that previous move. Now, when Wang Zongquan looked at Shi Feng, he felt that he was seeing a humanoid demon. Aside from this conclusion, he could not think of any other possibility. After all, despite having wandered the entire world, he had never heard of anyone becoming a neutralizing Grandmaster in their early 20s. Moreover, unlike other people, Wang Zongquan had personally clashed with neutralizing Grandmasters before, so he knew full well just how frightening an existence they were. Neutralizing Grandmasters could no longer be considered human, they were superhuman. Even ordinary firearms were useless against neutralizing Grandmasters, as Grandmasters could preemptively take evasive maneuvers by relying on their extraordinary senses. Meanwhile, before a neutralizing Grandmaster, apex internal force experts like Wang Zongquan were akin to little children. Their life and death were no longer within their control at this moment. Wang Zongquan started to feel animosity for Lu Xingluo. Had he known that Shi Feng was a neutralizing Grandmaster, with even 10 times his courage, he still wouldn't have dared to kick up a ruckus at the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Since we have solved your concerns, then we can discuss the matter of you coming here to cause a commotion, Master Wang. Shi Feng sighed. As soon as Shi Feng was done speaking, Wang Zongquan's complexion turned ashen. Even top-ranking training centers and dojos could not bear the wrath of a neutralizing Grandmaster. The fate of a lone apex internal force expert like himself went without saying. Not to mention, he was currently right in front of Shi Feng. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Now, Hall Master Shi, just state however much compensation you want. I'll pay it so long as I have it, Wang Zongquan said with great anxiety. Right, I just received 6 bottles of the Green God Company's life potion. Let's add them to the compensation as well. Neutralizing Grandmasters were different from the average person. The amount of nutrients their bodies required daily far exceeded the average person's. Moreover, if they wanted to improve their physical fitness further, consuming ordinary food and nutrient fluids would no longer suffice. At the very least, they needed S-rank nutrient fluids. Meanwhile, the life potion was something even more valuable than S-rank nutrient fluids. In fact, these 6 life potions were the reason why Wang Zongquan had agreed to undertake Lu Xingluo's request. After all, life potions were extremely difficult to come by. Even neutralizing Grandmasters could get their hands on only a small amount. 6 life potions? Feng could not help but be moved. He had never expected Wang Zongquan to possess life potions. The Green God Company's latest creation. Feng naturally understood what was going through Wang Zongquan's mind right now. After all, Feng had had the fortune to meet a neutralizing Grandmaster in his previous life, so he knew that these Grandmasters were truly superhuman. He also knew that their nutritional requirements were different from the ordinary person's only. Feng wasn't actually a neutralizing Grandmaster yet. He had merely touched upon the realm after combining the principles of the Truth Realm and Refinement Realm in God's domain. Every player's body had long since reached an extraordinary level. Hence, players could exhibit the principles of the realms of truth and realms of refinement to their greatest limits. The human body in the real world was very weak in comparison, making it impossible for people to fully exhibit the strength of these two realms in the real world. This was akin to running state-of-the-art software on an ancient computer. The hardware simply couldn't support the software at all, and the computer would crash when trying to run the application. The reason why Feng was able to apply the principles of the Truth Realm and Refinement Realm in the real world was mainly his having reached the Ascension Realm and Domain Realm in God's domain. Even so, he had already sustained some minor internal injuries from executing that one move. He still needed to improve his physical fitness further before he could reliably display the principles of the Truth Realm and Refinement Realm in the real world. Meanwhile, the life potion was something Feng had only heard of during his previous life. He had never actually seen one before, much less consumed one. The life potion was not sold to the public. It was many times more valuable than even S-rank nutrient fluids. Although the life potion couldn't resurrect the dead, it could cure all internal injuries and strengthen the user's physique. It was even rumored that long-term consumption of the life potion could rejuvenate the user. Moreover, these were still not the most important point about the life potion. The truly amazing aspect of the life potion was its ability to invigorate a person's brain cells, making cerebral development easier. Due to these reasons, after God's domain had spread its influence throughout the entire world, the life potion became something all powers fervently competed over. Those powers that managed to secure themselves a stable supply of life potions had been able to nurture a batch of peak experts and apex experts quickly. Feng found Wang Zongquan's possession of 6 life potions simply unbelievable. However, Wang Zongquan misconstrued Feng's comment as a complaint that this amount was too little. He hurriedly explained, "Hall Master, this is really all that I have. However, I heard that 9 State City is about to hold an internal auction and that life potions will be sold there. Here is the invitation card I received. Aside from this, I really don't have any more life potions." Feng could tell that Wang Zongquan was not lying. He also understood that it was already plenty amazing for someone like Wang Zongquan to obtain 6 life potions. After all, ordinary martial arts masters couldn't get their hands on even 1 bottle, let alone 6. Fine. We'll forget about monetary compensation, but I need you to help me with a matter, Feng said, nodding as he accepted the invitation. Wang Zongquan inwardly breathed out a sigh of relief at Feng's words. He then said confidently, "Hall Master, please speak freely. As long as it is something I can accomplish, I'll definitely do it. It's very simple. I want you to go teach Xingluo a lesson," Feng said, smiling as he patted Wang Zongquan's shoulder. Since Xingluo had already taken the initiative to make trouble for him, Feng naturally had to respond in kind. Although Feng was currently slightly stronger than Wang Zongquan, he was quite inferior to the professional hitman when it came to dealing with people outside of an official competition. If he tried to take action against Xingluo, his actions would no doubt get exposed very quickly. Not to mention, Feng didn't have that much free time to take part in such matters. He had his hands full dealing with Zero Wing. This Wang Zongquan could not help being shocked by Feng's request. "Hall Master, Xingluo is the Starline Corporation's heir. If I do so..." "Since that is the case, let's continue discussing the commotion you've caused," Feng said, his voice taking on a chill if not for Feng having improved sufficiently quickly and displaying absolute strength against Wang Zongquan. Wang Zongquan would have definitely continued trying to make trouble for the Heaven's Rumble Training Center even after suffering defeat at Fire Dance's hands. Hence, Feng naturally couldn't let him off the hook too easily. Feng did not doubt Wang Zongquan's ability to meet his demand in the slightest. As for the consequences for Wang Zongquan after carrying out this feat, this was not something Feng cared about. I'll do it. I'll make sure Hall Master won't be disappointed. Wang Zongquan assured hurriedly while nodding after sensing a trace of killing intent from Feng. Wang Zongquan had an instinctive fear of neutralizing Grandmasters stemming from his understanding of their power. So long Feng wanted to, unless Wang Zongquan fled to the ends of the world, he wouldn't be able to escape Feng. Compared to earning Feng's ire, provoking a major corporation's heir held much lighter consequences. Not to mention, Feng had only told him to teach Xingluo a lesson, not to kill the man. If Wang Zongquan limited his actions, the Starline Corporation wouldn't go all out in dealing with him. In fact, the corporation would avoid making a huge fuss about this. After all, if news of this matter were to leak to the public, the Starline Corporation would become a laughingstock for its rivals. Moreover, Wang Zongquan was originally already furious at Xingluo for sending him to pick a fight with a neutralizing Grandmaster. He could use this opportunity to get some payback as well. Upon seeing Wang Zongquan leave the Heaven's Rumble Training Center dejectedly, the upper echelons of the various training centers and dojos present promptly went to Feng and Xiaoyu to congratulate them. They even sent the Heaven's Rumble Training Center huge gifts. These training centers and dojos no longer entertained any thoughts of causing trouble for Heaven's Rumble. In fact, they even showed signs of submitting themselves to Heaven's Rumble, a scene that stupefied the fighting enthusiasts in the hall, who all wondered what kind of background the Heaven's Rumble Training Center possessed. News of this matter quickly spread throughout Fenglin City. Chapter 2192, Seizing Fenglin City. After Wang Zongquan's departure, many of the training center and dojo members present were tempted to join the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. The various fighting enthusiasts present, on the other hand, immediately started applying to join Heaven's Rumble. Previously, everyone thought that the Heaven's Rumble Training Center was a sham. However, after seeing Feng, Heaven's Rumble's Hall Master, defeat Wang Zongquan easily and overhearing the comments of the various internal force experts present stating that Feng was a Grandmaster martial artist, they realized that Heaven's Rumble possessed genuine ability that was far superior to that of the other training centers and dojos in Fenglin City. Moreover, Heaven's Rumble was equipped with state-of-the-art training and medical facilities. Just these points alone already held a great temptation for the various fighting enthusiasts. After just a few hours, the Heaven's Rumble Training Center had gained more than 5,000 members already. As for becoming a disciple of Heaven's Rumble, not everyone could do so since Feng had set certain requirements. The Heaven's Rumble Training Center's main purpose wasn't to generate profits. It would serve as a talent pool for Zero Wing to recruit from. Hence, ordinary people couldn't become disciples of the training center. Moreover, the disciples of training centers and dojos generally enjoyed much better treatment than ordinary members. They would be taught things that were not shared with the public. The recruitment requirements for disciples naturally had to be strict. Even so, after half a day of testing, Heaven's Rumble still managed to recruit more than 200 disciples. This situation excited Xiaoyu greatly. Despite having managed the Big Dipper Training Center for many years now, he had never seen so many people joining a training center on the day of its grand opening. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As Heaven's Rumble's name spread, even more people would join. Afterward, so long as Heaven's Rumble managed to nurture some disciples that achieved high rankings in Fenglin City's annual fighting competition, the Heaven's Rumble Training Center could easily become the head of Fenglin City's fighting industry. As the Heaven's Rumble Training Center bustled with activity, Zhuolinqiu suddenly approached Feng. Zhuolinqiu's appearance had been completely silent. Most of the people inside the hall had overlooked his existence. Only a small number of internal force experts had managed to notice him. What a powerful person! His strength is most likely on par with Wang Zongquan's, Chen Tianhe exclaimed in his heart when he saw Zhuolinqiu approaching Feng. Wang Zongquan had an overbearing and explicit aura. On the other hand, Zhuolinqiu gave off a sense of emptiness and restraint. The two of them were polar opposites of each other. If an ordinary person were to compare the two of them, they would definitely judge Wang Zongquan to be stronger. However, those who had trained to Chen Tianhe's standards no longer judged people's strength based on aura alone. Moreover, concealing one's aura was much more difficult than simply letting it run wild. This was also a technique Chen Tianhe had been studying for quite some time now. Unfortunately, he had just barely scratched the surface of the technique thus far and was definitely inferior to Zhuo Linqiu. One could say that, in terms of technique and spirit, Zhuo Linqiu was above Wang Zongqiu and Zhuo Linqiu. Why is he here? Zhang Tianya was stunned when he saw Zhuo Linqiu. Unlike Chen Tianhe, Zhang Tianya was not only an internal force expert but also the heir of one of Fenglin City's top 5 financial groups. Zhuo Linqiu had once visited Fenglin City. Back then, the various financial groups of Fenglin City had promptly gathered to welcome him to the city. Moreover, the leaders of every financial group, including the Zhang clan group, had been present during this gathering. These leaders all treated Zhuo Linqiu with great respect. As for Zhang Tianya, as he was part of the younger generation, he could only watch the gathering of VIPs from the sidelines. Zhuo Linqiu was someone who was only half a step away from becoming a neutralizing Grandmaster. Unfortunately, due to his advanced age, his physique could no longer keep up with his mind. As a result, he could never cross the final threshold and remained stuck at the apex of the internal force realm. Whether it was in terms of status or strength, Zhuo Linqiu was an existence that Zhang Tianya could only look at in awe now. However, Zhuo Linqiu was actually taking the initiative to greet Feng during the time Chen Tianhe and Zhang Tianya were wondering about Zhuo Linqiu's purpose here. Zhuo Linqiu arrived before Feng Hall. Master Shi, are you free for a private chat? Zhuo Linqiu asked in a low tone. At this moment, Zhuo Linqiu no longer viewed Feng with contempt. On the contrary, he now looked at the youth with a trace of fear and respect. Neutralizing Grandmasters were existences beyond the circle of ordinary internal force experts. However, as the butler of the 5 States Corporation's heir, Zhuo Linqiu was quite familiar with the existence of neutralizing Grandmasters, so he knew intimately how powerful they were. Even major corporations would not dare slight neutralizing Grandmaster. Sure, let's head upstairs, Feng said, nodding. He had long since known about Zhuo Linqiu's arrival in the Heaven's Rumble Training Center as well as the man's purpose for visiting. He also knew about Han Yifeng's determination to invest in God's domain. Meanwhile, with how successful Zero Wing currently was in God's domain, the temptation it held for Han Yifeng went without saying. Given these two things, it was obvious that Han Yifeng was waiting for an opportune moment to make Zero Wing an offer it could not refuse. Only Zero Wing's strength surpassed Han Yifeng's expectations. Now, even Starlink could not make short work of Zero Wing and could only pursue a war of attrition after today's performance. It would be very normal for Han Yifeng to grow impatient and take action immediately. Feng led Zhuo Linqiu to the top-floor reception room, leaving the training center's matters to Xiao Yu, Fire Dance, and Bai Qingxue to manage. How is this possible? Zhang Tianya gaped in shock at the respectful attitude Zhuo Linqiu showed Feng. Zhang Tianya could tell that Bai Qingxue and Feng's relationship was not simple at all. Otherwise, Bai Qingxue wouldn't have invited him to help the Heaven's Rumble Training Center previously. Although Zhang Tianya felt that Feng's strength as a neutralizing Grandmaster was indeed amazing, he did not consider himself inferior to Feng. After all, he was still young. He was also one of Fenglin City's top fighting prodigies. He still had plenty of room for improvement and a chance to become a neutralizing Grandmaster himself in the future. Moreover, he also had the Zhang clan group behind him. Even though Feng currently had his identity as a neutralizing Grandmaster, he would still need at least a decade to develop the Heaven's Rumble Training Center to a level that rivaled the Zhang clan group now. However, even Zhang Tianya's sole redeeming feature appeared laughable. The only person capable of commanding Zhuo Linqiu to pay someone a personal visit was Han Yifeng, the heir of the 5 States Corporation. This meant that Han Yifeng was trying to make contact with Feng. If Feng had Han Yifeng's backing, then getting the Heaven's Rumble Training Center to surpass the Zhang clan group would truly be a piece of cake. Inside the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's top-floor reception room. Mr. Zhuo, may I know what business you have with me? Feng asked as he sat down. I'm here to relay a message from my young master, Hall Master Shi. Starlink is not as simple as you think it is. Lu Xingluo is receiving guidance from someone higher. Sending Wang Zongqiuan to Heaven's Rumble this time was merely a test. Once Lu Xingluo has a clear idea of the Heaven's Rumble Training Center, I'm afraid he and the person behind him will take serious action. My young master advises you to be extra careful against Lu Xingluo, Zhuolinqiu said gravely. The strength Feng displayed this time was indeed frightening. Even an existence like the Starline Corporation would not wish to provoke a neutralizing Grandmaster casually. However, with Zero Wing standing in Starlink's way and forming quite an enmity with Starlink, it did not matter even if the Heavens Rumble Training Center had the backing of a neutralizing Grandmaster. The Starline Corporation still had plenty of ways to destroy the training center in secret. Moreover, even if the Starline Corporation couldn't touch Feng himself, it could still deal with the other members of Zero Wing. Please give my thanks to young Master Han for his reminder. I'll make sure to be more careful from now on. If young Master Han needs any help in God's domain, please feel free to seek out Zero Wing, Feng said. He understood that Han Feng was trying to sell him a favor this time. Moreover, Han Feng was also finally treating him as a potential partner rather than another pawn or subordinate. I will relay this to my young master. If there are no other matters, I will take my leave now, Zhuolinqiu said as he stood up, showing no intention of staying even a moment longer. After Zhuolinqiu left, Feng sank into deep thought. Although his strength had already improved by a significant margin and many of the dangers he would normally have to worry about were no longer a concern, just like Han Feng said, the various major corporations were not as simple as they made themselves out to be. The Starline Corporation would have no difficulty dealing with both the Heavens Rumble Training Center and Zero Wing from the shadows. It seems I have to improve my strength quickly, nurture more experts, and develop my power in Fenglin City. Feng understood that even though the Starline Corporation seemed helpless against the current Zero Wing, if it took covert action, Zero Wing would be helpless to do anything about it. The only way to avoid such an outcome was to increase Zero Wing's status and influence in the real world afterward. Feng took out one of the life potions, which Wang Zongquan had someone secretly deliver to him. He admired the icy blue liquid contained inside the glass bottle, then popped the cap and drank the liquid. He needed to improve his own physique first, above all else. Chapter 2193, Life Potion's Effects. The instant Feng consumed the life potion, a cool sensation spread across his entire body. Shortly after, his body started heating up as if all its cells had just gained new life. Amazing. My injured muscles recovered significantly as soon as I drank it. With this, I'll be completely healed in less than half an hour. Feng was shocked to feel his injuries healing at a rapid pace. The injuries he sustained from overexerting his muscles had been severe and would have taken at least 2 or 3 days to fully recover, even with the help of the most advanced medical facilities in the world. Now, however, he would need only half an hour to make a full recovery. The life potion's effects were truly divine. Moreover, aside from it healing his injuries, Feng could also sense it starting to invigorate and strengthen his body cells. By the time his body completely absorbed the life potion, his physical fitness would have definitely improved by quite a significant margin. It's no wonder life potions sold for such ridiculous prices in the past. With my current condition, if I use this long term, I'll gain the physical fitness of an actual Grandmaster within 2 months, Feng thought to himself, a passionate flame burning in his eyes as he gazed at the 5 remaining bottles of life potion on the table. Recently, his physical fitness had hit a bottleneck. Despite a greater training load, his gains were negligible. He would have to train for a very long time to see any noticeable improvements. If he wished to improve his strength quickly, the only way to do so was by becoming a neutralizing Grandmaster. Neutralizing Grandmasters were known as such because their control over their bodies had already reached the acme of perfection. This was especially true for their control over their brains, which allowed Grandmasters to accelerate their hormone production and metabolism, thereby further improving the body's performance. Meanwhile, the life potion would help him break through this bottleneck and further improve his physical fitness by a significant margin. However, each bottle of life potion was effective for only 6 days. Even if he used all 6 bottles himself, they would last him only 36 days. He would need a few more bottles to reach the Grandmaster standard. So long as his physical fitness was at the Grandmaster standard, even if his control was still wanting, he would be able to exchange moves with a true neutralizing Grandmaster. An hour later, seeing as it was close to 6 in the evening already, which meant that daytime was approaching in God's domain, Feng decided to make his way back to Zero Wing's headquarters and further strengthen the headquarters' security. Indeed, Just like Zhuo Linqiu had said, it was very likely that Lu Xingluo had sent Wang Zongquan just to probe the situation on Zero Wing's side. Once Lu Xingluo and the ones behind him were done with their investigation, they would most likely start taking action in secret. Hence, he needed to strengthen Zero Wing's security measures and its core members. Originally, Feng had planned to let Fire Dance and the others use the life potion as well. However, on second thought, he decided against it. Although the life potion was useful to everyone, using it on ordinary people and basic internal force experts was too much of a waste because the physical fitness of these people was still far from hitting a bottleneck. They had many other means to improve themselves rapidly. Moreover, through the experiment Feng had conducted using Wang Zongquan, he had confirmed that one could improve one's strength in the real world by reaching the refinement realm and truth realm in God's domain. By combining the principles of these two realms with his guidance and training, Fire Dance and the others could contend against internal force experts, even if they had yet to grasp internal force. If one possessed such combat standards in the real world, they could cope with many troublesome matters in the real world. Once he trained Zero Wing's core members to an adequate level, all they needed to do was participate in various fighting competitions and achieve stunning results. Once that happened, the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's status and influence in Fenglin City would increase drastically, and the training center would become the true leader of the city's fighting industry. At that time, even if Lu Xingluo wanted to, he would have great difficulty hindering Zero Wing's operations in the city. Meanwhile, to achieve this goal of his, Feng intended to prepare the Lost Town to receive more of Zero Wing's members immediately instead of limiting access to just the guild's main force. Having more members reach the Truth Realm would greatly bolster Zero Wing's strength and increase its ability to cope with the various superpowers of God's domain. After all, now that Stone Forest City was achieving such enormous success, the superpowers definitely wouldn't just sit still and let it be. After Feng finished updating the security measures in Zero Wing's headquarters, he logged back into God's domain when Feng appeared back inside his special forging room in the Candlelight trading firm. He suddenly felt his mind was more unrestrained than before, as if it had more scope for processing things now. So, this is the effect of the life potion? Feng could not help but be surprised with his current state. He felt that he could learn even a silver combat technique previously. Although he had obtained a silver legacy stone tablet, he had yet to use it even now because he already difficulty learning bronze combat techniques, let alone silver combat techniques. Even domain realm experts would have a very low likelihood of mastering one. The reason why this was the case wasn't a deficiency in combat standards but two other issues. The first issue was an inadequate physique. Executing a silver combat technique required a physique at the Tier 3 standard at minimum. The second issue was an insufficient brain capacity. Silver combat techniques were extremely complex. If one's brain was not sufficiently active, it would not be able to process the complex actions required to execute the technique. Of course, this problem could be solved so long as one continuously improved their physique in God's domain. However, a Tier 2 physique was still far from the point where it could lower the mental difficulty of learning a silver combat technique. During the time Feng was researching the benefits of the life potion, Aqua Rose suddenly called him guild leader. "I have two people here who say they want to meet you," Aqua Rose said. "Both of them are here on someone else's behalf. They say it's related to an agreement you have with the Midnight Tea Party's vice commander, Endless Scars." "Endless Scars?" Nodding, Feng said, "All right, I'll head over right away." Endless Scars had previously sought his help with a matter, and he had agreed to help her out in his personal capacity. However, there had been no word from her after that, so he had gotten the impression that the woman had already forgotten about their agreement. He never thought that she would contact him now. However, an agreement was an agreement. Since Endless Scars had sent someone to contact him, he naturally had to go meet with these representatives. He took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported back to the White River City Guild residence inside the top-floor reception room of Zero Wing's residence in White River City. Aside from Aqua Rose, there were currently two other people, a man and a woman, in the reception room. Both looked to be around 30 years old. Although the man had a gaunt frame, he gave the impression of a wild wolf. The aura he radiated was sharp and unruly in nature. As for the woman, her appearance was not the slightest bit inferior to Aqua Rose's, only more mature. She also radiated the aura of a predator burning. What do you think is going through Scars's mind? She's actually wasting a slot on Black Flame, the other woman in the room asked the man sitting beside her, her eyes filled with confusion. Although Black Flame has indeed reached the domain realm, our task isn't something that can be accomplished with just superior combat standards. In my opinion, Black Flame isn't comparable even to Lai Jia. I don't know, but the slot belongs to Scars. How she decides to use it is beyond my control. If we find out that Black Flame really isn't good enough, it won't be too late to replace him with someone else, the man named Burning Sea replied, smiling as he shook his head while the two were conversing in private. Feng had entered the room. The instant Feng entered, the pair started scrutinizing him. Similarly, Feng studied the duo. Who are these two people? Feng was surprised when he inspected the duo using omniscient eyes. The man was a level 72 berserker named Burning Sea, and he had 5 pieces of epic equipment on him. As for the woman, she was a level 72 cleric named Frozen Gem. Although she sported only 3 pieces of epic equipment, the quality of her staff was indiscernible even with omniscient eyes. The equipment standards of these two players were undoubtedly among the best available in God's domain right now. Ordinary peak experts definitely were no match for them. Moreover, both players actually radiated an aura that was much more intense than that of a great lord. They also gave Feng a strong sense of danger. However, Feng couldn't pinpoint the source of that danger. Yuri Black Flame? Burning Sea asked in a questioning tone. That's right, Feng answered, nodding. May I know what business Scars has sent you two over for? Good. In that case, let me see whether you are qualified or not. Upon receiving a positive answer from Feng, Burning Sea immediately unsheathed the great sword slung on his back and sent a sword light slashing at him. In the next moment, the sword light split into 12 copies of itself, each copy seemingly having a life of its own as they cut at Feng from 12 different directions. Moreover, each sword light carried strength rivaling that of a great lord of the same level. All 12 sword lights attacked together like 12 great lord-ranked wolves pouncing on him simultaneously. Even domain realm experts might not be able to replicate Burning Sea's proficiency in combining a combat technique and a skill. Chapter 2194, Spiritualization Realm. Although Burning Sea was a Tier 2 berserker, his attacks were faster than even that of Tier 2 assassins. As if they had a life of their own, the 12 sword lights locked down Feng, leaving him no room to dodge at all. How merciless. Frozen Gem was surprised by Burning Sea's attack. She had never thought that he would be even more ruthless than herself. The combat technique Burning Sea was using was an advanced combat technique called Wolfpack and was his trademark move. When he combined it with the Tier 2 skill Chaotic Flash, even domain realm experts would have an extremely difficult time coping with this move. After all, this was not a move that could be seen through and blocked easily. If Feng wished to retreat unscathed in this cramped space, he would have to use a life-saving skill. Otherwise, if even one of the sword lights hit, Burning Sea would be able to capitalize on the situation and follow up with a series of moves, giving Feng no room to breathe at all. Against such an assault, even shield warriors and guardian knights would fall quickly. However, contrary to Frozen Gems and Burning Sea's expectations, Feng did not activate a life-saving skill despite the imminent arrival of the 12 sword lights. Instead, he brandished his 2 swords and met the 12 sword lights in Battle Sword's orbit. The sword's orbit that Feng was executing was markedly different from before. Now, the technique looked much plainer and simpler. He also executed only a handful of slashes. Even so, these few slashes created a seemingly airtight defense around him, as all 12 sword lights had their attack trajectories twisted by an invisible force in the next moment. Like a pack of hungry wolves that stumbled across a mighty lion, the 12 sword lights took the initiative to detour around the swordsman's spiritualization. His technique usage has already reached such a standard? Frozen Gem exclaimed when she saw Feng smoothly and effortlessly neutralizing Burning Sea's attacks. Meanwhile, when Burning Sea saw this scene, he promptly halted his offensive and quietly eyed Feng as if he had just found some kind of treasure. Amazing. I never thought that you'd already be in the spiritualization realm. No wonder Scars wants to give her last slot to you. Burning Sea raved in excitement. While Burning Sea was talking, Aqua Rose had completed the incantation for her spell and was about to attack Burning Sea. However, Feng stopped her midway, then calmly asked, "May I know what you two are doing here? Also, what is this spiritualization realm you mentioned?" Feng was aware that Burning Sea's attack was some sort of test for him. This was obvious from how Burning Sea had stopped attacking as soon as Feng neutralized the Berserker's first move. As for the spiritualization realm the two spoke of, this was Feng's first time to hear about such a thing. Sorry. We are inviting you to help us with a very important mission. We cannot afford any carelessness on this mission, so we needed to test you. Still, I never thought you would be this powerful. As expected of the person Scar's views favorably, Burning Sea apologized sincerely. As for the spiritualization realm, it is a realm referring to the usage standard of combat techniques, which we discovered in God's domain. Of course, this is only a name we coined ourselves. As for what it is actually called, we aren't very sure either. I see. Realization immediately dawned upon Feng when he heard Burning Sea's words. May I know what Scars is asking me to do? The only realm he could think of that could be found in God's domain was the realms of truth. Apparently, Burning Sea's group had yet to come into contact with NPCs knowledgeable about the realms of truth or find any related information, hence, they were referring to the realms of truth using a name of their own. It was also no wonder Feng felt that Burning Sea's Wolfpack was special. The Berserker's execution of Wolfpack was completely different from the average combat technique. He had obviously applied the principles of the realms of truth. However, when Feng thought about how other people had also come into contact with the realms of truth and had even achieved a certain amount of success in them, he was still surprised. Burning Sea, in particular, had clearly entered the truth realm already. This definitely wasn't good news to Feng. Now that other people were exploring the realms of truth, Zero Wing's advantages would undoubtedly decrease considerably. The only thing worth celebrating now was that Zero Wing had a systematic training system for the realms of truth, whereas other people would have to slowly explore and master the realms of truth on their own. We discovered a mysterious secret land in the Sea of Death, and we wish to raid it. Only, that place is very special, tools cannot be used there, and everyone is suppressed to tier 0. We can use only the most basic skills and spells. Moreover, entering and leaving the secret land are extremely difficult. Contact with the outside world is also impossible. We have gone through great lengths to obtain the entry slots for this secret land, so we need the help of experts like yourself to secure the treasures there. Frozen Gem explained. In a situation where tools could not be used and skills and spells were heavily suppressed, players could rely only on their own combat standards to fight inside the secret land. A mysterious secret land in the Sea of Death? Feng concealed his surprise at Frozen Gem's words. Could they be talking about one of the Thunder God's secret lands? The Sea of Death was considered a forbidden land for players because the Sea of Death was where the Thunder God had perished. The Thunder God had set up plenty of secret lands in the Sea of Death, every one of which contained a considerable number of treasures. There were even fragmented legendary items and peak legacies in some of these secret lands. In the past, players had gradually discovered the Thunder God's secret lands after level 80. The various powers then frantically explored these secret lands. Since these secret lands were one of the first few places where players started encountering fragmented legendary items, the intensity of the competition over these secret lands was obvious. However, the Thunder God's secret lands were located in another space, making them impossible to enter and leave through normal means. There were several ways to enter these secret lands, and one of the most reliable ways was by obtaining special quest items that were dropped only by level 70+ sea monsters in the Sea of Death and then completing the quest these items provided. Another method was by obtaining the entry pass through killing special sea monsters. However, these special sea monsters did not appear in specific locations. Even if a first-rate guild went all out in search of these special sea monsters, they might not necessarily find one. The last method was by obtaining the guidance of the Thunder God's legacy and then completing a series of quests, which would then allow one to enter the Thunder God's secret land. Feng had never imagined that Endless Scars would be lucky enough to be able to enter one of the Thunder God's secret lands. Now alright, but I want priority selection over one of the dropped items, Feng said after giving the matter some thought. He naturally couldn't provide his help for free. There were far too many excellent items inside the Thunder God's secret lands. Every item in these secret lands was a treasure that could help improve a player's strength significantly. However, these were not the things Feng was aiming for currently. The various superpowers were keeping a close eye on Zero Wing. So long as these superpowers spotted an opportunity, they would surely strike at the guild. Moreover, even with the advantages Stone Forest City provided, Zero Wing was only capable of keeping itself alive but not contending against these superpowers. If Zero Wing wished to face the various superpowers in a frontal confrontation, the guild itself needed to grow stronger. Now that Zero Wing had a stable supply of internal members, it was only a matter of time before the guild gained a new batch of experts. The only problem now was that these new experts would be very underleveled and would not be able to exhibit their full strength. Although the veteran experts of the guild normally helped the guild's low-leveled experts level up, these low-leveled experts would still take a long time to catch up to the frontline experts. Meanwhile, there was one item available inside the Thunder God's secret lands that could help players level up quickly. It was also something that countless powers had sought to obtain in the past: the Guild Alchemy Workshop design. The Guild Alchemy Workshop was an advanced construction that allowed the production of potions exclusive to guilds, such as the Experience Potion. Guild members could purchase up to 2 experience potions from the workshop every day. Moreover, only players that were at least 5 levels lower than the average level of frontline players could purchase and use this potion. This potion was a miracle drug that enabled new players to catch up to frontline players quickly. However, the Guild Alchemy Workshop design was extremely rare. It dropped in only a select few secret lands and special team dungeons, including the Thunder God's secret lands. Hesitating, Burning Sea said, "We'll have to discuss this with our team leader. After all, this is something that concerns the entire team. The two of us don't have the power to decide on this." "That won't be a problem." Feng nodded in understanding. Burning Sea and Frozen Gem then went offline. By the looks of it, they were going to contact their team leader through the real world. After a short delay, Burning Sea and Frozen Gem came back online. Guild leader Black Flame, "I'm afraid we cannot agree to your request," Frozen Gem said resolutely. Chapter 2195, Nameless Team. Although you are an expert Scars has invited, there are still 9 other people in the team. Every one of them is an expert as well. If we give you priority in choosing the loot, it will not be fair to the other experts. Moreover, we are only working on commission. We won't be distributing the loot we obtain, Burning Sea explained. Hence, our team leader has rejected your suggestion. Of course, the remuneration we are offering for your help definitely won't disappoint you. Guild leader Black Flame, our team leader knows that Zero Wing has recently recruited a lot of new people in the real world and is also being targeted by Starlink, so it should be fast-tracking a batch of experts through the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Our team leader is willing to pay you 30 S-rank nutrient fluids. 30 S-rank nutrient fluids? Aqua Rose could not help being moved by Burning Sea's words. She was no longer an ordinary guild elder who was ignorant about the world. Instead, she was part of Zero Wing's core upper echelon and knew just how valuable S-rank nutrient fluids were. Originally, S-rank nutrient fluids were used only by fighting experts to recover quickly from a heavy injury. However, S-rank nutrient fluids' utility wasn't limited to healing injuries. If consumed after fighting an intense battle in God's domain, S-rank nutrient fluids aided in the development of one's brain capacity by providing the necessary nutrients. This was something Aqua Rose had personally experienced before. In fact, her consumption of S-rank nutrient fluids was a major factor behind the rapid improvement of her combat standards. Moreover, aside from herself, others such as Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, Cola, Shadow Sword, Alluring Summer, and Silent Blade also had similar experiences. However, S-rank nutrient fluids were extremely difficult to come by even if one had the money to purchase them. After making use of both Aqua Rose's and Gentle Snow's connections, Zero Wing had managed to secure only an additional dozen or so bottles. Since then, the guild had used up all its S-rank nutrient fluids, including the ones the White Tiger Dojo provided. As a result, the rate of improvement of Zero Wing's core upper echelons had recently been gradually decreasing. If Zero Wing could secure an additional 30 S-rank nutrient fluids, Combined with the training slots unyielding soul provided, Aqua Rose was confident that at least she and Gentle Snow could reach the flowing water realm within half a month, instantly increasing the number of flowing water realm experts. Zero Wing had by a large margin. Guild leader Black Flame. This is the greatest sincerity we can offer. May I know what you think of this? Frozen Gem asked. It was not easy to find a spiritualized expert. Even experts like Burning Sea and herself had managed to reach the spiritualization realm just recently. Now that she knew that Feng was a spiritualized expert, she naturally wanted to rope him in. However, at the end of the day, this team of theirs was established by their team leader, who wanted to secure the item inside the Thunder God's secret land no matter what, and he was unwilling to give others a share of it. This was something beyond her control. Nevertheless, the price of 30 S-rank nutrient fluids could be considered extremely high. Even hiring a super guild's old monster would not require such a price. However, doing so would also expose the Thunder God's secret land's existence to the various super guilds, something they definitely didn't want to happen. Of course, if Feng refused to help, then they would have no choice but to seek the help of those super guild's old monsters. After all, once they secured the item inside the Thunder God's secret land, they wouldn't really care whether those super guilds entered the secret land or not. What an irresistible offer. All right, I agree, Feng said, nodding while revealing a bitter smile at the same time. Feng also grew curious about the team leader Burning Sea and Frozen Gem mentioned. This team leader was truly generous to be able to offer 30 S-rank nutrient fluids as remuneration. Moreover, this person's information network was very powerful. Feng had just resolved the problem at the Heaven's Rumble Training Center, yet this person already knew about the troubles he faced and what he needed most right now. As for the Guild Alchemy Workshop design, Feng had no choice but to think of another way to obtain it. Not to mention, the design didn't have a 100% drop rate. His request before was merely for insurance afterward. Feng signed a contract with Burning Sea. If the mission was a success, he would receive 30 S-rank nutrient fluids as payment. In the event of failure, he would still receive 10 bottles. After confirming that the contract was signed, Burning Sea took out a crystal that crackled with electricity. Golden divine runes were carved all over the crystal. The crystal itself gave off a faint trace of divine might. In the next moment, Burning Sea threw the crystal to the floor. Suddenly, the space within the reception room started trembling violently. A moment later, a black hole the size of an adult male opened up inside the room. Here's your entry pass. Let's go, Burning Sea said as he took out a token made of magic crystal and handed it to Feng. He then took the lead and walked into the black hole. Once Feng accepted the entry pass, he followed Burning Sea into the black hole, leaving Zero Wing's affairs to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow to handle. After Feng entered the black hole, his vision turned black. When he could see again, he found himself in a desolate wasteland filled with electricity and flames. The wasteland was endless. From time to time, horrific lightning bolts would strike the ground, creating huge craters. Occasionally, towering pillars of fire would rise from the ground. The scenery here was the epitome of Armageddon, be it the lightning strikes or fire pillars. Even an ordinary person could tell that so long as they were struck by these things, they would definitely lose their lives. At this moment, however, a large number of demonic creatures was actually roaming this wasteland. These demonic creatures were all level 70 or above, and even the weakest among them was at the Lord rank, with many of them being Great Lords and Grand Lords. Moreover, the instant Feng stepped into this wasteland, his tier was suppressed to tier 0. This wasteland was undoubtedly a forbidden land for players. If an ordinary expert were to come here, they would most likely lose hope immediately. After all, if a player's tier dropped to 0, the effectiveness of their skills and spells would fall drastically. Their basic attributes and physique would decrease as well. Under these circumstances, ordinary expert players would have difficulty fighting even special elite-ranked monsters of the same level, let alone Lords and Great Lords. This would be akin to tossing an ordinary player into a team dungeon filled with boss monsters. The new guys here? Now that everyone's here, we can start advancing. At this moment, several voices came from a short distance behind Feng. Turning around, Feng noticed 7 people sitting on a gravel pile and resting. The group consisted of both young and old, male and female. Even the lowest leveled player in this group of 7 was level 72. Moreover, their equipment standard was not the slightest bit lower than Burning Sea's Endless Scars sat among this group of 7. Only, the current Endless Scars was a lot different from the last time Feng met her. Now, not only had her weapon and equipment undergone a massive improvement, but even the aura she exuded had transformed significantly. As if she were a demon that had just walked out of the abyss, her aura was filled with coldness and madness, entirely different from her calm and cheerful aura from before. When Endless Scars saw Feng, she simply greeted him with a nod. "Hello, I am the leader of this expedition team, Samsara," a white-haired man who appeared to be in his 30s said as he approached Feng. The white-haired man gave off a friendly vibe. Feng did not feel uncomfortable in the slightest while in the man's presence. However, the white-haired man was actually the highest-leveled player present, having already reached level 73. He could already rival Fire Dance, who was currently grinding relentlessly in the bottomless abyss, in terms of levels. As for the equipment the man wore, even the weakest piece was level 70 dark gold rank. In addition, he also sported 6 pieces of epic equipment. The shield and one-handed axe he carried were also of indiscernible rank. However, even though omniscient eyes could not discern the rank of the white-haired man's shield and axe, Feng recognized them because they had been extremely famous in his previous life. They were a set of magic weapons called the Purple Thunder set. The set's overall performance was much better than that of individual magic weapons. "Hello." Feng nodded as he looked at Samsara, his mind filled with confusion. His confusion was because he had never heard of the name Samsara in his previous life. Moreover, the Purple Thunder set's owner should be a Tier 5 female Guardian Knight, and the Purple Thunder set had never changed owners, as far as he knew. The female Guardian Knight had relied on this magic weapon set to rise to fame in God's domain. "Our mission this time is to reach the Thunder Temple in the deeper area of this plane. You've seen the situation here for yourself already. Since you're a swordsman, you and Happy Art will be responsible for the healer's safety as well as supporting the others in the team. Do you have any problems with this arrangement?" Samsara asked as he pointed at a female shield warrior with a beautiful appearance and a magnificent body. At this time, Feng was only 1 level away from the level 80 threshold. Currently, however, he had disguised himself as a level 72 swordsman, a very standard level in this team. As for his equipment standard, he had matched it to the equipment standard of current Apex experts. Anyone using an identification skill on him now would find that he was wearing 5 pieces of epic equipment, with the rest being level 70 dark gold equipment. Unless someone in the team could see through the concealment ability of his fragmented legendary ranked Nightwalker's cape, they would see only this information and nothing more. "That's fine." Feng nodded. In such a poor environment, fights would undoubtedly be drawn out and challenging. Hence, the healer could be said to be the backbone of the team. If the healer died, the team would not be able to advance at all. Moreover, the poor environment here had a much greater effect on magical class players, as their life-saving skills would be much less effective than usual. Hence, prioritizing the protection of the healer was indeed the best decision. "Since there are no problems, everyone, let's move according to the original plan," Samsara said to the others in the team. Upon hearing Samsara's command, everyone quickly fell into formation. The Guardian Knight Samsara took the lead while Burning Sea and Endless Scars supported him from the sides. The assassin and ranger of the team went to lure monsters over. As for Feng and the shield warrior Happy Art, they flanked Frozen Gem, who was the team's healer. "New guy, the monsters here are very powerful. Run to me if you find yourself unable to hold on," Happy Art said as she clapped Feng's shoulder in a friendly manner. "All right, I'll be troubling you at that time." Feng responded. Feng could tell that this beautiful shield warrior was very powerful. Her strength was most likely on par with Burning Sea. She would be treated as a genius even in super guilds, although he had never heard of the name Happy Art in both his past and current lives. As a shield warrior, she would be much better at tanking monsters than a swordsman like himself. Since the other party was showing him goodwill, he naturally wouldn't reject it. After Samsara finished making sure everyone knew what they needed to do later, he led the team deeper into the desolate wasteland. Chapter 2196, Monstrous Strength. Lightning bombarded the desolate wasteland. Even expert players, if they weren't careful, would be struck and turned to ash. However, Samsara and the others advanced through the wasteland as if the lightning didn't exist at all. Only the swarming demonic creatures gave them any trouble. Thunder Tiger, demonic creature, Lord. Level 76. HP 36, 000/36, 000/000. Hell Python, demonic creature, Great Lord. Level 77. HP 63, 000/000/63, 000/000. Even under normal circumstances, these demonic creatures were already tough opponents. But in the Thunder God's secret land, where players' tiers were reduced to 0, these monsters were even more of a challenge. These monsters attacked in groups of 20 or more and could easily annihilate a 100-man team of ordinary experts. Everyone, get ready. Old Locust and Formless, lure some of the monsters away. Everyone else, follow the plan. Samsara calmly directed his team as he watched the approaching demonic creatures. Leave it to this old man. The elderly assassin named Maple Locust declared as he charged forth. Meanwhile, the young ranger, Formless Arrow, freed his bow and fervently fired his arrows. He released 36 arrows, hitting 18 3-meter-tall thunder tigers, in the blink of an eye. Moreover, every arrow found its target in the thunder tiger's eyes, blinding the demonic creatures even if they didn't cause any substantial damage. Unable to see their prey, the thunder tigers halted their advance and swung their heads in confusion. Maple Locust made his way to the group of demonic creatures and used a smoke bomb, obscuring the area with smoke. The smoke drastically limited visibility in the area, and the thunder tigers were not immune to its effects. Meanwhile, Maple Locust quickly located the 7 demonic creatures he hadn't blinded and threw his daggers, each dealing over -6,000 damage. His damage was overwhelmingly low for a Tier 2 expert. The 2 Hell Pythons and 5 Thunder Tigers bellowed with fury as the daggers found their marks. Enraged, they charged through the smokescreen and pounced on the assassin. Even ordinary Tier 2 experts would likely die instantly under an assault from 2 Great Lords and 5 Lords, but Maple Locust had predicted these attacks and dodged the Thunder Tiger's strikes. Although he failed to dodge the Hell Python's attacks, his timing with wind steps was perfect, and using the skill's brief invulnerability to block the Great Lord's attacks, he used the impact to pull more than a dozen yards away from the demonic creatures. The techniques Maple Locust and Formless Arrow displayed were frighteningly impressive. Their timing and use of their surroundings were amazing. Even peak experts would be shocked to see it. After all, both players were currently Tier 0, not Tier 2. The assassin quickly lured the 7 demonic creatures through the smokescreen and toward the team. Seeing this, Samsara, Burning Sea, and Endless Scars promptly aggroed the 2 Hell Pythons, with Samsara and Burning Sea working together against one, while Endless Scars pinned down the other by herself. The Shield Warrior, Happy Art, aggroed 3 of the remaining Thunder Tigers, and Feng worked with Heartless Sword against the last 2. Maple Locust and Formless Arrow then got to work, luring the other 18 Thunder Tigers away from the team. All of these players wore the best equipment available in the game right now, and although their tiers had been suppressed, their basic attributes rivaled ordinary Tier 2 players of the same level. Hence, they had no trouble pinning down a level 76 Lord. However, whether or not they killed the Lord would depend on their individual standards. The tier suppression in the Thunder God's secret land also affected players' skills and spells. As a result, players would not deal a lot of damage within the secret land. If players wished to increase their damage against these monsters, they had to maximize their efficiency with their combat standards, skills, and spells. As the team fought, each member skillfully combined their combat techniques with their skills and spells. The power they exhibited was far beyond what ordinary skills and spells were capable of, and they didn't waste a single hit as every attack struck the demonic creatures. As a result, the demonic creatures' HP continuously decreased. The team's overall DPS was only slightly less than that of ordinary Tier 2 experts. Who are these people? Feng watched his teammates fight, shocked. Could this be the butterfly effect? The fact that 5 of his 9 teammates were Domain Realm experts was already surprising, but the fact that these 9 players had reached the Truth Realm was even more frightening. However, aside from Endless Scars, Feng had never heard of these experts. While Feng had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past, He hadn't exactly had access to a lot of information, but he had enjoyed greater access than ordinary players. Any expert capable of reaching the domain realm had been an apex powerhouse in God's domain, able to reach tier 5 at the very least. However, Samsara and these others' names hadn't been among the tier 5 and 6 players he had known about. Of course, Feng may find his teammates' performances surprising, but he didn't fall behind in this fight. Feng's tier had been reduced to 0 as well, but his basic attributes could still rival current peak experts. Including the fact that he was a level 79 player, he easily suppressed the Thunder Tiger before him as he fought. Damages ranging from -30,000 to -50,000 began to appear above the Thunder Tiger's head, one after another. How is his strength so high? Happy Art's eyes widened in shock when she saw the damages appear above the demonic creature's even endless scars, the team's strongest player, and her strength was on par with the Thunder Tiger's. Knowing the woman's combat standards, this was why Samsara had her pin down one of the great Lord-ranked Hell Pythons by herself, keeping it busy. However, Feng literally pinned the Thunder Tiger he faced to the ground. We found a diamond in the rough. Maple Locust, who kited a group of Thunder Tigers, could not help but comment when he saw Feng. With this kid, we'll reach the Thunder Temple much sooner than anticipated. That's right. We really owe scars for this. It'll also be much easier to clear out these monsters, Samsara chimed in, nodding happily. The monster they had to deal with on the way was the most challenging aspect of reaching the Thunder Temple. Having a team member with such high attributes would undoubtedly relieve some of the pressure they had to face and significantly increase the team's survivability. Endless Scars only nodded in response to Samsara's praise, but even she was surprised to see Feng handle his monster so easily. Feng's extraordinary basic attributes were precisely the reason that she had chosen him to help with this mission. But she hadn't expected his attributes to be this high. She had drastically improved since they had last seen each other, replacing almost all of her previous equipment. She had also encountered a few fortuitous opportunities. Now, the power of her spells could easily overwhelm ordinary berserkers. And yet, Feng still surpassed her. It was unbelievable seeing the swordsman's powerful attributes also changed Samsara's attitude towards the boy. He stopped treating Feng like a simple mercenary. Instead, he entertained the fleeting thought of recruiting the swordsman into his team. Meanwhile, the team advanced far faster than their last visit due to Feng's contributions. After 3 days of fighting and resting, these players finally arrived before a magnificent temple. The temple was 10 meters tall, with a total of 3 floors. The very building radiated divine might that kept monsters at bay, creating a natural haven. Every member of the team had leveled up once after defeating higher-tiered monsters. Now, Feng was only 9% away from reaching level 80. However, Feng detected several dozen sources of killing intent as the team approached the Thunder Temple. Players? Feng mumbled as he spotted several dozen people exit the temple. Entering a Thunder God's secret land was not an easy task, especially for current players. Feng had already been surprised to learn that Samsara's group had entered one, yet they encountered other people in this secret land as well. Moreover, Feng found a familiar face among this group. Hidden Soul, the player known as Pride, in the Flower of 7 Sins. You're late, Samsara. Unfortunately, the Flower of 7 Sins has claimed this Thunder Temple. A keen-witted man in his 40s said. Smiling at Samsara, he continued, hand over the Thunder God's secret key, and I won't hold you accountable for your previous transgressions. Supreme Sky! Everyone retreat! Samsara shouted, paling when he saw the middle-aged man. It's too late. Activate the array. The man named Supreme Sky barked with a scornful expression. Immediately, over 20 Tier 2 assassins appeared around Samsara's team. They exploded into scattering blood mist. Despite the fact that players couldn't use tools in the Thunder God's secret land, this strange blood mist formed a magic array that enveloped the Thunder Temple and the players around it. Chapter 2197, Reckless. The instant the blood-red magic array formed around the Thunder Temple, Samsara's team lost 20% of their basic attributes. A blood magic seal. Samsara's expression darkened further when he saw the blood-red magic array that had manifested above the Thunder Temple. The blood magic seal wasn't a magic tool, but a special spell that players could learn. The Flower of Seven Sins had acquired its skill book in an ancient demonic ruin. Unlike normal spells players could learn, the Blood Magic Seal didn't have a tier requirement. To cast, it required a minimum of 6 players, and the moment they cast the spell, they'd sacrifice themselves to the demon god to create the sealing magic array. The strength of the sealing array was relative to the number of sacrifices made. The more players that sacrificed themselves, the stronger the magic array would become. With the minimum 6 players, the magic array would be powerful enough to trap a great lord. Since the Flower of Seven Sins team had sacrificed more than 20 players to cast the spell, not even a mythic monster could break out. Why should we fear them, leader? They may outnumber us, but we're no pushovers. Happy Art said every member of their team was even stronger than God's domain's peak experts. Even the various superpowers would fear them. Now, without the sacrificial assassins, the enemy team only had a little over 30 players. Even under the magic array's suppression and facing the Flower of Seven Sins experts, their team shouldn't have any issue killing these people. They didn't need to flee. Art. The situation is not as simple as you assume. These people are the Flower of Seven Sins cadre. Even the weakest of them can rival peak experts, Frozen Gem explained as she stared down their enemies. Moreover, their leader is Supreme Sky, one of the Flower's 7 commanders. She wouldn't have paid their opponent any mind if they were facing another superpowers expert team, even a 100-man team, but these weren't some random nobodies. Every one of them was just as strong as she was. One of the Flower of Seven Sins' commanders? Happy Art felt a chill crawl down her spine, and her expression changed. She was not some ignorant player. In fact, she had far more access to information than superpowers peak experts. She was, after all, one of the top prodigies. The Super Guild, 13 Thrones, had nurtured. 13 Thrones was even stronger than Battle Wolves, and it had far more information than most superpowers. The Flower of Seven Sins, however, was a transcendental assassin organization. Countless experts worked for the organization, and its inner structure was a mystery. Even until now, the various super guilds knew very little about the Flower of Seven Sins. They didn't even know how many cadres worked for the organization. Information about the Flowers of Seven Sins' 7 commanders, who held the most power within the organization, was scarce. Most players only knew the identities of 3 commanders, all of which possessed unfathomable strength. Even the various super guilds' old monsters feared them. With Happy Art's current strength, she would be fortunate if she could last 2 or 3 moves against one of these commanders. Happy Art had never realized that Supreme Sky was one of these 7 commanders. I already told you that you can't get away from me, Samsara. Now, are you going to hand the key over willingly, or must I take it from you? Supreme Sky asked. What's the point of wasting your words on them, Brother Sky? Let's just kill them and take everything they have, a level 74 male berserker beside Supreme Sky said, licking his lips greedily as he watched Samsara's group. The berserker wore a set of white bone armor and carried 2 dark blue greatswords across his back. That's right. They're merely a bunch of reckless fools. Since they have designs on what belongs to the Flower of Seven Sins, we need to teach them a lesson. A level 74 female elementalist wielding an icy blue staff commented indifferently. The pressure Samsara and his team felt doubled when these 2 players had spoken, and their expressions had darkened even further. Both players were members of the Flower's senior cadre. The man was called Sandbones, and he was both extremely strong and talented. Recently, he had single-handedly killed a heavily guarded upper echelon from a super guild, as well as 2 domain realm experts. The woman was Diverging Phoenix. Although she rarely took action, she had once killed a superpower's 100-man team. Moreover, the team's leader had been a domain realm expert. Although the superpower in question tried to avenge their fallen members, dispatching multiple 1,000-man teams to hunt this woman down, it had only suffered, never accomplishing anything. In the end, the superpower had been forced to give up its pursuit. Both players were deadly when they operated alone, but if they cooperated, they'd be an absolute nightmare. I'll give you the Thunder God's secret key, but you have to promise to let these people leave. They have nothing to do with this, Samsara said. As he gazed at the 30-plus experts behind Supreme Sky, he knew that he would not escape them today. He wasn't optimistic about their chances if they stood their ground and fought Supreme Sky's team either. Furthermore, the the Thunder God's secret key had a 20% to 30% chance of dropping if he died, and with the Flower of Seven Sins capabilities, they could likely increase that drop rate. Rather than risk losing everything, he should cut their losses. Leader? Burning Sea gave Samsara an anxious look. Burning Sea knew just how much time and resources Samsara had invested into obtaining the Thunder God's secret key, which had the potential of leading them to an ancient god's legacy and treasures. However, Samsara was willing to give all of that up to someone else. Since you're willing to hand over the key, I can let them off the hook, but each of them must offer 2 epic items. First, Supreme Sky agreed as he eyed Burning Sea and the others, his voice clearly hinting that there was no room for negotiation. Hearing this, Samsara and his teammates frowned. Even the various superpowers valued epic items, and handing over 2 such items was akin to having their combat power. This is daylight robbery, Supreme Sun. Even if we die, we'll, at most, lose 1 epic equipment. We might as well fight if you're demanding such a high price. You won't get off so easily either. I am one of 13 Throne's internal core members, and the guild won't let this matter rest. Happy Art denounced. Although the Flower of Seven Sins had a numerical advantage, she and her teammates were no weaklings. If they were going to suffer so grievously regardless of what choice they made, they might as well take some of these players down with them. Furthermore, if they died, they'd only lose 1 piece of epic equipment each. They might only lose a piece of dark gold equipment if they were lucky. The moment Happy Art finished speaking, Endless Scars and the others, who were familiar with the Flower of Seven Sins, inwardly shook their heads and frowned. At the end of the day, Happy Art was still too young. She had been protected by her super guild, so she wasn't aware of the Flower of Seven Sins' true power. Trapped within this seal, the Flower of Seven Sins members likely had a way to resurrect them. If they truly fought these players, they'd likely at least die twice. Moreover, each death would incur a more severe penalty than normal. Is that so? Then, why don't we put your conviction to the test? Supreme Sky said, laughing at Happy Art. Chapter 2198, Black Flame Takes Action. The Flower of Seven Sins members unsheathed their weapons, and the killing intent they radiated skyrocketed. Even Happy Art paled as their powerful auras washed over her. These players had intentionally suppressed their auras previously, so Happy Art hadn't realized what was so special about them, but now, she knew that every one of them was a threat to her life. She couldn't even imagine what kind of combat power all 30-plus players could display if they attacked together. You aim for mutual destruction? With just the 10 of you? Sandbone laughed at Happy Art. Brother Sky was doing you a favor by letting you offer 2 epic items, yet you don't know how to cherish such a thing. Not even all of the old monsters in your 13 thrones would dare utter a word before Brother Sky. Samsara and his team did nothing to refute Sandbone's arrogant claim. What Sandbone had said was indeed true. Although 13 Thrones was a veteran super guild, and its old monsters were amazing, they were nothing compared to Supreme Sky and the Flower of Seven Sins. Even if Supreme Sky killed its guild leader, 13 Thrones could do nothing but endure, much less if he killed a budding prodigy like Happy Art. Only the top 5 super guilds had any hope of picking a fight with the Flower of Seven Sins. Samsara, the young lady on your team is quite interesting to be brave enough to challenge me, Supreme Sky said. However, he did not issue the order to attack. Instead, he shifted his gaze toward Happy Art and laughed, saying, "It's been many years since I've faced such a situation. It really makes me feel nostalgic. Let's forget about the 2 epic items. Each of you can hand over a single epic item and leave, but as for the little girl, she'll have to give me 4 items. 11 Happy Art could feel rage boil within her. Supreme Sky was clearly toying with her. Don't involve others in your vendetta with me, Supreme Sky. Even if you have a way to increase the Thunder God's secret key's drop rate, you're not guaranteed to get it. Samsara snarled. If he instructed his team members to give in to Supreme Sky's demands, their reputation would be in tatters. Samsara, don't offer worthless threats. Do you think I would trap you here without preparing properly? Supreme Sky asked as he glanced at Samsara. The moment the magic array activated, the blood curse affected every one of you. Your death penalties have been increased by 300%, and any special item that has a chance of dropping upon death is now guaranteed to drop. Once you're dead, I can forcefully resurrect you once. Do you think it'll really be so hard for me to obtain that key? Since you have refused the opportunity one so graciously offered, you can sacrifice your lives. After saying so, Supreme Sky waved a hand. Immediately, Sandbone and the other experts behind Supreme Sky charged at Samsara's group. It seems we have no choice but to fight. As Samsara watched the Flower of Seven Sins members rush at his team, he issued a command in the team chat. We're adjusting our formation. Art, you and I will stand at the forefront. Old Locust, protect Gem. Formless, support Scars. I've been waiting for you to say that, leader. I've grown bored of fighting monsters. I finally get to play with some peak experts. Formless Arrow exclaimed, that's right. It's not every day that we get to meet a commander of the Flower of Seven Sins. I finally get the chance to see the flower's rumored strength, Heartless Sword commented, clearly anticipating the fight. The Flower of Seven Sins had always been incomparably mysterious. Most of the organization's outer members carried out its commissions. The flower's inner members rarely took action, and cadre members rarely ever exposed themselves to the public. To battle maniacs like Heartless Sword, fighting so many cadre members from the Flower of Seven Sins was a dream. My apologies, Black Flame. You've just joined the team, yet we've already dragged you into such a situation. Samsara sincerely apologized to Feng, and Scars couldn't help but do the same. She was responsible for introducing Feng to the team, after all. She had never thought that they'd become embroiled in such a dangerous predicament. However, before Samsara and Endless Scars could say anything more, Sandbone and his comrades were already within 30 yards of the team. Over a dozen ranged players from the Flower of Seven Sins immediately launched their attacks, sending hundreds of spells and arrows, all of which were incredibly accurate, flying towards Samsara and his teammates. As if they possessed a life of their own, they danced in the air, making it difficult for anyone to predict their trajectories. Happy Art, who had already reached the Void Realm, felt an immense amount of pressure bear down on her. She activated Shield Wall and focused her attention on dodging the incoming attacks, but even so, she had been struck 3 times and lost a considerable amount of HP. Samsara's situation was only slightly better, but when a few combination attacks struck, he stumbled backward as damages in the hundreds appeared above his head. When Formless Arrow tried to fire counterattacks, his arrows, which could pinpoint monsters' weaknesses, were utterly useless against Sandbone and the others. His enemies either dodged or blocked his arrows, failing to deal any damage. The difference between the two sides' combat power was obvious at a glance. Before Formless Arrow could fire a third volley, Sandbone and a dozen other melee players reached Samsara and Happy Art. 3 Flowers members worked together to pin down Samsara, and with the support from their ranged players, Samsara wasn't able to break free from their encirclement. 3 other experts pushed back Burning Sea. Although Endless Scars wanted to help Burning Sea and Samsara, Diverging Phoenix sniped at her from a distance, and she couldn't afford to split her attention. Meanwhile, Sandbone reached Happy Art, swinging both of his great swords at the young woman. Chaos Slash. The 2 great swords transformed into 16 phantoms, each flying toward Happy Art's blind spots like cunning snakes. Players' tears were reduced to 0 in the Thunder God's secret land, but all 16 of Sandbone's attacks were capable of causing sonic booms. His strength was definitely on par with the great lords of the same level. Seeing this, Happy Art quickly adjusted her footwork and tried to deflect the attacks. You're overestimating yourself. Sandbone sneered as he abruptly altered his attack trajectories, ensuring that Happy Art could only block them, not deflect them. Happy Art's defense was thorough, but Sandbone's combat standards and basic attributes were higher. When his attacks collided with her shield, they gradually shook apart her defensive stance. After taking a dozen or so hits, Happy Art finally exposed a hole in her defense, allowing one of the greatswords to slip past her shield. But just before the greatsword bit into Happy Art, a blue longsword stopped the weapon 3 inches away from the girl's side, and no matter how Sandbone pushed, he couldn't budge his weapon an inch farther. The unexpected development surprised Sandbone. His slash had contained a Grand Lord's strength. No one inside the Thunder God's secret land should be able to block his attack, yet when his great sword had met the blue longsword, he felt as if he had struck an impenetrable wall. Before Sandbone could react, another blue longsword flew toward him. On instinct, Sandbone brandished his other greatsword to defend himself. Boom. The impact forced Sandbone to stumble 2 steps back, the greatsword in his hand trembling violently. "Who are you?" Sandbone demanded, staring at the figure that had appeared beside Happy Art with a seriously unhappy expression. Anyone that could neutralize his attack and wielded even greater strength than his wasn't an ordinary expert. Not even Samsara could perform the feat. Black Flame. Chapter 2199, Suppressing the Mighty with Technique. Black Flame. Sandbone's lips curled slightly when he heard the name, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. "So, you're the guild leader of Zero Wing, the guild that foiled one of our previous operations. I've heard that you've defeated Sword Demon. It seems the rumors were true. With such strength, you qualify as a serious opponent." After saying so, Sandbone's aura transformed. If he had felt like a tiger, freed from its cage, he now felt like the calm ocean. Despite the lack of aura, great danger hid within him. "Be careful, Black Flame. His attack trajectories constantly change and are unpredictable," Happy Art hurriedly warned Feng when she noticed the transformation to Sandbone's aura. The fact that Feng had saved her and that his strength was higher than Sandbone's had surprised her, but she had learned just how frightening this berserker was after her brief clash with the man. Experts like her were stronger than ordinary experts because they could sense an enemy's attack trajectories and defend themselves or launch fatal counterattacks. However, she had been overwhelmed against Sandbone's assault. She couldn't predict any of his trajectories and, as a result, couldn't defend herself effectively. If a shield-wielding shield warrior had struggled to block Sandbone's attacks, then melee classes without shields, like berserkers, swordsmen, and assassins, would have an even more difficult time fighting this Flowers member. But before Happy Art could finish her warning, Sandbone had activated Charge against Feng, transforming into a blur before he reached his target. The Charge skill was guaranteed to inflict the fainted debuff. Normally, ordinary experts avoided the debuff by activating a skill that made them immune, but Feng was quite familiar with God's Domain's various main classes. He knew that the fainted debuff would not take effect until less than 1 yard separated the user and their target. Hence, Feng responded with a slash shadow blade. Multiple sword lights cut at Sandbone players, including Domain Realm experts, in the midst of activating Charge couldn't easily move while using the skill. Sandbone had no hope of stopping all 10 of Feng's attacks, each of which had enough power to make a great lord stumble. In a clash between experts of their standards, the slightest sign of weakness could be fatal. Knowing this, Sandbone forcibly cancelled his charge and followed up with a whirlwind slash, deflecting all of the incoming sword lights with his great swords. Meanwhile, he relied on his forward momentum to reach Feng. Suddenly, Sandbone's 2 great swords merged, and the resulting weapon radiated a blue glow. He then swung the glowing greatsword at Feng. The 2 swords merged. Happy Art was stunned. Aside from specific teleportation stones that only dropped in the Secret Land, tools couldn't be used in the Thunder God's Secret Land. This included weapons and equipment's additional skills. However, Sandbone's 2 greatswords had merged into one powerful weapon. It was unbelievable. The glowing greatsword was so powerful that space around it trembled. It definitely contained more power than a great lord. As the greatsword was about to smash into Feng, it transformed into 4 clones of itself. Even a Domain Realm expert would struggle to respond to such an abrupt change. Weapon merging and quadruple shadow slash? Feng also could not help his surprise to see the 4 sword lights fly toward him. Weapon merging was a super rare skill for the Berserker class, one that would be useful even after reaching Tier 5. The skill was even rarer than a fragmented legendary item, and it was so powerful because it allowed the user to elevate their weapon's quality by 1 rank. If the user used weapon merging on 2 dark gold weapons, they would become a single epic weapon. If the user wielded 2 epic weapons, however, the result would be a fragmented legendary weapon. The only downside to the skill was its short, 20-second duration. Of course, the resulting combat power from combining 2 epic weapons into a fragmented legendary weapon was no laughing matter. In a fight between peak experts, the sudden increase could decide the fight's outcome in an instant. Fortunately, weapon merging could, at most, produce a fragmented legendary weapon. If it were possible to create a legendary weapon, any berserker with this skill would be nearly invincible among players of the same tier. The 4 sword lights closed the distance to their target in an instant. However, Feng didn't activate a life-saving skill as Sand Bone had expected. Rather, the swordsman unsheathed the second longsword that hung at his waist and brandished its sword's transmigration. The trajectories of Sand Bone's 4 powerful sword lights abruptly altered, and 2 of them spun to attack their own wielder. Caught off guard, Sand Bone defended himself with his merged weapon, but he had only deflected one of the sword lights, taking the full brunt of the other. Like a cannonball, he shot backward by more than 30 yards before crashing into the ground, losing over half of his HP in the process and entering a heavily injured state. In response, the battlefield fell silent. How is that possible? Diverging Phoenix, who fought Endless Scars, was flabbergasted. She was very familiar with Sand Bone's strength, particularly when the berserker used weapon merging. Unless she activated a berserk skill, even she would have to focus on her defense for a time. However, berserk skills were prohibited in the Thunder God's secret land, and she couldn't believe that someone had actually thrown her companion. Even Maple Locust, who battled Hidden Soul, was astonished when he saw this black flame. When Happy Art saw the collapsed Sand Bone, she could not help but turn to look at the swordsman beside her. She felt as if she were meeting this swordsman for the first time. He is actually so powerful. Had he hidden his strength earlier? Endless Scars wondered, watching Feng in confusion. She knew he had high combat standards, but she hadn't known they were this high. Even the various super guilds feared the Flower of Seven Sins senior cadre members, yet Feng had rendered one of these players powerless. No one would believe her if she retold this tale. During the brief moment of silence, Feng glanced at the Thunder Temple and shouted in the team chat, "Everyone, retreat to the Thunder Temple's side building. I'll cover you." His and his teammates' basic attributes were suppressed while they were in the magic array. They were dreaming if they thought they could kill the Flower of Seven Sins cadre members. Not even Feng had much hope of success. Although he had repelled Sand Bone, he couldn't kill him. In fact, while he had told his team to run, the Flower's healers had already restored Sand Bone's HP to full. Unfortunately, Feng could only afford to use Sword's transmigration a limited number of times, and it was only a matter of time before his enemy wore him down. As if Supreme Sky understood the Thunder God's secret key's value, he hadn't moved from the Thunder Temple's main entrance since the fight had begun. He was also flanked by more than 10 ranged players. Breaking past that blockade and escaping into the Thunder Temple itself wasn't possible. Hence, the Thunder Temple's side temple was their only hope. The side temple was a special level 90,100-man team dungeon and a land of death for current players. However, fleeing into the dungeon was better than staying and letting the Flower of Seven Sins slaughter them. When he heard Feng's command, Samsara glanced at the side temple and noticed the dark red dungeon entrance. The colors signified the wide gap between the dungeon's level and the team's average level, but after some quick mental calculations, he realized that entering the dungeon was better than staying out here. Everyone, listen to Black Flame. Maintain formation and move toward the side temple. Samsara said, "I'll open a path. Cover me." Endless Scars said, gritting her teeth as she glared at the ring of Flowers members around their team. She then used the dozen or so elemental blades rotating around her to form a defensive net that would block incoming ranged attacks. She followed up with chanting an incantation, pulling some of her attention away from Diverging Phoenix. In response, a powerful force suppressed the area around her, blurring it. The mana within the space began to rampage, somewhat affecting players that came in contact with it. When Diverging Phoenix recognized what Feng and his teammates were planning, she pointed a finger at Endless Scars and growled, "Don't think you can get past us so easily. Everyone, focus your attacks on her." Receiving the command, 8 of the Flowers of Seven Sins melee players charged at Endless Scars to interrupt her casting, but before they could come within 20 yards of her, arcs of lightning snaked out to counterattack. These lightning strikes were the result of Feng's lightning edge, and the 8 melee players were forced to scurry back. Suddenly, a massive gash, 3 meters deep, split the ground between the Flowers' melee players and Endless Scars. "If you want to get to her, you'll have to go through me first," Feng said, smiling as he appeared beside Endless Scars' Black Flame. Diverging Phoenix bellowed. She immediately activated her strongest legacy skill, Divine Frost Lance under Diverging Phoenix's control, hundreds of frost lances flew toward Feng and Endless Scars. She planned to blow both players to smithereens. Meanwhile, the 8 melee players continued to make their way toward their target. Although Feng had incredible strength and had defeated Sandbone, all of them were peak experts. He couldn't protect Endless Scars from their coordinated and focused attacks. However, before the 8 melee players could move within 15 yards of the woman in question, the surrounding temperature abruptly plummeted. As the cold embraced their bodies, their movement speed and basic attributes decreased, slightly. Chilling Field. Due to the Thunder God's secret land's effects, Chilling Field had been reduced to a Tier 0 skill, but it was still a domain skill, suitable for group combat. Each containing 70% of Feng's strength, 6 icicles formed around the swordsman with more than enough power to deal with the Flower of Seven Sins members before him. Sword's orbit. Dazzling stars glittered within a 15-yard radius around Feng. His defense was far more solid when he combined the technique with his 6 icicles than when he executed it with 2 swords. Not only had his use of the technique prevented the 8 melee players from approaching, but he had also stopped the hundreds of descending frost lances. Isn't this a little too powerful? Burning Sea, who watched from afar, was astonished. He was already struggling against 3 Flowers members and the occasional ranged attack. From time to time, he even took a hit, yet despite facing 8 melee players and Diverging Phoenix's vicious bombardment, Feng emerged unscathed. The man was simply a monster. The situation even surprised Feng. He had never expected the life potion to be so effective that it improved his sword's orbit. Without it, his defense wouldn't have been nearly as solid. With Feng to defend her, Endless Scars finally finished casting her spell under her control. Powerful streams of air shot up from the ground, each with the strength of a great lord. The Flower of Seven Sins members were forced to evade, which allowed Samsara and the others to break away from their opponents quick. This spell won't last long. Endless Scars shouted. Samsara and his companions shook off the Flower's members and followed Feng into the side temple. Their enemies were left to watch as their prey escaped their grasp. Just before Feng and his team could enter the side temple, a frosty sensation assaulted them. Instinctively, Feng turned toward the sensation's source. Black flame, is it? Very good. I'll remember you, Supreme Sky coldly told the swordsman. Samsara and the other experts on the team shuddered when they heard Supreme Sky's declaration. For a moment, they felt as if the Grim Reaper had set his sights on their lives, which were no longer under their control. Is that so? I'll be waiting, Feng said, flashing Supreme Sky a grin. Feng had heard plenty about Supreme Sky during his previous life. The man had been famous for killing Super Guild's guild leaders many times, after all. However, since he had already ruined the man's plans, provoking him further didn't matter. Feng was no longer the player he had been in the past, and now he too stood at the apex of God's domain. As the Flower of Seven Sins members watched, Feng led Samsara and the team into the Thunder Temple's side temple. Chapter 2200, Bloodline Creature. As Feng and the others disappeared into the side temple, silence reigned outside of the Thunder Temple. Damn it. They actually managed to escape. Diverging Phoenix cursed. They had gone to great lengths to set up this ambush. Not even a Super Guild's guild leader should be able to slip through their grasp. However, due to Feng, their preparation had gone down the drain. If news of this failure spread, the Flower's other members would likely ridicule them. Escape? They're not out of the water yet, Supreme Sky said, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. He then commanded, call in a group of blood guards from the main headquarters, immediately. Phoenix, you and Sand will guard the side temple. This is the Thunder God's secret land. Even if Samsara's party dies, they're stuck here. They'll only be able to leave through those teleportation arrays. Let's make sure that side temple becomes their new home. Without someone to resurrect them, players that died inside a dungeon would automatically resurrect outside of the dungeon after some time, and in the Thunder God's secret land, players couldn't use any tools, including return scrolls. As long as they guarded the dungeon's entrance, Samsara's team wouldn't escape. Having entered the Thunder Temple's side temple, Supreme Sky knew that it was no place for current players. Not only was it a level 90 team dungeon, but it was also a special dungeon that didn't provide difficult options. In other words, This team dungeon only had one difficulty rank. Based on his experience, Supreme Sky deemed that it was the equivalent of a level 90,100 man. Hell mode team dungeon. Entering this team dungeon before level 90 and without top-tier level 90 equipment was suicidal. Samsara's party only consisted of 10 players, so their chances of survival were abysmal. Understood. Diverging Phoenix and Sand Bone nodded. Meanwhile, after passing through the side temple's entrance, Feng and the others felt as if they had arrived in another world. The hall, in which they stood, was full of 40-meter-tall divine statues. Although these statues were dilapidated after the ravages of time, they still emitted a faint trace of divine might. The hall contained 22 divine statues, each located beside a gigantic pathway. None of them knew where the pathways led, and the team began to wonder if they stood in an underground maze. Is this really a 100-man team dungeon? Burning Sea began to grow afraid as he looked around the colossal temple. He had felt the threat of death loom over him the moment he had arrived, and when he saw the 22 pathways, he felt as if he were looking down the maws of massive beasts. He knew players of their levels shouldn't be in this dungeon yet, and he couldn't help the powerless feeling he had once inside it. Just the idea of taking on the fully armed Naga guarding the pathways was enough of a reason to despair, not to mention exploring the pathways. Naga guard, Thunder God's kin, Bloodline creature, Lord. Level 87. HP 45, 000, 000/45, 000, 000. Naga guard captain, Thunder God's kin, Bloodline creature, Great Lord, level 88. HP 96, 000, 000/96, 000, 000. 20 of these monsters stood by each pathway's entrance with their team's equipment and combat standards. Dealing with one level 87 lord wouldn't be a problem, but taking on a group of them was a fool's dream. Furthermore, these lords were led by a level 88 Great Lord, but that wasn't the worst part. More importantly, all of these monsters were bloodline creatures, and the Thunder God's kin. Ordinary experts might not understand these titles' implications, but peak experts like Burning Sea, who had a deep understanding of God's domain's mechanics and history, were very familiar with the power bloodline creatures wielded. A bloodline creature had inherited strength from a more powerful being, Bomb, with superior bloodlines, as the name suggested. Although their bloodlines weren't on the level of archaic species, they weren't far from it. Meanwhile, being the Thunder God's kin meant these Nagas had inherited certain special abilities from the Thunder God. With these two factors combined, these Nagas would command extraordinary strength outside of the Thunder God's secret land. Their team would, more or less, be able to cope with these Nagas, but here, they were Tier 0 players. Even if they worked together, they might not be a match for a single Naga guard. These monsters are too strong for us right now. Our only option is to wait, Happy Art reasoned with a bitter smile. Although they had escaped the Flower of Seven Sins ambush, they weren't anywhere close to being in a safer position. The only thing worth celebrating was the fact that as long as they didn't move, these monsters wouldn't attack. Even Samsara and Endless Scars were at a loss for words when they saw the monsters moving forward would mean their deaths, and the Flower of Seven Sins definitely waited for them outside the dungeon. But doing nothing wasn't a solution either. No. We're not out of options, Feng said as he watched the Nagas guarding the pathways. We'll just have to take a huge risk. Any option is better than sitting here and doing nothing. Besides, it's not like we expected such a high-difficulty dungeon to not have risks. Samsara said. In that case, I have some things to settle first. I have fulfilled my end of our agreement. I want first pick of one item among the dungeon's loot, and I want command over the team throughout the raid, Feng told Samsara. In their previous deal, Feng had agreed to help Samsara's team until they reached the Thunder Temple. Since his mission was complete, he had no obligation to help Samsara or his people. That won't be a problem, Samsara said, nodding as he set Feng as the new team leader. No one else on the team voiced any objections to the arrangement. Most of them were under Samsara's employ, and since Feng had fulfilled his prior obligations, he had every right to negotiate new terms. Moreover, they had only avoided annihilation at the Flower of Seven Sins' hands thanks to Feng. Once Feng became the team leader, he assigned each member their tasks. He wasn't unfamiliar with the Thunder Temple's side temple in the least. The Thunder Temple itself had been quite famous throughout God's domain in the past. During his previous life, many superpowers' main forces had suffered tremendously in the Thunder Temple's side temple. Even after reaching level 90, those main forces had been helpless against the dungeon's Nagas. Not only were these Nagas stronger and faster than monsters of the same rank and level, but they also had extremely high lightning resistance as the Thunder God's kin. Moreover, they could command their own lightning abilities, imbuing their physical attacks with lightning-type magic damage and a certain chance of inflicting a paralysis debuff. Melee players had a particularly miserable time in this dungeon, especially MTs. Even if an MT successfully blocked the Naga's attacks, there was a chance that they'd be paralyzed for 1 or 2 seconds. To make matters worse, this dungeon's Nagas had high combat standards. 1 or 2 seconds was more than enough for them to land 2 or 3 more hits. Fortunately, the various superpowers had discovered these Nagas' weakness after repeated attempts to raid the dungeon. This weakness was the Nagas' slow turn rate. Although the Nagas had very high movement and reaction speeds, they couldn't immediately follow a player in a sudden turn that was greater than 100 degrees. The Nagas often overshot, missing their fleeing prey and forced to make a U-turn. Although Nagas could make the U-turn in 1 or 2 seconds, that was more than enough time for peak experts to distance themselves from the monsters. If peak experts used this moment appropriately and had an accurate grasp of timing and distance, they could easily kite the Nagas. They wouldn't have to face these monsters head-on, of course. A single mistake would send any player to their grave. This tactic didn't change the fact that Nagas were far faster than players. Hence, Feng had Maple Locust and Formless Arrow replace their current equipment with items that focused on agility and movement speed. As those attributes were his focus already, Feng didn't need to readjust his equipment at all. Even with his tears suppressed, his movement speed was still far higher than ordinary great lords. Later, Feng took the lead, luring a lone Naga guard that wandered the hall, with Formless Arrow and Maple Locust moving alongside the lord. The three of them then took turns aggroing the Naga, and when the monster moved within 20 yards of a player, someone else would attack and draw its aggro. With Feng's high damage and Formless Arrows provoke skill, the team's other ranged players could attack the Naga guard with impunity. Since the hall was so spacious, Feng and his companions had plenty of room to kite around the monster. Their low DPS was the only problem they faced. Even with endless scars and the others attacking the Naga guard with everything they had, its HP fell at a snail's crawl. Yet, the team persisted. A moment ago, they had been stuck with no options. They were fortunate to have the opportunity to kill these Nagas. Time passed quickly as they fought. Finally, after fighting for more than 20 minutes, one of Endless Scar's spells took down the first level 87 Naga guard. Everyone's experience bars immediately grew by a small chunk, and as they did, the crisp sound of a system notification reached their ears. Chapter 2201, Flying Levels. System, you have killed a Naga for the first time. Activating the Thunder God's Trial. Kill 1000 Nagas. Current kill count -1 system. This trial is a reward quest for entering the dungeon for the first time. You will automatically fail the quest if you die or leave the dungeon. Quest rewards unknown. You will not suffer penalties for failing the quest. A kill counter, displaying the number of slain Nagas, then appeared in the corner of everyone's system interface. Kill 1000 Nagas? Isn't this a little too demanding? Happy Art frowned as he read the system notification. They had spent more than 20 minutes just to kill one Naga guard, the weakest monster in this dungeon. They would need an absurd amount of time to slay 1000 Nagas. Moreover, this was only a dungeon quest. They could complete multiple quests elsewhere. With how much time it would take to complete the dungeon quest? Yes, it will be time-consuming, but these Nagas provide a lot of EXP. Our leveling speed here will be at least 50% faster than grinding outside of the dungeon, Burning Sea said in astonishment as he examined his experience bar. Their leveling speed in the Thunder God's secret land was already impressive, but leveling in this dungeon was 50% faster than grinding outside of it. This dungeon was an amazing leveling spot. Of course, a large part of the reason that they earned so much EXP was the fact that they were severely underleveled, and their team only had 10 players. If a level 90,100-man team grinded in this dungeon, their leveling speed would be subpar, at best. In any case, we're stuck here for the moment. Let's just grind and consider the quest an additional bonus, Samsara said. That's right. Our leveling speed in here is awesome. If the Flower of Seven Sins members knew that we were having such a great time leveling up, they'd likely die with anger, Frozen Gem said, laughing. They forced us into a coma, thinking that we'd cave in sooner or later, but we'll see who outlasts who. Frozen Gem could easily guess what was happening outside the dungeon right now. Supreme Sky had likely stationed a large amount of his manpower to guard the dungeon's entrance. Once their team left the dungeon, the Flower's members would pounce and make them suffer. Previously, she had been feeling anxious about their situation as they were not able to do anything inside the dungeon while people in the outside world were continuously improving themselves. Now that they could level up far faster than players elsewhere, she didn't mind completing an unexpected quest while the Flower of Seven Sins wasted their time. The Thunder God's Trial. When Feng saw the name of the quest, he seemed to recall such a quest from his past. However, no one had bothered to complete it back then. The reason for this was very simple. In an era when every second mattered, no one wanted to waste so much time on a dungeon quest. Even a level 90,100-man team would need 5 or 6 days of grinding to slay 1,000 Nagas, and rather than wasting that time, players could focus on leveling up and improving their equipment through other quests. Moreover, the true treasure lay in the Thunder Temple's main temple. The side temple was only a transition for players who wanted to explore the main temple. Who would possibly be willing to waste so much time in the side temple? However, since their team couldn't leave the dungeon right now, completing the dungeon quest was better than doing nothing. Unfortunately, most of the Naga Guard's loot consisted of low-value items. The Lord hadn't even dropped a common weapon or equipment piece. The only items worth mentioning, aside from one magic crystal, were the amethyst coins, a currency unique to the Thunder God's secret land. With these amethyst coins, players could purchase some of the specialty products sold in the Thunder Temple. They could also trade these coins for gold for a 1-to-1 ratio. The underwhelming loot didn't surprise any of the team members. The Naga Guard was the weakest monster in the dungeon, and although it was a powerful foe to them, that was simply due to their low levels and inferior equipment. Seeing a random mob in a dungeon drop top-tier equipment would be strange, following which, the team continued to grind the hall's Nagas. Although the method they used to slay these monsters was tedious, every time one fell, they watched their experience bars grow and rejoiced as they finished off their 6th Naga Guard. The Lord dropped a blood-red stone fragment that immediately attracted Feng's attention, a Thunderbolt gemstone fragment. Although it was only a gemstone fragment, not a piece of top-tier equipment, it had been incredibly famous in God's domain during Feng's previous life. One could synthesize 10 Thunderbolt gemstone fragments into a Thunderbolt gemstone, an item the Thunder God had personally created to arm his soldiers on its own. The Thunderbolt gemstone only increased players' basic attributes by 2% when equipped, and each player could equip a total of 3 Thunderbolt gemstones. Most experts would sneer at such a minimal boost. Even with 3 Thunderbolt gemstones, they'd only gain a 6% boost to their basic attributes, which certainly couldn't compare to the boosts other high-tiered gemstones offered. However, when players equipped 3 Thunderbolt gemstones, they triggered the hidden effect, Thunder God's Protection, which increased players' basic attributes by 9% and physique by 20%. In other words, players could equip 3 Thunderbolt gemstones and gain a 15% boost to their basic attributes and a 20% boost to their physique. The Thunderbolt gemstones had even been useful after players had reached Tier 3. Moreover, the Thunderbolt gemstones provided an additional 10% boost to players' basic attributes while inside the Thunder God's secret land. It was a perfect addition for those who wanted to explore the area. A fragment dropped after only the 6th kill? The situation surprised Feng a little. Could this be an additional reward for players entering the dungeon for the first time? As far as Feng could remember, the Thunderbolt gemstone fragments had a less than 1% chance of dropping, but this fragment had dropped after slaying their 6th Naga Guard. The only explanation he could think of was that they had gotten extremely lucky, or the drop rate had increased when Feng and his team had slain their 17th Naga Guard. Another Thunderbolt gemstone fragment had dropped. Sure enough, it has to be a benefit of entering the dungeon for the first time. Feng's excitement grew when he saw the 2nd fragment. Initially, he had only planned to kill some monsters and grind levels in the dungeon. He had only planned to look for a way out of the Flower of Seven Sins trap after everyone had reached a high enough level. He hadn't actually considered raiding the dungeon completely, but if they could collect enough Thunderbolt gemstone fragments, his plans would have to change. Samsara and his teammates' basic attributes were still far from meeting the dungeon's minimum requirements, but if they could all equip 3 Thunderbolt gemstones, they could significantly shorten that gap. Considering their combat standards, raiding the Thunder Temple's side temple was entirely possible. After all was said and done, the Thunder Temple's side temple was a dungeon within an ancient god's secret land. The potential loot's quality could easily surpass that of a super large-scale team dungeon. Feng then informed the rest of the team about the Thunderbolt gemstones, which instantly motivated them to grind more Naga guards. Their goal in visiting the Thunder God's secret land was to improve themselves, and they had given up on that hope earlier. Now that another opportunity had presented itself, they couldn't miss this chance. As everyone's fighting spirits lifted, they fervently hunted the dungeon's Nagas. Once they recovered their stamina, they bounced back to continue the grind. Moreover, as everyone's levels continued to increase, their grinding speed also increased. These Nagas awarded a lot of EXP, and after grinding for almost 9 days, each member of the team had risen to level 80. Since their epic equipment had leveled with them, they had also received a major increase to their basic attributes as well. As for Feng, he had reached level 84. Their leveling speed was astonishing. After collecting 28 Thunderbolt gemstone fragments, only 11 away from their goal, the sharp sound of a system notification reached their ears once more. System, congratulations! You have killed 1,000 Nagas and completed the Thunder God's Trial. Chapter 2202, Rewards of the Thunder God's Trial. The team had only realized that they had completed the Thunder God's Trial after they received the notification. They had been so focused on eliminating the Naga guards and guard captains, excited by the prospect of collecting Thunderbolt gemstone fragments, that they had pushed the trial to the back of their minds. After all, the Thunderbolt gemstones were wonderfully effective. Now, aside from Samsara and Happy Art, the 2 MTs, each team member had 3 Thunderbolt gemstones equipped, their basic attributes rising by a total of 25%. Moreover, they had regained the physique of a Tier 1 player. Since they had also reached level 80, slaying these Naga guards and guard captains had become much easier. In fact, Samsara and Happy Art could now tank a Naga guard captain all on their own. However, doing so placed a huge burden on the team's 2 healers, so they continued to use their earlier strategy to kite the Nagas. That way, the 2 healers didn't have to concentrate on casting healing spells and could launch their own attacks from time to time, increasing their grinding speed. Finally done. When Feng saw the system notification, he could not help but feel that this quest had been a true challenge. If not for their special circumstances, they wouldn't have bothered to attempt it. It was just 2-time, consuming system. You have completed the Thunder God's Trial. Rewarding Thunder God's Pearl. Thunder God's Pearl, Dark Gold rank. This pearl contains the Thunder God's power. Can be used inside the Thunder God's secret land to activate the Thunderbolt barrier. The more Thunder God's pearls that are used to activate the Thunderbolt barrier, the stronger the barrier will become. Up to a maximum of 6 Thunder God's pearls can be used at the same time. Duration, 20 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. The Thunderbolt barrier? When Feng saw the Thunder God's pearl, an ecstatic expression lit up his face. He had never expected the Thunder God's Trial to provide the very key to conquering the Thunder God's secret land. Players couldn't use powerful tools, such as magic arrays or summoning scrolls, in the Thunder God's secret land. On top of the fact that players' tiers were reduced to 0, exploring the secret land was a daunting task. This was especially true when players faced the bosses in the Thunder Temple's side temple. Normally, when Tier 0 players couldn't rely on external items, they'd reach their limit when fighting Great Lord-ranked monsters, but the weakest boss in the side temple was a Grand Lord. Moreover, they were not ordinary Grand Lords. All of the Grand Lord bosses in the side temple possessed special bloodlines, which made them far stronger than ordinary Grand Lords and a nightmare to raid. The various superpowers had only truly started to raid the Thunder God's secret land after they had acquired fragmented legendary items. During Feng's previous life, had those superpowers had the Thunder God's pearls, their teams would have been at least 50% more efficient in the raids. Fragmented legendary items had still been extraordinarily rare at the time, and just obtaining 1 re-carat massive investment of blood and sweat, following which Feng activated the Thunder God's Pearl and created a thunderbolt barrier that enveloped a 200-yard radius. Pitch black lightning arced around the barrier's edges. The moment the barrier manifested, all Naga guards and guard captains suffered a significant basic attribute reduction. The Naga guards' basic attributes dropped by 30%, and the Naga guard captains lost 25% of their attributes. In addition, the barrier reduced the Naga's reaction speed by 20%. Now, the team faced nearly half as much pressure when fighting the Naga patrol squad's amazing. I can probably solo a Naga guard now. Burning Sea exclaimed as he watched the guard's sluggish movements. Experts like them preferred to deal with strong monsters, rather than fast monsters. Fast monsters had a higher chance of blocking their attacks, which would reduce their total DPS and prolong the fight. Depending on circumstances, winning the fight might even be impossible for the players. Sure enough, this really is the key to conquering the Thunder God's secret land. Feng's eyes glowed with excitement when he saw the weakened Nagas. Moreover, this was only the effect of one Thunder God's Pearl. If he activated the Thunderbolt barrier with 6 pearls, it would even suppress a Grand Lord ranked boss. Previously, he had only been 30% confident of his team slaying the dungeon's first boss, Naga General Valenka. After all, their team didn't have enough players. Even if every member of the team commanded extraordinary combat standards and had 3 Thunderbolt gemstones equipped, making up for the missing numbers would be very difficult. However, now that they had the Thunder God's Pearl, he felt that they had at least a 50% chance of defeating the first boss. With the Thunder God's Pearl now in hand, the team slew Nagas far faster than before. After less than half a day of grinding, they had collected the remaining 11 fragments, and both Samsara and Happy Art could equip 3 Thunderbolt gemstones. Amazing. With these attributes and physique, I'll have no problems tanking a Grand Lord. Samsara could not help his rueful sighs as he experienced the Thunderbolt gemstones' effects. He felt as if he had activated a mini berserk skill. It was no exaggeration to claim that these Thunderbolt gemstones were his greatest harvest from the Thunder God's secret land. Thus far, 3 Thunderbolt gemstones were easily worth more than 1 epic item. Epic items might have a wide level range, but they still had a level limit. Take the epic weapons and equipment he currently used, for example. He could use most of them until he reached level 100, but the Thunderbolt gemstones, on the other hand, would even be useful after that. In fact, these gemstones might even be useful after he reached tier 4. Once Samsara and Happy Art had gained their sets of Thunderbolt gemstones, the team grew restless and suggested that they challenge the side temple's first boss. Naturally, Feng didn't object. He, too, had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Although he had explored the Thunder God's secret land in the past, by the time he had first visited it, the various superpowers had raided the side temple several times. Furthermore, he had tagged along with other guilds' experts, and the expedition had been led by first-rate guilds' peak experts. Naturally, the leading first-rate guilds had claimed all the good loot. Experts from lesser guilds, like himself, who had come across a few entry passes to the Thunder God's secret land, had only been able to claim the scraps the first-rate guilds didn't want. Even so, he had obtained more than enough treasure to celebrate. An ancient god's secret land was far higher quality than other secret lands. Even after some other team had claimed the side temple's first clear, and the quantity and quality of the drops had fallen, the dungeon's loot had still been considered top tier. Now that he had an opportunity to join the first team of players to raid the Thunder Temple's side temple in this life, why wouldn't he be eager to get started? Later, after Feng and the team had rested for an hour or so, he led them straight toward the Guardian Hall, where the Naga General waited. The team had long since annihilated the Nagas outside the Guardian Hall. Now, only the Naga General and 2 of its bodyguards remained within. However, when the team entered the hall and saw the boss they intended to raid, they couldn't help but gasp. Naga General, Valenka, Bloodline creature, Archaic species, Grand Lord. Level 89. HP 320, 000, 000/320, 000, 000. Chapter 2203, Pioneer Rank Boss, an Archaic Species. Everyone's confidence plummeted when they saw Valenka and the purple-blue trident it wielded. Players' tiers were reduced to 0 while inside the Thunder God's secret land, and Grand Lords were nearly invincible against tier 0 beings. The only reason they even dared to challenge the Naga General which they had assumed would only be a Grand Lord ranked boss, was because they had the Thunderbolt gemstones and Thunder God's Pearl. Including their epic weapons and equipment, they had thought that they had a high chance of defeating the Side Temple's first boss now. However, they learned that the first boss was a Grand Lord ranked Archaic species even outside of the Thunder God's secret land. Grand Lord ranked Archaic species were troublesome to deal with. Trying to raid one with the Thunder God's secret land was simply a joke. Could the Pioneer boss be different? Even Feng frowned when he saw Valenka. The current Naga general was not the same boss he had encountered during his previous life. In the past, Valenka had only been an ordinary Grand Lord. Moreover, it had wielded a two-handed axe, not a trident. Monsters' combat standards in God's domain largely differed depending on what weapon they used. For example, monsters that used a two-handed axe would rely on simple combat methods and great destructive power. Every one of Valenka's attacks with a two-handed axe had been akin to AoE spells. Even for MTs of the same level, receiving one of this monster's attacks head-on was suicidal. Yet, in this life, Valenka held a trident. Unlike the clumsy but powerful two-handed axe, a trident was a type of spear. Not only did it have a much longer attack range than a two-handed axe, but it was more flexible in its attack patterns as well. With a trident, Valenka would not have to worry about numerous attacks at the same time. Moreover, as an archaic species, Valenka's basic attributes was much higher than ordinary Grand Lords. Hence, this boss could likely command as much raw power with its trident as it had in Feng's past. This Valenka was both powerful and agile. This raid would definitely be twice as difficult as Feng had expected. More importantly, bosses had a natural advantage. The normal Valenka, the one Feng remembered, had only had 180 million HP, but this Naga general had 320 million HP. With its battle recovery, it could recover 3,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. If the team couldn't deal more than 640,000 DPS, raiding this boss would be impossible. This boss is too powerful. Even if it just stands there and lets us hit it, I doubt we could put a dent in its HP, Happy Art said as she watched Valenka with a bitter smile. Even if our DPS can surpass his battle recovery, it can kill us several times over by the time we've whittled it down to 0. Their team was already severely undermanned for this dungeon. Slaying an ordinary Grand Lord would be an extreme challenge, and now that they discovered that their opponent was a Grand Lord ranked archaic species, they had no hope of success. Are you sure we can defeat this thing? Endless Scars quietly asked Feng. Every member of the team was either a peak expert or an apex expert in God's domain. They had all slain many bosses, and could easily gauge their team's limits. In Endless Scars' opinion, their team wasn't capable of defeating Valenka. She couldn't figure out how they could raid this boss. Feng's prowess might be astonishing, but raiding a dungeon boss wasn't a one-man job. Think we have roughly a 20% to 30% chance of defeating the Naga general depending on how effective 6 Thunder God's Pearls are. Feng said after giving the matter some thought. He hadn't expected this boss to be different from the one in the past, but their team had also collected crucial items needed to raid the dungeon. Fortunately, the Naga general was the easiest of the Side Temple's bosses to raid since it had very simple skills. Players just needed high enough basic attributes and the ability to dodge incoming attacks, 20 to 30%. Endless Scars gave the swordsman an astonished look. As far as she was concerned, a 5% chance of raiding this boss would be heaven-defying, yet Feng was almost confident of a 30% chance of success. He had to be joking. The rest of the team members stared at Feng in shock as well. Let's give it a try. Gem, stay close to the entrance. If the raid seems impossible, run. The boss shouldn't chase you beyond the hall. Feng said. Alright. Frozen Gem nodded as she walked toward the hall's entrance. Even if Feng and the others died, she would be able to resurrect them. The death penalty inside the dungeon was quite light, and her resurrection spell could reduce it further. Feng then instructed Happy Art to tank the boss while Samsara tanked the 2 level 88 Great Lord ranked Naga bodyguards. Meanwhile, Feng would stay close to Happy Art. Feng's arrangement confused his teammates. Samsara was clearly stronger than Happy Art, yet Feng instructed him to manage the side mobs. However, none of them objected to their team leader's plan. Let's get started. Feng commanded. Once everyone was in position, 6 team members immediately activated the Thunder God's Pearls they had received from completing the Thunder God's trial. The 6-pearl Thunderbolt barrier covered a 400-yard radius, enveloping the entire hull. Valenka and its bodyguard's basic attributes immediately plummeted. In the blink of an eye, the Naga general had lost 30% of its basic attributes while the 2 Naga bodyguards had lost 45%. Amazing. Feng could not help but exclaim when he saw how effective the barrier was. He had thought they'd be lucky if the barrier could reduce the Naga general's basic attributes by 20%, but Valenka had lost 10% more than that. This Thunderbolt barrier could rival the strength of an advanced magic erasure. Feng then had Frozen Gem rejoin the team's formation, and Happy Art and Samsara bolted forward to tank the boss and its minions. Valenka paid no heed as its 2 bodyguards were lured away. Rather, it raised its trident and thrust it at the female shield warrior. The trident could reach up to 25 yards away and contained enough power that space around it trembled in the blink of an eye. Valenka had sent 4 stabs at Happy Art. Despite being a peak expert, Happy Art had a hard time dodging the 4 consecutive attacks. The 4th attack lightly grazed Happy Art's shield, and the resulting impact caused her to stumble a step back and lose more than 40,000 HP. Valenka's power with the trident was horrific. Moreover, this was the result after the boss had been suppressed by the Thunderbolt barrier. If Valenka were at its peak, the consequences for daring to challenge it would have been dire. Fortunately, Happy Art was no weakling. With the boost provided from the 3 Thunderbolt gemstones, she had more than 170,000 HP at her maximum even after her tier had been reduced to 0. Losing 40,000 HP was just barely tolerable. However, Valenka wasn't done as it thrust its tail into the ground to resurface behind the shield warrior. Although Happy Art had sensed the attack, she couldn't turn around in time to defend herself due to the prior impact. Just before the tail slammed into Happy Art, Feng grabbed her arm and dragged her out of harm's way. Wielding Killing Ray in his other hand, he sliced at the Naga general's tail, sending it smashing into the boss with more speed than before. 213, 796. An eye-catching amount of damage appeared above Valenka's head, stunning the team members. Thus far, these players had only dealt around minus 20,000 damage with each attack, so it was hard not to notice a damage of over -2,000, 000. Even that is possible? Burning Sea gaped in shock when he saw Feng turn the boss's attack against itself. He had never thought that it was even possible for a boss to damage itself. Boss monsters generally had above-average combat standards, and trying to force a boss to damage itself was like getting a player to turn their own attacks against themselves. It should be utterly impossible, yet Feng had done just that. Over 2 million damage? We should be able to defeat him within 20 minutes. When Feng saw how much damage Valenka had dealt to itself and took into account the team's overall DPS, he breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the side temple, Valenka was the only boss capable of harming itself. This was due to its tail puncture skill. This skill had sent countless MTs to their graves in the past, but it had also given players a more efficient way to defeat the Naga general. Of course, players needed very high strength and an almost perfect grasp of timing to use this method. Their efforts would fail with the slightest mistake, and MTs couldn't dodge Valenka's tail puncture too early. If they did, the Naga general would retract its tail. This was why Feng had assigned Happy Art to Valenka. Samsara would have no issues dodging tail puncture if he tanked the boss, which would disrupt Feng's timing. Happy Art's combat standards were perfect for the job. She could defend herself against Valenka's frontal attacks but wouldn't be able to evade tail puncture. After seeing what Feng had done, the team's confidence rose substantially. Valenka would use tail puncture almost every 2 seconds, which meant they could cause over -2 million damage every 2 seconds. It was certainly enough to overcome the Naga general's battle recovery. Now that they had eliminated the greatest challenge in this raid, defeating this boss would be much simpler, following which, Valenka's HP rapidly decreased. However, every time Valenka's HP fell by 20%, it would summon 2 new bodyguards. Fortunately, with the Thunderbolt barrier suppression and Samsara's combat standards, keeping a couple of level 88 Great Lords busy was not a problem. Eventually, when Valenka's HP fell to 20%, the Naga general went berserk, and its speed and strength skyrocketed. Seeing this, Happy Art immediately activated Shield Wall, while Feng activated Chilling Field, reserving 1 icicle to shove Happy Art out of harm's way when necessary. He also reserved 2 icicles for redirecting Valenka's tail. He used the remaining 3 to bombard the Naga general. However, Valenka's attacks were simply too fast. Even though Happy Art did her best to defend herself, her tier wasn't high enough for this fight, and she couldn't keep up. In the end, Happy Art had died after enduring the Berserk Naga general's attacks for around 40 seconds. At this point, Valenka still had 8% of its HP remaining when their shield warrior fell. Maple Locust and Burning Sea moved to the forefront and took her place. However, they had both died after less than 10 seconds. Heartless Sword then stepped in and activated his life-saving skill to tank the boss. Unfortunately, he had only lasted 7 seconds, only withstanding 2 of the Naga general's attacks quick. The players' eyes were bloodshot as they watched Valenka's HP drop to 4% with their expendable members dead. Samsara activated his life-saving skill and took over as the tank, but against both the Naga general and its 2 bodyguards, he didn't last more than 6 seconds. Valenka had 1% of its HP remaining. Die! With no other melee players remaining, Feng activated Instant Strike and appeared before the boss sword's transmigration. Although Instant Strike had also been reduced to Tier 0, the skill still increased his attack speed by 300% and damage by 240% for 3 seconds. As he struck, damages of over -120,000 flashed above Valenka's head, one after another. As a finishing touch, Feng redirected Valenka's tail puncture and caused the Naga general to take over 2 million damage, obliterating the last of its HP. Chapter 2204, Naga General's Loot. As Valenka cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground, the Naga bodyguards split up and scattered. A short moment later, only 5 players and a small pile of loot remained in the hull. We did it. Frozen Gem could not help but cheer. Even Endless Scars and Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The Naga general had been a little too powerful for them when it had gone berserk. Had the battle continued for another 5 seconds, they would have been annihilated. Meanwhile, Valenka's death granted the survivors an astronomical amount of EXP. Even Feng, who had already reached level 84, watched as his experience bar filled 79%, 85%, 90%. The Naga general's death awarded them even more EXP than any of the guard captains they had slain earlier. After 5 seconds, a golden glow surrounded Feng, and he rose to level 85. Endless Scars and the others also rose from level 80 to 81. The frightening amount of EXP awarded stunned everyone for a moment. After level 80, players had to grind for 4 or 5 days elsewhere to reach the next level, but after killing 1 Naga general, they had gained enough EXP to do just that. This boss gave us so much EXP. If we can kill a few more of these bosses, we'll be able to take those people from the Flower of 7 Sins by storm when we get out of here. Formless Arrow excitedly stated. Right now, they stood at the very peak of God's domain with their levels. Although they had not left the side temple, they had received reports regarding the outside world. Even the highest leveled expert among the various superpowers was only level 79, and most peak experts were only level 77. On the other hand, their team had reached level 81. Everyone would be shocked when this came to light. In God's domain, players' levels were extremely important, after all, especially for peak experts. Once they reached a certain level, they could explore new maps and secure better items and benefits. Furthermore, they would have less competition when exploring these higher-level maps. Moreover, level suppression had always been a factor in this game. Although level suppression wasn't incredibly effective, it would be significant with a gap of 5 or more levels. That's right. They've likely never expected us to level up so quickly, Frozen Gem said, smiling. If we can survive in here for a while longer and increase the level gap to 5, we'll have a chance of turning the tables. Furthermore, the various superpowers have begun to show up in the Thunder God's secret land. Endless Scars also nodded in response to Formless Arrow and Flower Gem's sentiments. Ordinary powers might have a difficult time entering the Thunder God's secret land right now, but the various superpowers had already discovered it. This was also why their team had been in such a hurry to enter the Thunder Temple. Now that so many days had passed since they had entered the dungeon, the various superpowers had already sent in expedition teams. Once the various superpowers entered the Thunder God's secret land, the Flowers of 7 Sins would find the place harder to hold within its iron fist. In turn, this would increase their team's chances of escaping. Alright, we need to resurrect everyone quickly. We'll be in trouble if they resurrect automatically, Feng said, shaking his head. Valenka was the easiest boss in the Thunder Temple's side temple, and the only one they had the strength to kill right now. Even with the 6 Thunder Gods' pearls, they'd need a 100-man team to raid the rest of the dungeon's bosses. Frozen Gem only remembered that she needed to resurrect her fallen comrades after Feng's statement. She then got to work. Samsara and the others returned to life a moment later. They couldn't help their elated grins when they saw Valenka's corpse. They hadn't actually expected the raid to succeed, and they couldn't help but look upon Feng with admiration. They had just taken down a level 90 team dungeon's boss. Moreover, this was a team dungeon inside the Thunder God's secret land. Normally, raiding such bosses without a level 90,100-man team should be impossible, but they had accomplished the feat with a team often level 80 players. Feng's leadership and combat power were among the best they had ever seen. After their moment of excitement, the team members turned their gazes to the loot beside Valenka's corpse. Although Valenka was only a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species, it had dropped an astonishingly high number of items. There were easily more than 20 items in the pile, and every one radiated a dazzling glow. It was easy to tell that these were all top-tier items. As the team watched, Feng began to appraise the loot. Valenka was the side temple's first boss. Feng had expected it to drop average loot at best, but he couldn't help but gasp as he appraised the items. The Naga general had dropped a total of 23 items. There were 3 pieces of dark gold equipment that could be used from level 80 to 100, a plate armor helmet, a pair of cloth bracers, and a leather belt. All 3 pieces of equipment could definitely be considered top tier at this stage of the game. Even Samsara, who had seen his fair share of top-tier equipment, audibly gulped. Normally, equipment that dropped in dungeons had a fixed level, but all 3 pieces of dark gold equipment Valenka had dropped could level with their users. Valenka had also dropped 6 pieces of level 80 to 90 fine gold equipment. 4 of the 6 pieces were parts of the Thunderbolt set, a set equipment players could only obtain from the Thunder God's secret land. Although the Thunderbolt set was only a 4-piece, fine gold set equipment, it had been incredibly famous among those who grinded in the Thunder God's secret land in the past. Once a player collected all 4 pieces, the set would provide basic attribute buffs that could rival dark gold equipment. The 2-piece set effect also increased spell effectiveness by 30%, while the 4-piece set effect increased players' basic attributes by 10% and weakened the Thunder God's secret land's suppression. If players equipped the complete Thunderbolt set, their tier would only fall to Tier 1. The Thunderbolt set's effects might be a joke in the outside world, but within the Thunder God's secret land, they worked wonders. When players had first discovered the Thunderbolt set in the past, it had instantly become a treasure that countless magical class players had sought, and now, Valenka had dropped the entire set. It was a miracle. When the rest of the team saw the Thunderbolt set's effects, their eyes glowed. They knew how bitter it felt being reduced to a Tier 0 player in the Thunder God's secret land. So they recognized how astounding it would be if they could fight as Tier 1 players in this secret land. It was no exaggeration to claim that the Thunderbolt set was even more valuable than an 8-piece dark gold set equipment in the Thunder God's secret land. While everyone cooed over the Thunderbolt set, Feng shared the next item's attributes in the team chat. When the team saw this item, they all gasped, including Samsara and Endless Scars. The Thunder Eagle's Summoning Flute. Chapter 2205. Flying Mount. The Thunder Eagle's summoning flute looked just like any ordinary flute, made of wood, with dark purple runes carved into it. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? I thought flying mounts only dropped from level 100 plus maps. When Burning Sea and the others saw the summoning flute, they audibly gulped. They couldn't believe their eyes. As domain realm experts, they had seen countless top-tier treasures. Each of them even carried several epic weapons and equipment pieces, but they couldn't help their surprise and excitement when they saw a flying mount. Although almost all level 50+ players had their own mounts by now, not a single player in God's domain had their own flying mount. Nobody even knew where to find one. Players, especially expert players, now knew the benefits of owning a mount. Due to players' limited stamina, they could only afford to operate within a limited area. With how large God's domain was, trying to explore the game's maps by relying on stamina would be impossible. Naturally, mounts allowed players to increase their range of activity furthermore. After level 50, not many maps had teleportation points, and players would find even fewer as they explored higher-level maps. As a result, players would have to explore and find these maps on their own power, which made mounts even more important. Countless experts currently contested over mysterious iron mounts, while secret silver mounts were easily as valuable as epic items. Even if experts of Burning Sea's caliber had multiple pieces of epic equipment on them, they typically only had secret silver or fine gold ranked mounts. Even so, these mounts were a large part of the reason that their leveling speed was so much faster than ordinary experts. However, a flying mount was in a different league than land mounts. A flying mount could ignore the terrain and travel to a destination in a straight line. A flying mount would be several times faster than land mounts. God's Domain was a virtual reality game that fully immersed its players' consciousness into the game, unlike past virtual reality games, which only allowed partial immersion. Because of this, God's Domain felt frighteningly real. In addition, it had NPCs with incredible intelligence, which players could befriend if not for the ever-present system interface and in-game aspects, such as levels and basic attributes. Players would have likely treated God's Domain as a second real world, and countless people dreamed of flying through the sky based on the information they had collected thus far. Flying mounts were intensely difficult to obtain in God's Domain. Unlike land mounts, players couldn't use their coins to purchase flying mounts from NPCs. Even Feng was shocked to see the Thunder Eagle's summoning flute. Not to mention Burning Sea and his companions, he remembered the Thunder Eagle flying mount from his past and knew that it could drop in the Thunder God's secret land. However, he only recalled that the Thunder Eagle dropped in the secret land's deeper regions. To be precise, I should underscore only dropped within the level 100 dungeon, Thunder God's Mountain, and with an abcarrot rate at that. Even after 10 years in God's Domain, less than 10 players had owned one, and yet, their team had obtained a Thunder Eagle after slaying the Naga general. It was unbelievable. This was why he had gasped while appraising Valenka's loot. He had never expected the dungeon's first boss to drop such amazing items. Even a common flying mount was as valuable as 3 pieces of level 100 plus epic equipment. Moreover, that had been the common exchange rate after flying mounts had become more common. When flying mounts had first appeared in the past, a common flying mount could have easily gone for 5 pieces of level 100 plus epic equipment. However, the Thunder Eagle wasn't just a common flying mount, it was an extraordinary flying mount. Flying mounts didn't follow the same ranks as land mounts. They were split into common, extraordinary, and legendary ranks. There had been rumors in Feng's previous life of a mythic-ranked flying mount as well, but no one had ever seen it. Meanwhile, these ranks represented the growth potential of flying mounts. Flying mounts were similar to guild mounts in that players could continue to nurture their growth. It was even possible to nurture a flying mount into a tier 6 god. However, nurturing flying mounts was far more difficult than nurturing a guild mount. Thunder Eagle's summoning flute. Summon an extraordinary ranked Thunder Eagle as a companion to fly and fight in the air. If the Thunder Eagle dies, it will need 15 natural days to resurrect. The Thunder Eagle has been blessed by the Thunder God and as such, can be used inside the Thunder God's secret land. According to our previous agreement, I have priority to choose one of the dropped items in this dungeon. I choose the Thunder Eagle's summoning flute. Feng declared the Naga general had dropped plenty of top-tier items, including epic equipment. However, these items were all worthless compared to an extraordinary flying mount. Although the Thunder Eagle was the second lowest rank of the 4, 90% of the flying mounts players had used in Feng's previous life had been common rank. Most common flying mounts reached their limit after growing to tier 3 peak rank, and getting them that far would cost an astronomical amount of resources. They only had a 3% chance at breaking through to tier 4. Extraordinary flying mounts, however, could easily reach tier 3 peak rank and had a 30% chance of climbing to tier 4. Addition, the two ranks started at different tiers. Common flying mounts started as tier 2, while extraordinary flying mounts started as tier 3. Moreover, the Thunder Eagle wasn't your average extraordinary flying mount. Aside from the 4 major ranks, flying mounts fell into 3 minor ranks: basic, intermediate, and advanced. However, one had to summon their mount before they would learn which minor rank it belonged to. The Thunder Eagle, Feng remembered, was an intermediate extraordinary flying mount. Although Feng had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild, he had only gotten his hands on an advanced common flying mount. He had invested an astronomical amount of resources to nurture his mount to Tier 3 peak rank, and it had just barely been able to contend with ordinary Tier 4 experts. If he had acquired an intermediate extraordinary flying mount, even ordinary Tier 4 experts would have had to move out of his way. None of Feng's teammates expressed any arguments to Feng's declaration. They merely looked on in envy. Even Endless Scars was a little reluctant to give up the Thunder Eagle, but they had given their word. Furthermore, they wouldn't have had a prayer of slaying Valenka without him. After Feng took the Thunder Eagle's summoning flute, Samsara and the others split the rest of the loot. By the time the items had been distributed, Endless Scars had obtained the full Thunderbolt set, while Samsara had claimed the epic ranked belt. The rest of the team members had claimed the remaining Dark Gold and Fine Gold equipment. After they took a moment to replace their old items, everyone watched their basic attributes rise slightly. The team continued to grind Naga guards and guard captains for another 2 days, allowing Samsara and the others that had died during the boss fight to rise to level 81. Meanwhile, Samsara and Endless Scars had received news that multiple superpowers had shown up to the Thunder Temple. They had encountered the Flower of Seven Sins, and there seemed to be some friction. It's about time we got out of here, Feng said, smiling when he heard the news. Chapter 2206, Commotion outside the temple. Hundreds of players had gathered before the Thunder Temple's main entrance. If ordinary players saw this gathering, they'd be alarmed. The lowest level player here was level 77 and could easily rank among the top 3 on any kingdom's ranking list and within the top 20 in an empire, and yet, hundreds of such players had come to the same place, standing in multiple teams. One particular team of 100 players, however, prevented anyone from entering the Thunder Temple. If God's Domain's expert players saw this, their jaws would drop. Every one of these teams consisted of well-known experts from the various superpowers, and a significant number were peak experts. However, none of them could get past the team guarding the Thunder Temple's main entrance, Diverging Phoenix. We have played along with your whims for long enough. You and your people have hogged the main temple to yourselves. Now that 5 superpowers teams have arrived, don't you think you're going a little too far? Melody, one of the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Masters, coldly challenged Diverging Phoenix. The Flower of Seven Sins is conducting an important mission right now. Once our mission is complete, we'll move out of the way. But you're more than welcome to try forcing your way through us, Diverging Phoenix impassively replied, glancing at Melody. As Diverging Phoenix spoke, the 20 players around her stepped forward. Every one of them wore a blood-red emblem, and a thick layer of black fog surrounded their bodies. Every player in the area felt a sense of dread as these players' frightening aura touched them. The moment these 20 players stepped forward, the waiting experts' expressions darkened. The blood guards? Melody frowned at the experts on the elevated platform, noting their blood-red emblems. The Thunder Temple had more than just a dungeon inside. It was also a place that offered quests and items for exchange. At first, the Sacred Temple had only sent a little over 20 players to the Thunder Temple, and as a result, they hadn't been able to do anything about the Flower of Seven Sins blockade. But now that 4 more superpowers had arrived, they had just as many players as the Flower's team. However, the Blood Guards altered the situation. The Flower of Seven Sins Blood Guards were even famous among the various superpowers. The Blood Guards had risen to fame after their participation in a war on the Western continent. A newly promoted superpower had fought with the Super Guild, Rashomon, over a key town. Knowing that it was no match for Rashomon, the new superpower had paid a high price to hire the Flower of Seven Sins help in the battle. Rashomon was no weaker than Battle Wolves, considered an above-average super guild. However, once the Flower of Seven Sins Blood Guards had joined the battle, Rashomon had lost its commanding Vice Guild leader and peak experts. The Vice Guild leader had been protected by 5,000 of Rashomon's experts, including 4 Domain Realm experts and over a dozen peak experts, but with a 100-man team, the Blood Guards had slain the Vice Guild leader. After that, the Blood Guards' fame had spread through the various superpowers, and everyone had learned to fear the Flower of Seven Sins even more than before. Although only 20 Blood Guards stood before them, Melody wasn't confident that the 5 superpowers' 100-plus experts were enough to take them on. Vice Temple Master, these Blood Guards are quite powerful, but I believe that we still have a chance of victory. As we wait, more superpowers will start to enter the Thunder God's secret land. If that happens, we'll lose our advantage. Ruthless Sky, the Gale Swordmeister, said the Blood Guard was quite famous, but more than a month had passed since their battle with Rashomon. At this point, the various superpowers had obtained more epic items, combat techniques, and legacies, growing far stronger than they had been. Furthermore, these superpowers, excluding the Sacred Temple, had each sent a domain realm expert to accompany their teams. Even if their 5 teams were no match for the Blood Guards, they should be able to distract these players while Melody and the other superpowers' upper echelons made it into the main temple to investigate the situation. Alright, tell everyone to get ready to move. Melody commanded. She understood that the longer they let this continue, the less of an advantage the Sacred Temple would have. Leave it to me. Ruthless Sky said, laughing. The secret pavilion had titled him one of the 8 sword meisters, and since then he had improved himself considerably. He had even mastered a bronze combat technique and was confident of contending with the sword freak, Miracle Dragon, who had recently reached the domain realm. He should have no problems against these 20 Blood Guards, who mainly consisted of flowing water realm experts with the Sacred Temple leading the charge. The 4 other superpowers teams followed Ruthless Sky. Yuri, overestimating yourselves. Diverging Phoenix snarled disdainfully as she watched the 100+ experts charge toward her. Calmly, she commanded, Blood Guards, get rid of them. As Diverging Phoenix issued the order, a flash of madness appeared in the Blood Guards' eyes as the dark fog around them began to expand. Their bodies began to grow slightly, and pitch-black scales and spikes burst through their skin. A crimson gem manifested in the center of their foreheads as well. None of these players looked human at this point, and their frightening auras made them feel like demonic creatures that had crawled up from the dark abyss. What's going on? These Blood Guards' transformation confused the various superpowers. Experts players couldn't use berserk skills in the Thunder God's secret land, but based on the intensity of the Blood Guards' auras, they had done something to increase their basic attributes before the various superpowers experts could react. The 20 Blood Guards left afterimages in their wake as they appeared before Ruthless Sky and the others. A level 77 Blood Guard Berserker swung his great sword straight at Ruthless Sky, simple and swift. The attack didn't contain the slightest hint of excess movement, as if the player were a natural killing machine. Don't even think you can stop me that easily. In response, Ruthless Sky executed Twisting Space, the bronze combat technique he had recently learned. Ruthless Sky sent 3 sword lights at the Blood Guard, which merged to form a devastating attack just before they hit the opposing greatsword. Boom. The sound of colliding metal echoed throughout the secret land. The Blood Guard stumbled back 2 steps, staring at Ruthless Sky in astonishment. The latter also slid a half-step backward. Impossible. Ruthless Sky was stunned as he stared back at the Blood Guard. The bronze combat technique, Twisting Space, allowed him to combine 3 attacks into one. Although he hadn't been able to combine the power of all 3 attacks perfectly during his past experiments, he could still exhibit 240% of his strength in the one attack. However, even after more than doubling his strength, the Blood Guard's strength was only slightly less than his own. Had he not used Twisting Space, he would have been at a disadvantage in that clash. Executing a bronze combat technique cost a lot of stamina and concentration, and Ruthless Sky could only afford to use Twisting Space 6 or 7 times before collapsing. The other superpowers experts were just as shocked by the Blood Guard's strength. Thus far, the Blood Guards had killed a few of the superpowers flowing water realm experts before the healers had a chance to cast their healing spells. Did you really think a numerical advantage was enough to deal with the Blood Guards? How foolish! Diverging Phoenix ridiculed as she watched Ruthless Sky and his companions. Even domain realm experts would have to expend a lot of effort to defeat the Blood Guards in a one-on-one fight outside of the Thunder God's secret land. Within this secret land, even Diverging Phoenix found the idea of facing a Blood Guard daunting. How could these peak experts possibly be a match for the Flowers Blood Guards? However, as these Blood Guards pushed back the various superpowers experts, 10 figures appeared before the Thunder Temple's side temple. These players' abrupt arrival immediately caught everyone's attention. Why are other players still here? Who are those people? Why did they just come out from the side temple? While the various superpowers experts wondered about this small group, Sandbone, who stood beside Diverging Phoenix, excitedly shouted, "So, you finally accepted your deaths. Activate the magic array. We cannot let them escape back into the dungeon." Immediately, a group of assassins revealed themselves from their hiding spot near the side temple and activated the blood magic seal. A crimson magic array then appeared above the secret land, enveloping Samsara's group, as well as the various superpowers experts. However, unlike the blood magic seal the Flower of Seven Sins had used previously, this one completely separated Feng's team from the side temple. The small team couldn't escape back into the dungeon unless they destroyed the magic barrier. "I'll make sure to take my time with you this time." Once the magic array had locked down the area, he returned his gaze to Samsara and his companions, but just before he could comment further, he noticed his praise levels. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. Level 81. Well, how can you be? Chapter 2207, Repelled in one move, level 81. How are their levels so high? When the rest of the players in the secret land noticed Samsara and his teammates' levels, they stared with wide, disbelieving eyes, but when they used their identification skills, the system confirmed that every member of Samsara's team had reached level 81. Who are these people? Melody, who commanded the Sacred Temple's members, could not help but glance at Samsara's group in surprise. She very quickly noticed a familiar figure among the group. Black Flame. Unlike the last time she had run into Feng, he now wore a suit of red-black armor and carried two exquisite longswords, one blue and one white, at his waist. His aura felt as vast as the great ocean, boundless and unfathomable. In comparison, Feng's aura in the past had felt like a sheathed blade. He felt like a completely different person in the past. Melody had, more or less, seen the depths of this swordsman's strength, but now, she couldn't see anything. Moreover, the fact that Feng was level 81 left Melody speechless. Every level after level 70 required an astonishing amount of EXP to reach. Despite grinding continuously and completing one high-ranked quest after another, she had only reached level 78 thus far. Even so, she was one of the highest-leveled players in the Sacred Temple. She'd be amazed to find a player even one level higher than her, yet Feng was 3 levels higher. She had no idea how he had gotten so far. Moreover, level 80 was a minor threshold. Depending on one's equipment, a level 80 player could have far higher basic attributes than a level 79 player. She wouldn't have been so surprised if Feng had been the only player to reach such a high level. After all, he was responsible for plenty of miracles in God's domain already. It was certainly possible that he would attain a higher level than she, but the problem was that he wasn't the only player to reach level 81. The 9 players alongside him were the same level. Just what had they done? Most importantly, Melody didn't recognize any of the 9 players. Although levels couldn't reflect a player's true strength in God's domain, they offered a rough estimate of a player's standards. The fact that Samsara and the others had reached level 81 meant that they should, at the very least, be peak experts. Just how many secrets does Zero Wing have? As she watched the small group of players, Melody could tell that their relationship with Feng was a relatively close one. Moreover, they vaguely seemed to treat Feng like their leader. These were peak experts they were talking about. Peak experts were treated like upper echelons even in a super guild like the Sacred Temple. In a budding superpower, such experts would be absolute mainstays. Budding superpowers would pay astronomical sums just to recruit a peak expert. Unfortunately, doing so was extremely difficult. Experts of such caliber were incredibly rare, with every one of them looming like a dragon among men. They also didn't lack money, which was why it was so difficult to recruit them with offers of wealth. On top of that, peak experts tended to have different goals in mind. Since she had discovered that Feng was close with 9 unknown peak experts, the Secret Temple would have to re-evaluate its opinion of Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing had held onto Stone Forest City and gained access to an abundance of resources, the guild still didn't have a background. The number of experts in the guild was pitifully low compared to superpowers, and experts were essential for any developing guild. To make matters worse, Zero Wing had made plenty of powerful enemies. Its feud with Starlink, in particular, had reached a point of no return. Starlink might not be able to touch Zero Wing right now, but that wouldn't last. The advantages Stone Forest City provided were only temporary. Once players reached higher levels, Stone Forest City wouldn't be as useful in the bottomless abyss. Moreover, unlike Zero Wing, Starlink's background was sturdy. The guild was not as simple as it seemed. Taking care of Zero Wing wouldn't be a challenge to Starlink, hence, none of the various superpowers were optimistic about Zero Wing's future and refused to partner with the guild. By allying themselves with Zero Wing, they'd gain Starlink as an enemy, which wasn't a worthwhile trade. However, if Zero Wing gained an additional 10 or so peak experts, its circumstances would change. At the very least, Zero Wing would be just as capable of raiding team dungeons as the various superpowers. Including the massive benefits from Stone Forest City, Zero Wing would be a lot closer to becoming a true superpower. However, Sandbone and Diverging Phoenix were even more shocked than Melody. How did they level up so quickly? Diverging Phoenix stared at Samsara and his teammates, confused. She had clearly seen their levels before they had fled into the side temple. She had also experienced the Thunder Temple's side temple personally. Current players shouldn't have a shred of hope of surviving in there, and Samsara's team only had 10 players. They should have been lucky to survive, let alone level up in the dungeon. Not only had Samsara and his people leveled up, but they had also done so multiple times, reaching level 81. How could she possibly believe this wasn't some kind of illusion? You've reached level 81? No wonder why you finally dared to emerge, Sandbone said after snapping out of his daze, but rather than feel intimidated, his excitement grew as he looked at the small party. It seems that Brother Sky was right. The Thunder God's secret key is crucial for conquering the Thunder God's secret land. Once we obtain that key, we'll pull ahead of the various super guilds experts. Even the Flower of Seven Sins had been helpless within the side temple, but Samsara and his comrades had leveled with flying speeds in the dungeon. Sandbone could only think of one reason for this situation: the Thunder God's secret key. Originally, Sandbone had only considered the Thunder God's secret land as a good place to find treasure, but after seeing this, he realized that this secret land was a heavenly leveling spot, as well. To think that the Thunder God's secret key has such an ability as well. We have to get our hands on it. Diverging Phoenix's eyes also glowed with excitement when she considered the possibility. Blood guards, ignore the guilds, and help me get rid of those players first. The 20 blood guards promptly broke away from their opponents and charged toward Samsara's party. Should we help them, Vice Temple Master? Ruthless Sky asked Melody as the blood guards changed targets. Help them. The magic barrier affects us too. The blood guards will likely return their attention to us once they eliminate Black Flame's team. If we want to enter the main temple, we'll have to work with Black Flame, Melody said. Ruthless Sky nodded in response. He agreed that the Flower of Seven Sins wasn't likely to let them go after killing Feng and his companions. Moreover, with how powerful Feng's team was, they'd have a better chance against the Blood Guards if they cooperated. Ruthless Sky immediately led a small detachment to help Feng's team. Melody then led the rest of the Sacred Temple's team to distract the Flower of Seven Sins ranged members. However, the Blood Guards were clearly a fraction faster than Ruthless Sky's team, and the gap between them grew. After a short moment, the Blood Guards stood within 30 yards of Feng's team, spreading out to surround the players. I want to see how you plan to escape us this time. Diverging Phoenix snarled. Glaring at Feng, she commanded, prioritize the healers. And be careful of Black Flame. His strength is very high. Understood. Hearing Diverging Phoenix's command, the Blood Guards turned their focus to Samsara's healers. Seeing the Blood Guards in position, Ruthless Sky shouted, be careful. Those Blood Guard strengths are absurd. If they get close to you, you're finished. After fighting the Blood Guards himself, he knew how powerful they were. Even he would have been at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight without the help of his bronze combat technique, and yet, Feng and his comrades showed no intention of moving even as the Blood Guards moved within 20 yards of the team's healers. It made Ruthless Sky nervous. He felt that Feng and the others were being overconfident and careless. You're not going to flee? Do you think you can stand against us just because you're level 81? Diverging Phoenix sneered at Feng as his team prepared to face the Blood Guards head-on. The Blood Guards' basic attributes were even higher than the Flower of Seven Sins cadre members, especially their strength attribute. Not even Sandbone was a match for their strength. Trying to face the Blood Guards head-on in the Thunder God's secret land was the epitome of foolishness. By the time the Blood Guards were within 10 yards of the small party, Endless Scars had finished casting her spell from behind Feng. Immediately, over 100 magic blades shot toward the approaching Blood Guards. What a powerful offensive spell! At such a close distance, it would normally be quite effective, but against the Blood Guards. Ruthless Sky felt his scalp tingle when he saw the 100-plus magic bladed under Endless Scar's control. The closer a target was, the easier they'd be to hit with a spell, but when attacking expert players with superb strength and speed, such a powerful spell would backfire on the caster. Expert players could use the spell to propel themselves forward and instantly shorten the gap between them and the caster, and sure enough, the Blood Guards showed no intentions of dodging the incoming magic blades, raising their weapons to receive the magical projectiles the instant the magic blades crashed into the Blood Guards' weapons. However, boom! A series of explosions shook the battlefield, immediately halting the Blood Guards' advance. The outcome stunned these strangely demonic players. They certainly hadn't expected the magic blades to be so powerful, and before the Blood Guards could react, the remaining magic blades split into pairs and merged, attacking once more. These Blood Guards were no weaklings, though, and they readied their weapons to defend themselves against the new wave of attacks. Boom! As if they had been hit by a truck, the 20 Blood Guards were thrown through the air, landing over 8 yards away with damages in the hundreds appearing above their heads. The weapons in their grips trembled violently. Surprised by the outcome, the battlefield fell silent. Chapter 2208, Overwhelming the Blood Guards. How are her attacks so powerful? Shock colored both Diverging Phoenix's and Sandbone's faces as they watched a single attack repel the Blood Guards. After their transformation, those players wielded strength that could rival great lords of the same level within the Thunder God's secret land. Even Diverging Phoenix and Sandbone would have to rely on advanced combat techniques to stand against the Blood Guards. Diverging Phoenix had fought Endless Scars personally, so she knew how powerful those magic blades were, and they definitely weren't a match for a great lord's attacks. At best, Endless Scar's standard was roughly on par with Diverging Phoenix's. However, after emerging from the side temple, Endless Scar's magic blades were powerful enough to rival the Blood Guards' attacks. Moreover, she could now merge 40 of her black blades to send the 20 Blood Guards flying. Endless Scar's current basic attributes and combat standards were on an entirely different level than before she had entered the side temple. Even the various superpowers experts gaped in shock after seeing the incredible attack. Who is she? Ruthless Sky muttered as he tried to recall the formidable caster, but no matter how hard he searched for her in his memory, he couldn't find a trace of Endless Scars. Endless Scars had repelled the 20 Blood Guards in one move. The Blood Guards had even suppressed the superpowers peak experts, yet Endless Scars had single-handedly thrown the players. Moreover, Ruthless Sky had recognized the technique she had employed, strength combination. Ruthless Sky knew the technique and just how challenging it was to execute. With his combat standards, controlling 4 or 5 combination attacks was his limit, yet Endless Scars had controlled 20 combination attacks. She was a monster. So, this is her true strength? Feng also could not help his astonishment as he watched Endless Scars manipulate the magic blades. Although the Thunderbolt set had restored Endless Scars to Tier 1, a Tier 1 player's physique wasn't sufficient to allow a peak expert to control 20 combination attacks. Not even Feng could accomplish the feat. But when Feng thought back to how Endless Scars had held the #1 position on the God's Domain experts list in the past and been responsible for numerous miracles, such as defeating Tier 6 God-ranked players as a Tier 5 player, he found the current situation quite reasonable. Only Endless Scars' performance had further excited Diverging Phoenix and Sandbone. The fact that Samsara and the others had leveled so quickly in the side temple was astonishing, but they had never thought that players could increase their overall strength so quickly in the dungeon. As well, this only fanned the flames of their desire to obtain the Thunder God's secret key. Kill them. We need to kill them, no matter the cost. Diverging Phoenix shouted as she focused on Samsara. The woman then began to cast the strongest spell in her arsenal. Sandbone, on the other hand, charged toward Samsara with Diverging Phoenix's command to go all out. The 20 Blood Guards revealed maddened expressions as the dark fog around them grew more intense, and their auras grew stronger. These players' figures blurred as they rushed at Feng and his teammates. Suddenly, the Blood Guards were at least 30% faster, and their reaction speeds had improved drastically. The Blood Guards could now deflect Endless Scar's attacks, and some of them even had the leeway to dodge. How has their movement speed and reaction speed risen so much? Endless Scars could feel that these Blood Guards had suddenly become much stronger, especially regarding their physiques. Crap. These Blood Guards weren't this strong when we fought them earlier. The various superpowers experts, who had moved to reinforce Feng's team, revealed grim expressions as the Blood Guards became even more of a challenge. Humiliation, anger, powerlessness. The majority of them were Flowing Water Realm experts, and a few were even Void Realm experts. Even the various superpowers would have to be cautious around them in the outside world, and yet, these Blood Guards had only been toying with them during the previous fight. In a split second, the Blood Guards had reached Samsara and his melee comrades. However, Samsara and his team were no weaklings. Now that they had reached level 81, their epic equipment had improved as well. Including the Thunderbolt gemstones they wore, their basic attributes were only slightly lower than the Blood Guards, and with their combat standards, they had no issues facing the Blood Guards in one-on-one combat. They could even take on two at once, albeit barely naturally. Feng had an overwhelming advantage against these Blood Guards. He was level 85, 2 minor thresholds above the level 77 Blood Guards, and he currently had multiple fragmented legendary items on him. Even though his tier had been reduced to 0, his basic attributes were leaps and bounds higher than the Blood Guards. As a result, Feng practically sent a Blood Guard flying with every swing of his blade. Feng didn't even take damage when 6 Blood Guards had ganged up on him. On the contrary, the 6 Blood Guards continuously lost HP as they clashed with Feng. If the Flower of Seven Sins healers hadn't frantically cast their healing spells, the 6 Blood Guards would have fallen after exchanging a few moves. Even so, Feng still found an opportunity to activate Flame Burst and kill 2 of the Blood Guards instantly. His display was even fiercer than Endless Scars, and the remaining Blood Guards felt an immense pressure weigh on them after witnessing his performance. Is Black Flame even stronger than the rumors made him out? It looks like they can kill these Blood Guards even without our help. The various superpowers experts were at a loss for words as they watched Feng and his team overwhelmed the Blood Guards. They finally realized why Zero Wing openly dared to provoke multiple superpowers. With such a powerful team, Zero Wing certainly qualified to do so. Meanwhile, when Ruthless Sky and the various superpowers other experts eventually joined the fray, the Blood Guards steadily lost their advantage. Phoenix, at this rate, it'll be our lives on the line. The Blood Guard's stamina won't last much longer. Sandbone, who pinned down Burning Sea, shouted to Diverging Phoenix. The Blood Guard's transformation was already a heavy burden on their stamina. Now that they had improved their physiques further, their stamina consumption rate had reached frightening levels. This was why these Blood Guards avoided casually using this move. I know. Diverging Phoenix growled back. She couldn't help but grind her teeth in fury as she glared at Feng. Black Flame, I'll admit that you're quite impressive to push us this far, but this ends here. Diverging Phoenix pulled a piece of parchment from her bag space. It looked like a relic, but the moment she revealed this parchment, its energy pulled everyone's attention to it. The parchment radiated horrific divine might that made everyone's bodies feel heavier. Moreover, the parchment transformed its surrounding space into its own territory, and the Thunder God's secret lands rules no longer applied within the affected area. Diverging Phoenix began to chant an incantation, and skeletal warriors in exquisite armor, wielding all sorts of weapons, began to emerge from the void. The skeletal warriors' equipment had been engraved with magic runes, and every piece shared a similar pattern. Based on the equipment's glow, it was obvious that these undead creatures wore epic set equipment, far better than many of the peak experts present. After 3 short seconds, a total of 12 skeletal warriors had surrounded Diverging Phoenix. Heroic Warrior, Undead, Tier 3 Berserker King. Level 88. HP 28, 000, 000/28, 000, 000. How is this possible? Everyone gasped when they saw the heroic warriors. The Thunder God's secret land did not permit players to use tools, Yet Diverging Phoenix had done just that. Moreover, she hadn't just summoned ordinary monsters. These creatures rivaled NPCs and Tier 3 NPCs at that. Black Flame, I really hadn't expected you to force me to use this trump card, but no matter how much stronger you've grown in the side temple, it means nothing before the Flower of Seven Sins. Diverging Phoenix hissed as she glared daggers at Feng. The tool she had just used wasn't an easy one. Once she activated the parchment, she would be cursed, and her soul would enter a weakened state for a long time, preventing her from improving herself. After her comment, Diverging Phoenix ordered her heroic warriors to slay Feng and his comrades. Is that so? Glancing at the 12 heroic warriors, Feng retrieved the Thunder Eagle's summoning flute and blew in it. Chapter 2209, Powerful Flying Mount. The moment Feng blew into the flute, a gigantic, silver magic array manifested above him. After a few seconds, a 10-meter-tall eagle with light blue feathers emerged, surrounded by dancing arcs of electricity. The eagle announced its arrival with a deafening screech that echoed throughout the area around the Thunder Temple. An intense pressure bore down on every player in the area, even forcing the heroic warriors that charged at Feng's group to pause for a moment. Even the heroic warriors charging at Feng's group could not help but stop momentarily. What? Black Flame can summon a monster, too. I thought tools couldn't be used in the Thunder God's secret land. Level 100. Black Flame summoned a level 100 Great Lord. What's the point of summoning a level 100 Great Lord? The Flower of Seven Sins has 12 level 88, Tier 3 undead. Although Feng's ability to summon such a high-leveled monster surprised the various superpowers experts, the inwardly shook their heads. Level 100 was a very high level, but the Thunder Eagle was only a Great Lord. Even if it was individually stronger than the heroic warriors, there was a limit to its strength. At most, it could take on 2 or 3 heroic warriors simultaneously. Meanwhile, the remaining heroic warriors would work alongside the Flower of Seven Sins members to slay the rest of them. When Samsara and his teammates saw the Thunder Eagle, however, shock and envy filled their hearts. They had never thought that the flying mount would start out as a Great Lord. It was far stronger than what land mounts started, as not only could Feng use his Thunder Eagle as aerial transportation, but it could also serve as a true combat companion. Even after reaching Tier 3, the Thunder Eagle would be useful. In comparison, current land mounts could only assist ordinary experts and weaker players. They were simply excess baggage to experts of their caliber. So, this is a flying mount? I'll need to get one for myself later. Endless Scars inwardly swore as she gazed up at the Thunder Eagle. The rest of the team shared her silent sentiment. The Thunder Eagle's Tier 3 combat power could help them accomplish many things that had been impossible before. Black Flame, it seems you're at your wit's end. Do you really think one Great Lord can save you? Diverging Phoenix laughed when she saw the Thunder Eagle. Since you think that's the case, you can bear witness to the power of my heroic warriors. Diverging Phoenix controlled 6 of her heroic warriors to attack the Thunder Eagle while she sent the remaining creatures after Feng and the others. Diverging Phoenix is being quite cautious, sending 6 heroic warriors after that eagle. The creature is doomed. No. Melody, who saw this from afar, could not help but despair. The Sacred Temple had uncovered some information regarding heroic warriors. Heroic warriors weren't like ordinary monsters. They were more akin to NPCs. They had their own skills and spells, and when enough of them worked together, the heroic warriors could exhibit even greater combat power. 6 cooperating heroic warriors could even take down a Grand Lord of the same level. Although the Thunder Eagle was 12 levels higher than the heroic warriors, its basic attributes should, at best, be on par with a level 88 Grand Lord. It wouldn't be of any help to Feng. Just one Great Lord? Feng chuckled at Diverging Phoenix's comment. You sure are taking a level 100 monster lightly. In that case, I'll show you how immense the difference is. Feng immediately instructed his Thunder Eagle to attack the approaching heroic warriors with a flap of its massive wings. The Thunder Eagle sent hundreds of lightning bolts arching toward the 6 heroic warriors. Reacting quickly, the heroic warriors tried to activate skills to defend themselves. Boom. Boom. In the next moment, all 6 heroic warriors were thrown over 20 yards away, their bodies scorched black. They lost over 2 million HP in the process. The Thunder Eagle screeched again as it transformed into a blue lightning bolt and shot towards its targets. The flying mount was incredibly fast, practically crossing 100 yards in an instant as it crashed into the 6 heroic warriors that were about to attack, sending all 6 Tier 3 undead flying another 20 yards back. The heroic warriors were utterly powerless against the Thunder Eagle. For a time, the various experts were dumbfounded. These powerful, NPC-like, Tier 3 heroic warriors were little more than helpless children before the Thunder Eagle, which was the same tier impossible. My heroic warriors are Tier 3. Diverging Phoenix shouted in shock as she watched the summoned creatures suffer an absolute disadvantage. Both the heroic warriors and Thunder Eagle were Tier 3, so how could the gap between them be so large? That flying mount is too powerful. I'll have to get one for myself when I return. Burning Sea could barely stop his jaw from hanging open as he watched the Thunder Eagle's performance. How was this a great lord? The Thunder Eagle was almost stronger than Grand Lords. It was nearly as powerful as a mythic monster. Big Brother Black Flame, you must treat us to a meal after we get out of here. Happy Art said, her eyes glued on the Thunder Eagle. She had known that flying mounts were powerful, but she had never dreamed that they would be this powerful. If she had a Thunder Eagle as her companion, she could easily solo Grand Lords out in the field. Sure, no problem, sure, Feng replied, chuckling. Every 50 levels was a major threshold in God's domain. Not only would players' weapons and equipment undergo a qualitative transformation, but monsters would grow stronger as well. Meanwhile, level 100 was the second major threshold in the game, and it was a far greater one than level 50 to be precise. Level 100 was a major turning point when it came to monsters' basic attributes. Everything, including the monster's HP, strength, and agility, would undergo a qualitative transformation. In comparison, there wasn't much of a difference when it came to players' equipment. After reaching level 100, the main God system stopped sheltering players and fully removed its binding on God's domains. Monsters. When players in the past had begun to explore level 100 maps, many Tier 2 players had been demoted to commoners. Even killing chieftain-ranked monsters would require full parties or teams of Tier 2 experts, not to mention Lord-ranked monsters. This was why it was so dangerous for Tier 2 players to explore level 100 maps. Normally, only Tier 3 players could afford to roam these areas by themselves. Although the Thunder Eagle was only a great lord, its basic attributes were roughly 2 tiers higher than the heroic warriors. It might not be a match for level 88 mythic monsters, but it could rival level 88 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. How could the Tier 3 heroic warriors possibly be a match for the Thunder Eagle? The first heroic warrior fell after just 20 seconds. The remaining 5 only had half of their HPs remaining as they tried to deal with the Thunder Eagle. The Flower of Seven Sins healers couldn't keep up with the Thunder Eagle's damage. In contrast, the flying mount still had 93% of its HP remaining. The Thunder Eagle's strength and the heroic warriors were on entirely different levels. It was only a matter of time before the feathered creature annihilated the skeletal monster's retreat. Everyone retreat! Diverging Phoenix commanded, gritting her teeth. It was obvious that the Flower of Seven Sins no longer controlled this situation. Once the Thunder Eagle finished off the heroic warriors, it would doubtlessly set its sights on her and the other Flowers members. In the outside world, they might be able to take it down, but they were in the Thunder God's secret land, where the Thunder Eagle was basically invincible. Don't think you can get away that easily. You won't leave here alive. As Diverging Phoenix and her people tried to flee into the main temple, Feng activated Wind Blade and gave chase. He was far faster than his opponents, and once he was within 40 yards of Diverging Phoenix, he activated Instant Strike to appear before the Elementalist Sword's transmigration. Diverging Phoenix wanted to defend herself, but her physical control was hanging by a thread since her soul had been weakened. She simply couldn't block or evade killing Ray in time. Feng's blade bit into the woman, and her HP fell to 0 instantly. Collapsing as she died, she dropped 2 items: a pair of dark gold-ranked cloth gloves and the parchment she had used to summon the heroic warriors. Chapter 2210, Ancient Gods Document Fragment. Chaos tore at the Flower of Seven Sins members when Diverging Phoenix had died. Furthermore, The heroic warriors hadn't disappeared when she had died, but without the woman to control them, they had gained their freedom and no longer cooperated. As a result, their combat power plummeted drastically, and the Thunder Eagle had a much easier time taking them out. Realizing that the heroic warriors couldn't even keep the Thunder Eagle distracted anymore, the Flowers members began to panic further. The mindless charge toward the Thunder Temple's main temple. Getting into that main temple was their only hope for survival. The main temple was guarded by Tier 3 temple guards, who didn't allow combat between players. This was also why Supreme Sky had been so adamant about blocking the main temple's entrance. He wouldn't have been able to touch Samsara's team if they had made it into the main temple. Feng didn't bother to chase down the fleeing Flower of Seven Sins members, pausing to collect the 2 items Diverging Phoenix had dropped. Instead, although he had no interest in the level 75 dark gold equipment piece, it was top-tier equipment for other experts. Most current peak experts might not have a single piece of level 75 dark gold equipment on them. Only monster-level experts like Diverging Phoenix were strong enough to acquire such top-tier items. Current peak experts were only around level 77, and acquiring level 75 dark gold equipment was still a major challenge for the various superpowers. Feng was far more interested in the parchment the Elementalist had dropped than the cloth gloves. Any item that could summon heroic spirits within the Thunder God's secret land was definitely an extraordinary item. At the very least, Feng couldn't think of an item that could do such a thing. The Thunder God's secret land followed the world rules the Thunder God himself had created. Not even fragmented legendary items could break those rules without the Thunder God's permission, yet this mysterious parchment had successfully done so. Pursuing the remaining Flower of Seven Sins members wasn't worth the risk of losing this mysterious parchment. This is an ancient god's literature fragment. When Feng inspected the mysterious parchment and learned its name, he was taken aback. Ancient gods referred to the earliest gods to manifest. There were rumors that these ancient gods had been responsible for creating the continent of God's domain, but due to war, they had vanished, never to appear again. Any item that was related to an ancient god was a precious treasure. The most famous of the ancient gods' many items had to be the ancient god's literature fragment. Many guild wars had erupted across entire kingdoms and empires over these literature fragments. In Feng's previous life, every ancient god's literature fragment possessed unbelievable power. It was rumored that if one could collect a complete volume, they'd gain devastating power, even enough to fight the gods. This rumor didn't refer to Tier 6 god-ranked players, but true Tier 6 gods. It was also said that some kingdoms and empires had only appeared after the Great Ancient War, created and ruled by those with an ancient god's literature fragment. Claiming territory from the world's various races would have been impossible for a human without such power. Feng finally realized how Diverging Phoenix had summoned so many heroic spirits in the Thunder God's secret land, ignoring the Thunder God's rules. Accomplishing such a feat wouldn't have been possible with an ancient god's literature fragment. The ancient gods were far more powerful than the gods that had been born on the continent of God's domain, after all. The Thunder God's world rules simply couldn't contend with a literature fragment an ancient god had created. Feng took a moment to inspect the ancient god's literature fragment carefully. Ancient god's literature fragment, page V, epic rank item, an ancient parchment that has undergone the baptism of time. Its divine runes remain intact and contain unbelievable power. Skill 1 - Summon heroic spirit. Sacrifice a portion of the user's soul to summon 12 ancient heroic warriors to do battle. The summoned heroic warriors will be 1 tier higher than the user up to Tier 3. Duration, 12 hours. Cooldown, 5 natural days. A weakened soul cannot conduct the summoning. Skill 2 - Soul Absorption. Absorbs the souls of half-dead creatures for a chance to generate a drop of soul essence. Cooldown, 6 hours. Stronger targeted creatures increase the chances of generating soul essence. Skill 3 - Soul Strengthening. Consume soul essence to strengthen a creature's soul. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Stronger targeted creatures require more soul essence for soul strengthening. This item is bound to the owner's soul and cannot be traded or stored in a warehouse. This fragment also has a chance of dropping on death. Drops on death if in a weakened soul state. Amazing! Truly amazing! Indescribable shock and excitement filled Feng as he finished reading the Ancient Gods Literature Fragments attribute panel. It's no wonder why those powers contested over these literature fragments so desperately. If a single fragment can exhibit such power, how much power does a complete volume offer? Summon Heroic Spirit was a godly skill against current expert players. The combat power 12 Tier 3 NPCs wielded would be no trivial matter. If not for the level 100 threshold, the Thunder Eagle would never have been a match for the 12 heroic warriors. However, Feng valued the soul-strengthening skill far more than the Summon Heroic Spirit skill. Current players might not truly understand the importance and meaning of their souls, but as they continued to level up and encountered far more NPCs and monsters, they would figure it out. Without a powerful soul, players had no hope of reaching Tier 5, much less Tier 6. Moreover, the soul-strengthening skill clearly stated that it could be used on creatures. In other words, the skill wasn't limited to players, affecting NPCs as well. In NPCs, their souls represented their potential. The stronger an NPC's soul was, the more growth potential it would have. Higher growth potential also meant that NPCs would have an easier time reaching higher tiers. At this stage of the game, personal guards were a common sight. However, there were very few personal guards with high growth potential. Even first-rate guilds would celebrate if they obtained another Secret Silver Guard first. Secret Silver Guards wielded incredible combat power. If they had level and equipment advantages, they could easily suppress current peak experts. Second, Secret Silver ranked personal guards wouldn't reach a bottleneck when reaching for Tier 3. Once they rose to level 100, they'd have no problem advancing to the next tier. Moreover, they had a chance of reaching Tier 4. At Tier 4, not only would personal guards be a massive help when defending guild towns or cities, but they'd also be meat grinders in large-scale combat. However, obtaining a Secret Silver personal guard was extraordinarily difficult. Even Zero Wing only had 22 Secret Silver Guards, and that was largely thanks to Feng's past knowledge of these guards. Otherwise, Zero Wing wouldn't even have 10 Secret Silver Guards right now. However, obtaining NPCs with high growth potential wouldn't be a problem now that he had the soul-strengthening skill. Secret Silver Guards might be difficult to find, but Mysterious Iron Guards were abundantly available. Once he collected enough soul essence, he could nurture a powerful NPC army, reinforcing Zero Wing until it could easily stand up against superpowers. While Feng pondered on the potential of a personal guard army, the battle with the Flower of Seven Sins had come to a close. Over half of the Flower of Seven Sins players had died in the battle, and every one of them had been a cadre member in the organization. Furthermore, 15 of the 20 Blood Guards had died. It was a tremendous loss to the Flower of Seven Sins. The organization would most likely need a long time to recover. Meanwhile, the various superpowers would have long since stabilized their positions in the Thunder God's secret land. Big Brother Black Flame, the blood magic seal has lifted, and the superpowers people have entered the temple. We should hurry in as well, Happy Art ecstatically reported as the barrier around them faded. The Thunder Temple's main temple was the most important location within the Thunder God's secret land. It was also their team's true goal. If the side temple had so many awesome items to offer, she couldn't even imagine what waited in the main temple. Alright, let's move out then, Feng said, nodding. Chapter 22:11, Sacred Land. Walking into the Thunder Temple's main temple was like entering a bustling shopping mall. Rare items and top-tier equipment had been put on display. Even bronze mounts, which were a rare sight anywhere else, were available for purchase. The spectacular view mesmerized these players as they entered the temple. So, this is the main temple? It's amazing! There's even level 80 to level 100 dark gold set equipment here. Happy Art exclaimed when she saw the equipment displayed on one of the numerous counters. Samsara and the others were similarly thrilled. Experts like them wanted level 80 dark gold equipment now more than anything, but raiding level 80,100 man hell mode team dungeons was the only reliable way to acquire such equipment right now. Needless to say, level 80 dark gold set equipment would be even harder to collect, and yet, the Thunder Temple's main temple actually had such high-level dark gold set equipment for a fixed price. One could purchase the complete Phantom Thunder set, a 6-piece, level 80 dark gold set equipment, for 300 Thunder Source crystals. Aside from the incredible basic attributes bonuses the set provided, The Phantom Thunder set's set effects were astounding. The 6-piece set effect even increased the wearer's physique and stamina by 30%. Both physique and stamina were incredibly important when players explored high-level maps, even more so than basic attributes. Unfortunately, equipment that improved these two attributes was scarce on the market. However, the Thunder Temple sold such items. The various superpowers experts drooled over the Phantom Thunder set even more than Samsara's group. They gazed upon the set equipment with bloodshot eyes, and some even considered stealing the set. If we can get our hands on a few dozen of these sets, Vice Temple Master will have no problems capturing one of the fortresses in the Gravity Mountain range. Ruthless Sky reasoned as he gave the Phantom Thunder set an adoring look. Epic equipment did provide significant boosts to players' combat power, but it was just too rare. Moreover, most epic equipment didn't improve stamina and physique, merely providing higher bonuses to players' basic attributes. When exploring new maps, players would perform far better with the Phantom Thunder set than with 6 pieces of epic equipment. As for the Gravity Mountain range, the various superpowers had recently discovered the deadly Forbidden Land. It wouldn't have caused such a stir if the area had only offered abundant resources, but the superpowers had also discovered that the map had a unique aspect. The map was unusually free in that no kingdom or empire had jurisdiction over it. Players could take control of the map as their own territory. The various superpowers had gone crazy over the discovery. Normally, utilizing the territory around a city was enough for a first-rate guild to become immensely wealthy. Even superpowers would be tempted to claim such an area, but now, players had discovered that it was possible to take control of an entire map. Moreover, the map in question was particularly resource-rich. The potential profits one could earn from the Gravity Mountain range was unimaginable. Laying claim to the Gravity Mountain range would be the equivalent of obtaining a super miniature kingdom. The area was also surrounded by level 100 maps, which was extremely important to the various superpowers' development. This discovery was also the reason that many of the superpowers hadn't bothered Zero Wing, despite the fact that it maintained ownership of Stone Forest City. After all, this Forbidden Land was far more important than a God Mode regional dungeon. However, the Gravity Mountain range was still a Forbidden Land. Regional dungeons and secret lands simply couldn't compare. Not only was players' stamina consumption amplified in the mountain range, but the mana there was also quite thin. Despite the fact that monsters in the Bottomless Abyss were far stronger than those in the Gravity Mountain range, the various superpowers teams had a much harder time fighting the mountain range's monsters. Naturally, capturing the ancient fortresses in the Gravity Mountain range and transforming them into fortified bases would be even more of a challenge. I agree, but what is a Thunder Source Crystal? Melody understood what Ruthless Sky was trying to say. In fact, this was one of the main reasons that the Sacred Temple had visited the Thunder God's secret land in the first place. The Sacred Temple hadn't made any progress in exploring the Gravity Mountain range, so the guild had shifted its focus to strengthening its exploration teams. The Thunder God's secret land was the perfect place to do just that. This was an ancient god's secret land, and it would have plenty of valuable items available. However, players needed Thunder Source Crystals to purchase any of the items for sale in the main temple. While the various superpowers experts wondered what the Thunder Source Crystals were, Samsara and his team found the name familiar. Didn't that boss drop a Thunder Source Crystal? Burning Sea whispered. I see. So, these items won't be so easy to acquire, Samsara commented as he nodded to Burning Sea. Somewhat disappointed, he continued, it seems we'll have to start with the guidance quest. The Thunder Source Crystal was one of the items the Naga general, Valenka, had dropped. To be precise, it had come from an item called the Crystal Box. One crystal box only contained a dozen or so Thunder Source Crystals, but Valenka had only dropped 2 boxes. After dividing the loot, there hadn't even been enough to give each team member 3 Thunder Source Crystals. To purchase the Phantom Thunder set, they'd have to kill all of the side temple's bosses several dozen times. Unfortunately, the dungeon only reset once every 3 days, and current players were helpless against the side temple's bosses. In other words, current players could only gaze longingly at the main temple's top-tier equipment. Of course, Feng had long since gotten used to that. The Thunder Temple within the core of the Thunder God's secret land was a treasure trove. Even Tier 5 players would find tempting items, not to mention Tier 2 players. However, It would take more than a few days of hard work to afford these items. After browsing the items inside the main temple for a little while longer, Samsara led Endless Scars, Burning Sea, and Frozen Gem to turn in their epic guidance quest on the main temple's second floor. As for Feng and the others, they had only been hired to escort the 3 players and were free to leave and do their own thing. Fortunately, leaving the Thunder God's secret land was quite simple. One just had to use the teleportation array within the main temple. Guild leader Black Flame, I really have to thank you for your help. If not for you, the Flower of 7 Sins would have annihilated us, and we never would have reached the main temple. Samsara expressed his gratitude and admiration. For your remuneration, I am willing to offer an extra 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. I hope that you can accept them. You're being too courteous, Brother Samsara. I was only fulfilling my part of the contract. Feng was at a loss when Samsara offered 10 more bottles. Although Zero Wing didn't lack funds, obtaining a single bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid was excruciatingly difficult, yet Samsara casually handed them out. Guild leader Black Flame, please don't be polite. With your strength, I'd like to trouble you more in the future. Consider the extra bottles as a deposit, Samsara said, shaking his head. Burning Sea and Frozen Gem nodded in agreement with their leader. To experts like them, Feng was far more valuable than the various superpowers. They hadn't realized Feng's strength when he had first shown up, but after witnessing his heaven-defying performance, not taking the chance to befriend him would be a huge waste. Since Samsara's intentions to form a relationship were genuine, Feng didn't reject his offer. Again, even a super guild would be fortunate to befriend such powerful experts. Even if recruiting these experts were impossible, Feng could hire them to help in the future. God's Domain wasn't a single-player game, and many aspects would require powerful experts. Moreover, it was not very often that Feng met someone as generous and wealthy as Samsara. His ability to hand out dozens of S-rank nutrient fluids was just frightening. Feng, Samsara, and the rest of the party then added each other as friends, promising to reach out if any of them needed help. Once the team disbanded, Feng planned to return to Zero Wing. He had spent quite a bit of time in the Thunder God's secret land, and he still had responsibilities in the guild. Although he hadn't obtained the guild alchemy workshop design, he had acquired an ancient gods literature fragment, so his trip hadn't been a complete waste. In fact, he considered it to have been a profitable journey. Just as Feng turned toward the teleportation hall in the main temple, Happy Art approached him. Big Brother Black Flame, do you have anything urgent to take care of right now? Happy Art asked. Not in particular, Feng replied, shaking his head. In that case, would you mind joining me to meet with someone? Happy Art mysteriously asked. Meet with someone? Who is it? Feng responded, curious about Happy Art's serious expression. Our 13 Thrones Guild leader. Happy Art answered. Chapter 22:12, Shocking Appearance of a Flying Mount. Your guild leader? Feng could not help his surprise to hear that the 13 Thrones Guild leader wanted to meet him. 13 Thrones was a super guild. Many superpowers had begun to emerge in God's Domain at this stage of the game, but most of them could only rival veteran super first-rate guilds. Some couldn't even manage that. One could count the number of superpowers that rivaled super guilds on one hand. Even among super guilds, 13 Thrones was stronger than average. Although the super guild had been stuck in a corner of the God's Domain continent, far from the continent's richest locations, during Feng's previous life, it had nearly been as strong as the 5 great super guilds at its peak. At the time, it had controlled 3 empires and almost 10 kingdoms. That's right. Our guild leader wishes to meet with you, Happy Art said, nodding. She, too, found the situation surprising. He told me that he has something that might interest you. She had only reported about what had happened in the side temple and the party's encounter with the Flower of 7 Sins. She hadn't expected her guild leader to request a meeting with Feng. 13 Thrones was a veteran super guild that maintained its rank among the top 10 super guilds. It employed countless experts, and the guild leader was always busy with endless responsibilities. Other superpowers guild leaders would have a hard time arranging a meeting with 13 Thrones guild leader, not to mention core upper echelons or old monsters, and yet, her guild leader had sent the swordsman an invitation. Something that might interest me? After giving the matter some thought and ensuring that he didn't have any urgent matters to attend to, Feng agreed. All right, let's go. It wasn't easy to meet with a super guild's guild leader. Generally, these people operated behind the scenes, issuing a single word to mobilize hundreds of thousands of experts. Moreover, Feng was curious about what this guild leader wanted to discuss. He accompanied Happy Art as they teleported out of the Thunder God's secret land, instantly arriving on an island in the Sea of Death. Several hundred teams, mostly consisting of level 73 and 74 players, were busy grinding the island's monsters. To ordinary players, these people were definitely expert. Feng and Happy Art's sudden arrival instantly attracted many of the team's attention. Where did those two suddenly come from? They teleported here? They dared to come here with just the two of them? Are they tired of living? The island's players chatted as they wondered about Feng and Happy Art. This was no ordinary island, and its monsters were quite powerful. The weakest monster here was a level 75 chieftain, while most were lords and grand lords, and they all typically worked in groups of 100 or more. To make matters worse, the island was astoundingly cold, and without more than 70 ice resistance, players wouldn't survive on the island. Even a 20-man team of expert players would quickly die. Why wouldn't these teams be surprised to see a 2-man team suddenly appear? While the several hundred nearby experts watched Feng and Happy Art, who had hidden their identities and levels, out of curiosity, the two experts in question ignored them and inspected a map to identify their location. This is Frost Hell Island. My guild leader is currently on Dragonheart Island. If we take a bronze speedboat, we should arrive in 8 or so hours, Happy Art said, breathing a sigh of relief when she recognized their location. Due to a lack of teleportation points, travel at sea wasn't as convenient as travel on land. Players could spend 10 hours just to get from one place to another. Fortunately, Frosthell Island was in the Sea of Death's inner region, very close to Dragonheart Island. It was too bad she only had a bronze speedboat. A mysterious iron speedboat would get them to their destination a lot sooner, but such speedboats were painfully rare, even in a super guild like 13 Thrones. Normally, they would be assigned to peak experts that focused on naval prowess. Experts like her, who shifted between land and sea, were only given bronze speedboats. We're heading to Dragonheart Island? Shaking his head, Feng said, a boat will take too long, and we'll have to deal with plenty of sea monsters. Let's just fly there. After saying so, Feng retrieved the Thunder Eagle's summoning flute and activated it. In the next moment, the 10-meter-tall Thunder Eagle descended from the sky. It looked like a medium-sized passenger aircraft with its massive wingspan, stretching across several dozen meters. The eagle's impressive aura even dwarfed that of the island's great lords. As the Thunder Eagle landed, its wings stirred the air into a small storm that engulfed nearby players. At the same time, these players felt an immense pressure press down on them. Let's go, Feng said as he hopped onto the Thunder Eagle's back. In God's domain, most land mounts could only carry 2 to 7 people, depending on their strength. The weakest flying mount, however, could carry up to 10 people. An extraordinary flying mount like the Thunder Eagle was capable of carrying up to 20 people at one time. Hearing Feng's invitation, Happy Art nodded and eagerly jumped onto the Thunder Eagle's back. With a flap of its wings, the Thunder Eagle blurred as it left its position. By the time the watching players spotted it again, the mount was several dozen meters above the ground. With its lightning speed, the Thunder Eagle vanished. After several seconds. The experts on Frosthell Island only snapped out of their daze after the Thunder Eagle was gone. Shocked, they stared at the horizon, where Feng and his companion had vanished. Crap. That was a flying mount. It's the rumored flying mount. I must be seeing things. How can those two have a flying mount when the various superpowers haven't even found one? Were they NPCs? Nonsense. I used an advanced identification skill on them before they left. I couldn't see any of their information, but I did see player markers above their heads. They are definitely players. So, that was a flying mount. Amazing. Truly amazing. Our land mounts are no more than turtles compared to that eagle. That eagle looked so cool. I'll have to get flying mount for myself someday. The expert players on Frosthell Island quickly published the situation on the Sea of Death's official forums, starting a heated discussion about the two players' identities. Since the forum post had included pictures and video of the flying mount, It quickly became a hot topic. Most ordinary experts were still searching for a bronze mount of their own. They could only dream of riding a mysterious iron or secret silver mount. Only large guilds' upper echelons might own such a high-quality mount, and not even first-rate guilds were guaranteed to have a fine gold mount. They had just witnessed a flying mount. With the ability to ignore terrain, flying mounts were even faster than epic land mounts. Moreover, they had all seen the Thunder Eagle's speed. With such a fast mount, traveling across God's domain wouldn't be a problem. When the various superpowers received news of the Thunder Eagle, the matter became a sensation. They frantically began to search for the identities of the Thunder Mount's riders. Chapter 22:13, 12 Holy Swords. I want this matter investigated. Find out who those people are. Once you learn their identities, figure out how they got that flying mount. They came from Frosthell Island. They should still be in the area. Notify everyone there to search for those players and report back when they find them. Once the various superpowers found out about the Thunder Eagle, they poured manpower into investigating the flying mount. Its appearance had stirred the previously peaceful Sea of Death to life. While the various superpowers searched frantically for the Thunder Eagle, Sandbone, who had just escaped the Thunder God's secret land, received news of the flying mount as well as this the monster Black Flame had summoned. Sandbone stared at the pictures he had received in shock. It's actually a flying mount. As an Apex expert, he knew just how valuable a flying mount was in God's domain. Apex experts often found resource-rich areas when exploring the continent, but since they were so far from civilization, these players couldn't exploit these regions. However, they could increase their harvests by several-fold if they had a mount, exploring regions that other players couldn't reach. Needless to say, their leveling speed would substantially increase as well. The main reason that players' leveling speeds decreased as they reached higher levels was due to the fact that high-level maps were very far away from teleportation points, and building or relocating a guild town was easier said than done. Boss Sand, why don't we publicize this matter? Even if we do nothing, the various superpowers will take Black Flame out if they know that he is the one riding that flying mount. The level 77 assassin suggested from beside Sandbone. Now that they had discovered the existence of flying mounts, the various superpowers would stop at nothing to find their own. Their players' leveling speeds and ability to gather resources would skyrocket with a flying mount. It was the perfect opportunity for these superpowers to gain an advantage over their rivals. If they found out that Black Flame was the Thunder Eagle's owner, they would go after him. No. We mustn't let anybody know about this. Sandbone said, shaking his head. This is a good opportunity for us. An opportunity? The level 77 assassin asked in confusion. Your idea might be useful if that were an ordinary flying mount, but Black Flame had summoned it within the Thunder God's secret land. Only tools from within the secret land will work there, and Black Flame hadn't summoned the eagle before entering the side temple. Had he done so, his team wouldn't have fled from us, Sandbone said, chuckling. Do you know what that means? It means that Black Flame obtained the flying mount from the side temple. The level 77 assassin answered, his eyes glowing with excitement. Correct, and the various superpowers don't know that yet. The few superpowers teams inside still can't communicate with their guild members outside of the Thunder God's secret land. They likely don't know that the eagle Black Flame summoned is a flying mount, Sandbone said, sneering. Black Flame may have disrupted Brother Sky's plans, but he led us straight to a flying mount's origin. We need to secure the side temple before other powers figure this out. Then, we can take our time with Black Flame and Samsara's group. Sandbone had witnessed the Thunder Eagle's strength personally. Not even the 12 Tier 3 heroic warriors had been a match for it. If the Flower of Seven Sins could acquire a few Thunder Eagles of their own, no one could stop the organization within God's domain. While entering the Thunder God's secret land was a challenge for the various superpowers, it wasn't hard for the Flower of Seven Sins. Sandbone immediately contacted Supreme Sky to inform him of the situation. Meanwhile, Feng's Thunder Eagle hovered above the sea near Dragonheart Island. He had Happy Art summon her bronze speedboat to carry them the rest of their way. The Thunder Eagle was too eye-catching to fly directly to the island. It would almost certainly attract trouble. Dragonheart Island was, after all, a hub for the various superpowers. As Happy Art watched the Thunder Eagle vanish, she couldn't help her disappointment that she hadn't gotten to ride it for a while longer. Aside from the wonderful feeling of soaring through the sky, the flying mount's speed was awe-inspiring. Thanks to the Thunder Eagle, the trip that would have taken 8 hours by bronze speedboat had lasted less than an hour. With such speed, she could visit any leveling spot she wanted after a moment. Feng and Happy Art reached Dragonheart Island's port easily. Several hundred ships floated at the docks, and bronze speedboats were a particularly common sight. There were even more than 20 extremely rare sailboats. The entrance to Dragonheart City lay beyond the port. Majestic walls, over 100 meters tall, surrounded the city, and the lowest level player they saw entering or leaving was level 75. Moreover, most of these players were experts from the various superpowers. Some experts, who had just arrived, were shocked by what they saw was the only large-scale democratic NPC city in the Sea of Death. Dragonheart City was a forest of unique, monumental buildings. Occasionally, players could even spot flying ships as they glided through the sky above. NPCs of various races, such as half-orcs, half-elves, Naga, and dwarves, roamed the city streets. The majority of these NPCs were merchants, carrying massive backpacks or driving freight wagons. These NPCs hawked their wares all over the city. If one paid close attention to the NPC merchants' comments, they'd learn that many of the items for sale were unique, not available elsewhere. Most of these merchant stocks, in fact, included incredibly rare, valuable items. Some NPCs even sold mysterious iron mounts and holy fruit, which could permanently increase a player's attributes. Players could even buy Tier 3 slave guards. Much of what they saw sorely tempted players who were new to the city. Unfortunately, these NPCs did not accept the human race's coins as currency. They only accepted ancient coins. Without ancient coins, surviving in Dragonheart City was nearly impossible. The ancient coin was a type of currency that had been used since ancient times. The mana these coins carried made them different from ordinary coins, and when players collected a certain amount, they could even increase the mana density around them. However, actually acquiring ancient coins was an extreme challenge for players. Even Zero Wings struggled to earn ancient coins. After Happy Art guided Feng through the city for about half an hour, they arrived before an advanced bar named Dragonblood. Passers-by marveled at the two for their assumed wealth. When Feng and Happy Art entered the tavern, everything in Dragonheart City cost ancient coins, and the products and services that Dragonblood offered were particularly expensive. The cheapest fruit wine the bar sold cost 10 ancient coins per bottle. Expert players like themselves couldn't even earn that much. After 2 days of questing in Dragonheart City, once they entered the bar, Happy Art led Feng to one of the top-floor rooms. When they entered the room, they were greeted by a young, white-haired swordsman in white clothes who sat by the window, enjoying a glass of wine. Aside from the young man's name, Feng couldn't see any of his information. Despite sitting there quietly, the young man felt like the most important thing in the room. Amazing. So this is Melancholy, 13 Thrones Guild leader? Feng inwardly exclaimed as he watched the youth before him. Although he could not see Melancholy's level or equipment, the man felt dangerous. Feng also spotted something familiar on Melancholy's body. That weapon was the reason that Melancholy had risen to fame in God's domain. The Sacred Dragon's Blade. The sword was a bona fide fragmented legendary weapon and one of God's domain's 12 holy swords. It was leagues stronger than Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations. Someone else stood in the room, as well, and Feng was very familiar with this player. Starlink's guild leader, Lu Xingluo. Chapter 22:14, Meeting Lu Xingluo again. Why is he here? Feng could not help his surprise as he looked at Lu Xingluo. Lu Xingluo was an insufferable young master. Before entering God's domain, he most likely hadn't even been aware of the superpowers that existed in the virtual gaming world. Needless to say, he wouldn't have had any relations with the super guilds in the virtual gaming world, much less the guild leaders of Super Guild. Feng found it incredible that Lu Xingluo was acquainted with Melancholy. Melancholy was extremely secretive with his movements, let alone someone like Lu Xingluo. Even the guild leaders of other super guilds had a very difficult time meeting with him. Although Lu Xingluo was the heir of the Starline Corporation, he did not actually hold much authority. In comparison, Melancholy had direct control over 13 thrones. Not only was 13 Thrones itself a major corporation, but the guild also received the full support of multiple major corporations. Melancholy was someone with true power, someone leagues above Lu Xingluo. Comparing Lu Xingluo with Melancholy was akin to standing a child beside an adult. Even if the child was dressed luxuriously, a child was still a child. Moreover, Starlink had always focused its development in the Dark Knight Empire, whereas 13 Thrones' development was in a far corner of the continent. The two guilds' bases of operations were extremely distant from each other, giving them no opportunity to come into contact now. However, Lu Xingluo was actually sitting in the same room as Melancholy. Feng found this situation truly surprising. Meanwhile, the originally calm atmosphere inside the room suddenly became tense with Feng's appearance, as Lu Xingluo started glaring at him hatefully. However, similar to Feng, Lu Xingluo was also surprised to see him here. In Lu Xingluo's opinion, Feng was merely the guild leader of Zero Wing. Even if Feng was strong, the man was just a slightly stronger ant. He and Feng stood on entirely different levels. Although Zero Wing currently possessed the ability to provoke superpowers, that was merely due to Stone Forest City's existence. The number of experts in Zero Wing was extremely low. The guild itself did not have any noteworthy strength at all. Once Stone Forest City's advantages disappeared, Zero Wing's days would be numbered now. However, Feng had actually appeared in this venue. Meanwhile, when Melancholy looked at Feng, surprise briefly flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly calmed himself and took the initiative to greet Feng. Guild leader Black Flame, please sit. What's going on here? Lu Xingluo was further confused when he saw Melancholy greeting Feng first. Previously, when he had been conversing with Melancholy, the latter had consistently maintained an indifferent attitude. On the other hand, Melancholy's attitude toward Feng actually contained a trace of friendliness. Since Melancholy had taken the initiative to greet him, Feng responded with a nod and went straight to business, asking, Guild leader Melancholy, may I know your reason for calling me here? Just like Happy Art has said, you really are a straightforward person, Melancholy said, chuckling. He then pointed at the city outside the window and asked, Guild leader Black Flame, may I know your thoughts on Dragonheart City? A sacred land for commerce, Feng answered after pondering the matter. During his previous life, Dragonheart City was one of the strongest commercial cities in God's domain. Every inch of land here had been worth its weight in gold as one of the main areas of activity for Tier 3 naval players. The resources available here were much more abundant compared to what Thunder Island had. Not to mention, Dragonheart City was the sole large-scale free NPC city in the Sea of Death. Unlike the NPC cities on the main continent, Dragonheart City was a place where players could become king. Of course, this did not mean that players could capture it. Instead, players had the option to purchase it. Every construction in Dragonheart City, including the auction house, City Lord's mansion, teleportation hall, and other key constructions, could be purchased so long as one had the money to do so. Players could do anything they wanted with the construction they purchased. They could even demolish the original construction and build another construction of their choosing. Moreover, Dragonheart City was also home to the famous World Tower. The World Tower was a place that the mainstream powers in God's domain would keep an eye on. When compared to the World Tower, the value of Otherworld gates was insignificant because one could find super rare epic materials inside the World Tower and even the main materials needed to produce fragmented legendary items. Due to this reason, Dragonheart City had become one of the strongest commercial cities during Feng's previous life. At its peak, the city's commercial influence had surpassed even that of an empire. That's right. This place will become a sacred land for commerce. Melancholy nodded approvingly. He never thought that Feng would be so on point with his answer. Smiling, he continued, may I know if Guild leader Black Flame is interested in setting up a shop here? Setting up a shop here? Feng looked at Melancholy in confusion. If possible, he really wished to set up a shop in Dragonheart City. Unlike the player shops in ordinary NPC cities, those in Dragonheart City could do business with the NPCs of other races. Meanwhile, Dragonheart City hosted a very large number of foreign races, far more than even Thunder Axe City. Obtaining epic materials and ancient designs was much easier here. In the entire God's domain, there were only a handful of NPC cities capable of rivaling Dragonheart. Hence, Dragonheart City's shops were incredibly valuable. However, setting up a shop here was not an easy task. Even Zero Wing couldn't do so right now since all shops in Dragonheart City utilized only ancient coins as currency. Ancient coins were different from ordinary coins. Not only were ancient coins difficult to obtain, but exchanging them was also a big problem. Unlike ordinary coins, ancient coins were not automatically converted to a higher denomination after a certain amount was collected. The system did not convert ancient copper to ancient silver, or ancient silver to ancient gold automatically. Meanwhile, the merchandise sold in Dragonheart City required specific coins. In other words, items priced in ancient silver could not be purchased using ancient copper. The same was true for items selling for ancient gold. However, items sold for ancient silver could be purchased with ancient gold. The conversion used the official exchange rate, which was AL to 100 ratio. Due to this reason, the value of ancient gold was extremely high, even after 10 years had passed in God's domain. Moreover, even the cheapest shop in Dragonheart City cost 8,000 ancient gold, which was not a sum the current Zero Wing could acquire. That's right. Setting up a shop here? Melancholy affirmed. Of course, there is a price for this shop. I wish to borrow Zero Wing's strength to capture a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range. As long as we succeed, I'll give you 10,000 ancient gold to purchase a shop in Dragonheart City. Realization immediately dawned upon Feng at Melancholy's words. It was no wonder Melancholy could offer him such remuneration. The Gravity Mountain range was located beneath the World Tower. Not only was the Gravity Mountain range rich in resources, but the fortresses found there were also the main method for the acquisition of ancient gold coins. By securing a fortress there, one could net a profit of 2,000 or 3,000 ancient gold every day. Moreover, as more time passed and the fortress became better equipped, more NPCs of foreign races would visit the fortress, further increasing the fortress's income of ancient goldenly. The fortresses found in the Gravity Mountain range were not easy to capture. Setting aside the countless monsters that resided in these fortresses, just the level 100+ mythic monsters serving as the guardian boss of these fortresses were sufficient to annihilate any of the current superpowers. Just as Feng was about to reply to Melancholy, Xingluo suddenly frowned and said, "Guild leader Melancholy, aren't you thinking too highly of Zero Wing? With our two guilds cooperating with each other, we are almost certain to secure the fortress. Zero Wing is merely lending a little help, yet you're giving them 10,000 ancient gold? Isn't that a little too much?" Chapter 22:15, You're Not Fit. Xingluo's words made Melancholy frown for a moment. "What are you trying to say, Guild Leader Lu?" Melancholy asked coldly. He had long since known about the feud between Starlink and Zero Wing. However, as a guild leader, he had to prioritize profits above all. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal profits, which was also why he had invited Feng over for a negotiation. Not only did Feng himself possess the ability to summon the powerful Thunder Eagle, but Zero Wing's combat puppets and tanks were also very suitable for siege battles. The matter regarding the Gravity Mountain range's fortress was of utmost importance. Although 13 Thrones and Starlink already had an 80% chance of securing the fortress they were aiming for, having a little more insurance would never hurt. Melancholy had never imagined that Xingluo would throw a tantrum over such an important matter if not for the great personage backing Xingluo, as well as Starlink indeed having the strength to deal with the monsters inside the fortress and its territory being very far away from 13 Thrones territory. Melancholy wouldn't have bothered cooperating with Xingluo at 1,000 ancient gold should be more than enough. After all, Zero Wing will only play the role of a spectator. Countless other guilds would be willing to accept 1,000 ancient gold to take on such a role, Xingluo said, chuckling as he glanced at Feng. "Don't you think so as well, guild leader Black Flame?" You, Happy Art, who stood at a corner of the room, could not help gnashing her teeth in anger at Xingluo's word. Feng was her guild leader's guest. Yet Xingluo was speaking as if he was the one presiding over this business transaction. He was showing 13 Thrones no respect whatsoever. She had personally witnessed Feng's strength. The Thunder Eagle's combat power would definitely increase 13 Thrones' chances of securing the fortress in the Gravity Mountain range. Moreover, she knew what kind of remuneration Samsara had paid Feng. That was several dozen bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid they were talking about, something one could not buy even if they had the money to do so. Although an individual's combat power would indeed have a limited effect in a siege battle, if it became public that 13 Thrones was offering to hire Feng at a price lower than Samsara's, 13 Thrones would definitely be the butt of everyone's jokes. However, before Happy Art could say anything, Feng preempted her, smiling and saying, "What guild leader Lu said is indeed correct. It would be very wonderful if a guild could receive 1,000 ancient gold just for spectating. Only, I wonder how much a guild that can't even beat a spectating guild should receive?" Feng was well aware of Melancholy's habit of developing partners. Meanwhile, it was quite obvious that Xingluo had grasped this point as well. If Zero Wing partnered up with 13 Thrones this time, the relationship between the two guilds would undoubtedly become stronger. Meanwhile, 13 Thrones was in existence far above super first-rate guilds like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. If Zero Wing received 13 Thrones support, Starlink would definitely have plenty of trouble dealing with Zero Wing in the future. Knowing this, Xingluo naturally couldn't allow the partnership between Zero Wing and 13 Thrones to succeed, even if it meant earning Melancholy's dislike. Not to mention, Melancholy's goal was profits. The man wouldn't dismiss 13 Thrones' partnership with Starlink just because of a little dislike. Hence, Feng couldn't allow Xingluo to have his way. Moreover, securing a shop in Dragonheart City was a great temptation. Although the value of Dragonheart City's shops was nowhere close to the value of the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses, the shops were still one of the main avenues of earning ancient gold. However, Zero Wing would need a lot of time to collect enough ancient gold to purchase a shop in Dragonheart City. During this period, Zero Wing would lose out on many opportunities. If it could receive some startup funds from 13 Thrones, earning ancient gold would become much easier. Later on, upon hearing Feng's words, Happy Art silently snickered. The feud between Starlink and Zero Wing was already common knowledge among the various superpowers. Meanwhile, Starlink had suffered not only failure in its multiple attempts to destroy Zero Wing but even significant losses. Black Flame. Xingluo burst out in rage at Feng's words. "Don't think that you're amazing just because you managed to protect your turtle shell. Attacking a fortress requires absolute strength. It is not something that can be accomplished with your little tricks. You think your guild is amazing, right? Why don't we have a true comparison of our guilds? I won't take advantage of your lack of numbers, either. We'll each send 10,000 players to fight it out in the Divine Colosseum. If Zero Wing wins, I will no longer doubt Zero Wing's strength and will admit that Zero Wing is qualified to receive that 10,000 ancient gold. If Zero Wing loses, then obediently take your spectator fees. We'll have guild leader Melancholy preside over this match. How about it? Do you dare accept this challenge?" Happy Art could not help but curse Xingluo for his shamelessness. Zero Wing had just recently stepped onto the path of becoming a superpower. The quantity and quality of experts Zero Wing possessed were still far from comparable to what an actual superpower like Starlink had. Moreover, at this stage of the game, expert players had long since gotten used to the combat style of God's domain. Everyone's equipment was also continuously improving. Now, it was very difficult for anyone to have an edge in terms of equipment quality. It might be fine if the competition this time was only a 100 versus 100 match. In such a case, Zero Wing would still have a chance of victory. However, in a battle involving 20,000 players, Zero Wing wouldn't even have enough expert players to fill its slots. In contrast, Starlink had a bunch of old monsters and peak experts under its command. It seems he is still too young, Melancholy thought as he turned to look at Feng. However, he did not address Xingluo's words. This was because what Xingluo said was indeed true. Being on the defensive side of a siege battle held a completely different meaning to being on the offensive side. It was much easier to defend a fortified location. Generally, the one on the offensive side had to pay a much higher price than the defensive side to achieve victory. Although Zero Wing could indeed repulse Starlink's forces, its actual strength was still far from comparable to Starlink's. In Melancholy's opinion, Feng's provocation of Xingluo now was a very unwise move. Otherwise, Xingluo wouldn't have had the opportunity to take advantage of Zero Wing's weakness. As for the matter of partnering up with Zero Wing, it was obviously no longer possible this time. After all, If Melancholy allowed Zero Wing to fight Starlink, 13 Thrones' reputation would only suffer. Nevertheless, after all was said and done, Black Flame was his invited guest. He had no choice but to smooth things over and have Black Flame take a step back in this struggle. However, just as Melancholy was about to speak up, Feng looked at Lu Xingluo and replied calmly, "Whether Zero Wing is qualified or not is not up to you to decide, Guild Leader Lu. Moreover, you're not fit to do so either. Since Guild Leader Lu wishes for a fight, let's just fight. Only I wonder, what do you plan to do if you lose, Guild Leader Lu?" Is he insane? Surprise flashed across Melancholy's face when he heard Feng's reply. At this point, Starlink's strength was already close to rivaling that of super guilds. Moreover, the guild's background was one that even 13 Thrones would not dare to take lightly. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was currently in the limelight of God's domain and had recruited many talented people from the Dark Knight Empire and various other kingdoms. A defeat at Starlink's hands would wash all of the reputation it had accumulated before down the drain. In the aftermath, the loss of this competition might even bring about Zero Wing's thorough demise. "I am not fit?" Lu Xingluo laughed at Feng's reply. "If I lose, I'll give you 10,000 ancient gold. 3 days. Don't say that I didn't give you time to gather your men. In 3 days, we'll fight it out in Dark Knight City." "Good. We'll fight in Dark Knight City in 3 days. Feng nodded. Following which, Feng said his goodbyes to Melancholy before leaving the room. He then returned to Zero Wing's main headquarters in White River City. Before Feng had acquired a flying mount, he indeed had not possessed the confidence to fight Starlink in a frontal confrontation. However, the situation was different now that he had a flying mount. With a Thunder Eagle, he could now visit distant locations that he originally couldn't. 3 days was more than enough for Zero Wing's strength to undergo a qualitative transformation. Chapter 22:16, Emergence of Talents. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. As soon as Feng walked out of the guild residence's teleportation area, he noticed that the guild hall was crowded with players. The bars and restaurants set up there, in particular, were packed with chatting players, the majority of them talking about their recent harvests. When they saw Feng walking out of the teleportation area, they fell silent. In the next moment, however, everyone went into an uproar. "Guild leader. It's the guild leader." The guild leader actually came to White River City's residence. The guild members present were all excited to see Feng, and everyone started greeting him. To Zero Wing's members, their guild leader was a true legend. Not only was he Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert, but he had also personally established Zero Wing and developed it into the kingdom's #1 guild. Now, Zero Wing was even being recognized as a pseudo-super first-rate guild, and it was only a matter of time before it became a real one. Nowadays, Zero Wing was the most famous guild in Star Moon Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms and empires. If one mentioned Zero Wing's name in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the Twin Towers Kingdom, and the Black Dragon Empire, the guilds and powers of these countries would react with awe and fear. Moreover, after Zero Wing secured its hold over Stone Forest City, countless experts had started fighting to join Zero Wing. At this point, Zero Wing's expert count had long since surpassed that of first-rate guilds by leaps and bounds. The average level of Zero Wing's expert players was also shooting up, thanks to the bottomless abyss. Due to these positive developments, the guild was also making rapid progress in team dungeons, and its inventory of weapons, equipment, and resources had expanded considerably. Now, Zero Wing was inferior only to the various superpowers. However, compared to the superpowers, the conditions to acquire the weapons and equipment inside Zero Wing's guild warehouse were much looser. Most importantly, the top-tier Crystal Light set, Dark Gold set equipment that could be used up to level 80, was exclusive to Zero Wing Guild Leader. "You're back." When Aqua Rose came across Feng, she quickly reported, "During the time you were absent, the guild has been developing rapidly. We have recruited many Refinement Realm experts. After including the Lost Town special training and the complete Refinement Realm legacy we obtained, we now have 86 Refinement Realm experts. The S-rank nutrient fluids you brought back also allowed quite a few of us to break through. Now, we have 7 Flowing Water Realm experts in the guild." When Aqua Rose spoke, her voice bubbled with excitement. Refinement Realm experts were far stronger than ordinary experts. Although God's domain provided the perfect environment and tools for players to train themselves, the number of experts capable of reaching the refinement realm standard was still extremely low. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds had only a handful of refinement realm experts, much less flowing water realm experts. Logically, even if Zero Wing had the support of all these tools, it shouldn't have many people reaching the refinement realm and flowing water realm. Hence, Aqua Rose found this outcome truly unbelievable now. After including the domain realm expert Yen Tianxing and void realm expert Yi Lufei, Zero Wing possessed a considerably dazzling array of experts. Although the overall strength of Zero Wing's top-tier combatants currently could not rival that of superpowers, the guild had already gained a portion of the strength necessary to face superpowers in a frontal confrontation. We already have so many refinement realm experts? Sure, Feng was also surprised by this outcome. He had been gone for only 2 weeks or so. Before he left, the guild had only a little over 30 refinement realm experts. Now, that number had actually more than doubled. Zero Wing's rate of improvement was simply terrifying. This is mostly thanks to our guild being at its peak. Previously, many members had been stuck at the half-step refinement realm standard. Now that we have the bottomless abyss and a complete refinement realm legacy, many finally managed to cross the threshold. In addition, this growth spurt isn't over yet. I believe that in a few more days, the number of refinement realm experts our guild has will increase to 100, Aqua Rose said confidently. At that time, our dungeon raiding and map exploration ability will not lose out to those superpowers anymore. As long as Zero Wing had 100 refinement realm experts, it could form 100-man teams to raid the truly top-tier dungeons and even explore the bottomless abyss's second floor. Raiding powerful field bosses wouldn't be a problem anymore either. Now, Zero Wing could also take advantage of the resources the various superpowers had been monopolizing all this time. No, we have enough already, Sure Feng said, chuckling. Have everyone gather. I'm forming a 100-man exploration team. Zero Wing's development speed truly exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought that he would have to wait another month or two before the guild would have so many refinement realm experts. Now, he was even more confident of defeating Starlink in the upcoming competition exploration. Aqua Rose fell into a daze momentarily when she heard Shifeng's words. However, she quickly snapped out of it and said excitedly, "Wonderful! I'll contact them immediately." Zero Wing's members had been eagerly awaiting the day when they could explore high-level maps. Previously, they could only watch as the various superpowers explored these maps and collected all sorts of top-tier equipment and treasures. Although Zero Wing had the crystal light set, after all was said and done, the set equipment was useful only to plate armor classes. The equipment standards of Zero Wing's cloth and leather armor classes were still far from comparable to that of the superpowers. Zero Wing also did not possess as many powerful tools as the superpowers. After merely 30 minutes, all the players Aqua Rose contacted had gathered in White River City's guild hall. Of the assembled players, the majority were at level 75, and even the weakest piece of equipment on them was level 75 fine gold rank. This would definitely be considered top-tier equipment in the outside world, and even the main force members of first-rate guilds would envy these players. After all, most guild experts had just reached level 75 recently. Obtaining level 75 top-tier equipment was still incredibly difficult. Guild leader, which location are we going to explore? The bottomless abyss's second floor? Blackie asked when he saw the gathered players. He had been to the bottomless abyss's second floor before, and the drop rate of equipment and treasures there was on a whole new level compared to the first floor's drop rate. The quality of the loot was also much higher. Killing any random field boss would net level 75 dark gold equipment with absolute certainty. It was even rumored that some superpowers had obtained individual parts of level 75 dark gold set equipment from these field bosses. However, the monsters on the second floor were not only extremely powerful but also endless. Unless players could simultaneously raid a field boss and deal with an endless stream of mobs, survival was almost impossible. Unfortunately, Zero Wing did not have the strength to survive on the second floor right now. At this point, only the various superpowers did. Hence, both Blackie and everyone else present had been looking forward to the day when they, too, could set foot onto the bottomless abyss's second floor. No, "We're not going to the bottomless abyss," Feng said, shaking his head. Smiling, he continued, "We're going to the level 100 neutral map, the Endless Desert." Level 100 was a major turning point in God's domain. The changes didn't apply to just players and monsters but also maps. It was no exaggeration to say that the resources contained in pre-100 maps and post-100 maps were as different as heaven and earth. The amount of EXP monsters provided, in particular, was a whole magnitude more. Meanwhile, the Endless Desert was a vast desert located in the abandoned land in the main continent of God's domain. Not only was teleportation impossible in the abandoned land, but this map was also located extremely far from any kingdom or empire. Moreover, as a level 100 map, even level 100, Tier 2 experts would have only a 10% chance of survival when exploring the map, even if players went as a team of 100. The reason for this wasn't just the presence of extremely powerful monsters, it was also the poor environment there. Players below Tier 3 would have a tough time surviving there. If Tier 2 experts tried entering the Endless Desert, death was almost certain, as the monsters there were even more dangerous than the monsters in the bottomless abyss. Of course, this was only true for the Endless Desert's outer area. The inner area was much safer in comparison. In the past, after mainstream players' levels exceeded 100, many large guilds would frequently power level their low-level members in the Endless Desert's inner area. To enter the Endless Desert's inner area safely, one had to either be escorted by a powerful team or be familiar with the terrain there. However, even players familiar with the Endless Desert's terrain needed to meet stringent strength requirements. At this stage of the game, aside from Feng, nobody else in Zero Wing qualified originally. Feng had planned to bring the guild's experts there only after they reached level 95, to help them reach level 100 quickly. However, now that he had obtained the Thunder Eagle, ferrying players into the Endless Desert's inner area would be a piece of cake. Chapter 22:17 Abandoned Land. We're going to a level 100 map. Zero Wing's gathered experts were dazed when they heard Feng's plan. Current peak experts could only afford to explore level 80 to 85 maps, not because they were incapable of defeating level 90+ monsters, but because it took so much time and effort to do so. Furthermore, level 90+ maps were far more dangerous and required more travel time to reach. Higher level monsters also had a wider perception range. Level 80 monsters would only notice level 75 players within 100 yards, but level 90 monsters would notice a level 75 player from 200 yards away. This made it much harder to avoid unwanted fights. This was why most experts decided against grinding in high-level maps right now. They wanted to, but the endeavor was too dangerous and not worth the effort. Most players didn't even harbor the thought of grinding in level 100 maps. Guild leader, we're not even level 80 yet. Won't exploring a level 100 map be a little too risky? Yan Tianxing worriedly asked. The various superpowers have already made more progress in exploring the bottomless abyss than our teams. If we take off to explore a level 100 map, I'm afraid that they'll only widen the gap between us. Yan Tianxing knew that these players were experts among experts, and only the various superpowers would be capable of forming such a powerful 100-man team, but it was too risky to explore a level 100 map. In contrast, the bottomless abyss was perfect for players of their level. It was the best leveling spot for them right now. Everyone is a high enough level already. Feng understood Yan Tianxing's concerns. Chuckling, he said, "Moreover, the area we're going to isn't inferior to the bottomless abyss in the least. Normally, the bottomless abyss was the best leveling spot available for players at this stage of the game. But when one considered level 100 maps, that wasn't the case. Moreover, there were more than 10 superpowers within the bottomless abyss right now, and competition within the dungeon was intense. In comparison, no one currently occupied the Endless Desert. The team of experts couldn't help their excitement when they heard Feng's insistence. They all trusted his word, and since he was so confident, the map they were heading to definitely offered better resources than the heavily contested bottomless abyss. However, quite a few players were still concerned about the expedition. They were, after all, talking about a level 100 map. The monsters in the area would be the same level at the very least. Even if they wore equipment with the ignore levels mechanic, they could, at most, ignore 10 or so levels. They would still have to cope with more than 10 levels of suppression, but Feng disregarded his team's concerns and led his players to White River City's teleportation hall. He instructed them to travel to the closest teleportation point to the abandoned land. With each person spending a little over 11 gold in teleportation fees, the 100-man team had spent more than 1,000 gold. Even large guilds would ache over the expense once they arrived in a remote town. Feng sent everyone to Precipice Valley, a map that bordered the abandoned land with his 7 luminaries rings spatial gate. The team only reached their destination after 4 teleportations. Precipice Valley was a level 80 map, relatively high-leveled for current players. Only superpowers expert teams or first-rate guilds' main forces could survive here. However, since the valley was so far from civilization, players weren't willing to visit the map. As Zero Wings members stood before the Precipice Valley's Great Precipice, their expressions darkened, then all felt an intimidating aura from atop the 1,000-meter-tall cliff. A visible layer of deadly energy enveloped the crag. They felt a stinging pain, even from so far away, as if something were sapping their strength. After a moment, every Zero Wing member was overwhelmed with an intense hunger. They started to shiver as if they had been starved for too long. Crap. What is this place? Blackie couldn't help the thread of fear he felt as he stared up at the Great Precipice. Guild leader, we're not really going in there, are we? This was the first time he had felt death linger around him so intensely. If he felt like this as he just stood before the Great Precipice, he didn't even want to imagine how he'd feel once he moved beyond it. The environment alone was likely more than enough to kill him. This precipice is special. It has an extremely powerful suppression force. I doubt ordinary Tier 2 experts would survive the climb, Gentle Snow commented, surprised as she rested her hand against the steep stone side. She hadn't thought that Feng would bring them to such a place. She possessed a piece of fragmented legendary equipment and a peak legacy. Her basic attributes were among the best in God's domain right now, yet even she found the idea of climbing this rock face daunting. One could easily imagine the outcome other Tier 2 experts would face if they tried to climb the precipice. That's right. Tier 2 experts have no hope of climbing this cliffside. Anyone who tries will likely fall and die before they reach the halfway point, Feng agreed, nodding. This was the boundary that separated the abandoned land from the outside world. Players couldn't simply enter the abandoned land's outer region on a whim. Chuckling, Feng continued, however, we don't need to climb up it. I can just take you over. After saying so, Feng summoned the Thunder Eagle. When the Thunder Eagle, which was as large as a medium-sized passenger plane, appeared, Blackie and the others' eyes nearly fell from their sockets. Guild leader. Isn't that a flying mount? Blackie stuttered. The appearance of a flying mount on Frosthell Island had caused a commotion throughout God's domain. Naturally, Zero Wing had paid very close attention to the matter. However, since it had only appeared once on the island, Zero Wing had no way of investigating the situation. The Thunder Eagle that hovered before them, however, looked exactly like the one on Frosthell Island. Although Blackie had been 99% sure that Feng was responsible for causing the commotion, he hadn't wanted to jump to conclusions. After all, that was a flying mount they were talking about. Everyone in God's domain was going crazy over the discovery. Not only could players soar through the sky with a flying mount, but they could also visit far more maps across the God's domain continent. The rest of the team eagerly stared at their guild leader as well. They wanted to hear the truth from Feng's lips. This Thunder Eagle is indeed a flying mount. Seeing the madness in his players' eyes, Feng couldn't help but nod and laugh. Chapter 22:18, Frightening EXP. When Feng confirmed his team's suspicion, they gasped as their faces lit up with joy. Guild leader, you're so amazing. You actually own the flying mount that has caused such a commotion throughout God's domain. So, this is a flying mount. Guild leader, why didn't you tell us earlier? Even as Aqua Rose and the others bombarded Feng with questions, they were a little upset that he had hidden the Thunder Eagle from them, only telling them now. Despite their irritation, they couldn't help but rejoice over the fact that their guild leader owned the majestic Thunder Eagle. It was the first known flying mount in God's domain. If news of this spread, even more experts would swarm to the guild's residences to join Zero Wing. Flying mounts were many times rarer than land mounts, and even the most powerful experts would have to get lucky to acquire one. The best way to secure a flying mount was to join a guild that already had one naturally. That meant that Zero Wing was expert's best option as the first guild to obtain a flying mount. Their guild would have more of an advantage when acquiring such mounts, of course. They had to keep this information contained for as long as possible. Once the various superpowers found out, they would target Zero Wing with even greater ferocity. I'm sure you've all realized the benefits of having a flying mount already. They are difficult to come by, but if any of you pass the Extraordinary Tower's second floor, I'll reward you with one of your own, Feng said, smiling as he saw the desire flash in everyone's eyes. Quite a few of Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts had already reached the Truth Realm. Unfortunately, they might be considered peak experts in a first-rate guild, but they would still be trivial in a superpower. However, it would be a different story if they reached the Ascension Realm. Once players reached the Ascension Realm, they could effortlessly execute a basic combat technique with every action. Executing advanced combat techniques would also become a lot easier. Moreover, even if one were only in the Refinement Realm, they'd have a high chance of mastering a bronze combat technique once they had entered the Ascension Realm. If a Flowing Water Realm expert entered the Ascension Realm, they'd be able to contend with peak experts with the same basic attributes as long as they had mastered a bronze combat technique. Are you serious, guild leader? Fire Dance breathlessly asked. Feng's declaration even moved Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. Based on what they had learned thus far about flying mounts, they knew how rare they were. The fact that Feng had obtained one was a miracle. Obtaining a second one would likely be impossible, of course. When have I ever lied to you? Feng asked, chuckling at his players' incredulous looks. Flying mounts were incomparably valuable and even rarer than epic items, but he had already spent more than a decade in God's domain. Although he couldn't easily acquire extraordinary flying mounts, he could obtain a common flying mount. In fact, he had originally planned to obtain a common flying mount once he had reached level 100, but now that he had the Thunder Eagle, it would be a lot easier to obtain that common flying mount. Feng's confident tone only motivated his team even more to clear the Extraordinary Tower's second floor. Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were especially inspired since they had already cleared the first floor and had made significant progress on the second floor. They were only a few short steps away from the Ascension Realm. After the conversation, Feng flew the first group of players into the abandoned land. As they crossed the border, they felt a chill wrap around them. Everyone aside from Feng, who had an extraordinary physique, felt an intense hunger overtake them, including Gentle Snow. They could feel energy leave their bodies, and if they didn't replenish it, they would likely die after 5 or 6 hours. Fortunately, the Thunder Eagle was extremely fast. Although the mount shared the sky with flying monsters, as an extraordinary flying mount, the Thunder Eagle's speed was leaps and bounds higher than the level 100+ flying monsters. It easily shook off any monsters it aggroed. After nearly 2 hours, the first group finally arrived at the Endless Desert's inner region. The sand in the inner region was silvery white, and once they entered the area, the first group's hunger eased. Now, advanced food and beverages was enough to restore their lost life energy. However, when Aqua Rose saw the monsters on the ground, her expression darkened. Skeleton Spirit, Undead, Lord. Level 101. HP 70,000. 000/70 000 Skeleton General, Undead, Great Lord, Level 102. HP 180 000 000/180 000 So, these monsters are over level 100? Yen Tianxing frowned as he gazed at the monsters below. A Lord-ranked Skeleton Spirit already had more HP than a level 80 Great Lord, and its aura even felt deadly to a Domain Realm expert like him. Meanwhile, there were thousands of Skeleton Spirits roaming the desert below. If they hadn't been flying, they'd already be dead. The Skeleton Generals in runic, silver armor were even more powerful. Yen Tianxing's instincts screamed at him to run when he sensed their auras. That's a good spot. We'll grind there, Feng said as he pointed to a nearby sandstone pillar. The sandstone pillar was even larger than a 7-story house, with enough room at its peak to fit 100 players. Fortunately, there weren't a lot of monsters near the pillar, so they didn't have to worry about accidentally aggroing too many. Feng soon landed the Thunder Eagle on the gravel pillar, but when his teammates saw the number of skeleton spirits around them, they were at a loss for words to defeat a random skeleton spirit. They'd likely need to work as a full 20-man team, going all out. These skeleton spirits moved in groups of 10 or more, however. How were they supposed to kill these monsters? While the group was at their wits' end, Feng retrieved the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. Feng wouldn't have dared to grind here before reaching level 85. After all, the Bible of Darkness could only summon a demon that was 15 levels higher than he was, and the difference between level 99 and 100 was massive. He would only be asking for a beating if he had tried to send a level 99, Tier 3 demon against a group of level 100+ lords. However, now that he had already reached level 85, the Tier 3 demons he summoned would be level 100. Although a level 100, Tier 3 demon would have a tough time against a dozen or so level 101 lords, it could manage it with sufficient healing. With the Tier 3 demon serving as the MT, the rest of the team could attack with everything they had, and they wouldn't have to worry about splash damage as long as they remained on top of the sandstone pillar. Once they saw the Tier 3 demon, the team realized what Feng intended even without further explanation. As soon as the demon lured in a group of skeleton spirits and solidified its hold on the monster's aggro, the team bombarded the skeletons. Violet Cloud and the other healers focused on maintaining the demon's HP. In the meantime, since the team members were underleveled, their attacks barely dealt minus 10,000 damage. Even when they focused on one skeleton spirit, they couldn't deal enough damage to overcome the monster's battle recovery. Fortunately, the Tier 3 demon was quite powerful, and it was only a matter of time before they killed these skeleton spirits. Seeing that his players could handle the situation, Feng returned to Precipice Valley atop his Thunder Eagle. The level 100+ monsters granted an abundance of EXP when they fell, even more than level 99 Great Lords. Including the bonus EXP everyone received from killing a monster of a higher level, Gentle Snow and the others had leveled up more than once by the time Feng returned with the second group. Their leveling speed stupefied Shadow Sword and the others, who were part of the second batch of players Feng ferried before entering the Endless Desert. Gentle Snow and her comrades had been level 77. The amount of EXP they needed to level up was horrific, yet after only a few hours, they were very close to level 79. By the time Feng had ferried the entire 100-man team, Gentle Snow and the rest of the first group had reached level 80. Moreover, the team's grinding speed increased as Feng continued to summon more level 100, Tier 3 demons when the Bible of Darkness's summon demon skill finished its cooldown. The team's leveling speed didn't slow in the slightest, even after splitting the EXP between more players. Once Feng had summoned 3 Tier 3 demons, he began to challenge the Great Lord-ranked skeleton generals. Even in level 100 maps, Great Lords were relatively rare. They could be considered mini-bosses in level 100 maps, and even Tier 3 experts would have to flee from a one-on-one battle with such a monster. However, by combining the strength of 3 Tier 3 demons in addition to the effects of Demon Ruler, Feng was able to stand against a level 100 Great Lord. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose and the others could only watch from the sidelines. With the exception of Cola, one of the skeleton general's AoE skills would instant-kill any of these team members die. Feng activated Divine Providence and landed the final blow on the skeleton general, obliterating the Great Lord's last strand of HP. As a result, many of these Zero-Wing experts leveled up, and Feng rose to level 86. Meanwhile, the skeleton general dropped about a dozen or so items. Every item radiated a dazzling glow. It was obvious that these items were all extraordinary. Meanwhile, lying among these items was a broken blade, surrounded by a faint, bloody mist. The blade steadily devoured any life energy around it, looking the most conspicuous among the loot. A blood-smelting fragment. Feng was surprised to see the broken blade. Chapter 2219, Level 100 Secret Forging Design. Blood-smelting fragment. Everyone grew curious, shifting their focus to the broken blade on the ground. When they noticed Feng's surprise at a glance, it was obvious that this broken blade was extraordinary, but their guild leader didn't usually seem shocked. Even when an epic item dropped, this is interesting. We'll prioritize the skeleton generals from now on, Feng said as he collected the blood-smelting fragment. Guild leader, is that thing valuable? Aqua Rose could not help but ask. She had already inspected the blood-smelting fragment's attribute panel, discovering that it was only a common item. Blood-smelting fragment, common rank item. A shattered fragment of a weapon, containing a mysterious energy that absorbs the life energy around it. Although the introductory text mentioned some sort of mysterious energy, the blood-smelting fragment was just junk. It didn't have a use. At most, it could be a collection item. It's extremely valuable. Even the value of all the other items combined don't come close, Feng said, smiling. You shouldn't look down on it just because it is a common item. Even master forgers would go crazy to get their hands on this. An item that master forgers would go crazy for? Aqua Rose grew even more confused. The blood-smelting fragment was only a common item. What relation did it have to master forgers? That's right. There is a chance to extract secret forging designs from this thing, Feng explained. As long as we collect enough fragments, we could even extract advanced secret forging designs. What? Extracting secret forging designs? Aqua Rose exclaimed. Nowadays, subclasses were becoming more important in God's domain, yet among the various subclasses, the forger subclass stood out. A forger with secret forging designs was treated far differently than those without, enjoying a much higher status. Secret forging designs couldn't be copied, and the items produced possessed extraordinary effects. Take Feng's mana armor kit, for example. Among the many armor kit designs found in God's domain, none could compare to the mana armor kit. Feng's secret forging design was also the reason that Zero Wing had acquired so many advantages over its competition. One could easily imagine how valuable the blood-smelting fragment was if it truly were possible to extract a secret forging design from it. It was no wonder why Feng had been so surprised hearing the conversation between Feng and Aqua Rose. Realization dawned on the rest of the team. Their faces lit up with excitement and anticipation. Feng simply chuckled when he saw his teammates' reactions. He didn't bother to explain further, instructing everyone to continue grinding skeleton spirits and generals. The secret forging designs that could be extracted from the blood-smelting fragment were not as simple as everyone assumed. The items one could produce with these designs would even be a great help to level 100+ players. They were on an entirely different level than the secret forging designs players had found thus far. Furthermore, there was the chance of extracting an advanced secret forging design. In the past, any forger that had learned an advanced secret forging design had been treated as well as Grandmaster forgers, even within the various superpowers. It didn't matter if said forger was only a master forger. This was because, in God's domain, the stronger players became, the less helpful external items would be. However, that was not the case for items produced with an advanced secret forging design. These items would even be useful to Tier 5 players, which were considered upper echelon level experts in the various superpowers, not to mention Tier 3 players. The fact that the skeleton generals had a chance of dropping the blood-smelting fragment completely exceeded Feng's expectations. Normally, only monsters near the Abandoned Lands core had a chance of dropping these fragments. But not even Tier 3 players could survive in the area now that he knew he could collect blood-smelting fragments from the skeleton generals. He had to go all out in hunting them down and collecting as many as he could. That way, he would have a much greater chance of extracting a secret forging design or an advanced secret forging design. The designs within the blood-smelting fragments had been created by the God of War, and every one of these designs would help a master forger create an unbelievable item. It was even rumored that the items could even allow Tier 4 players or below to challenge opponents that were one tier higher. Normally, players could only gain such power through legendary items, but the items produced with the God of War's top 3 designs would be similarly effective. Even if these effects were limited to Tier 4 players or below, they were still astonishing. If a first-rate guild had one of these designs, it could instantly rise as a superpower and overlord in God's domain. Following Feng's lead, the team went into a frenzy as they searched for and hunted skeleton generals. Fortunately, nobody else had come to explore the endless desert yet, so, despite being mini-bosses, skeleton generals were quite common. The skeleton spirits in the way were the only problem, but Zero Wing's members didn't mind slaying them. With Feng's 3 Tier 3 demons, these skeleton spirits didn't present much of a challenge. They were little more than walking EXP. In addition, The team members activated their berserk skills from time to time, ramping up the team's overall DPS. Most importantly, as Feng continued to level up, his demons grew stronger. Occasionally, Feng would spend some magic crystals to activate Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance to speed up the grinding process. As well, after just 2 short days, every member of the team had risen to level 87. They couldn't help their desire to stay here forever after witnessing their leveling speed. As for Feng, he had reached level 90. If he made his level public, the various superpowers would likely faint with anger. Most of the various superpowers peak experts were still far from level 80, yet Feng had reached level 90 so quickly. Even if he only wore level 90 mysterious iron equipment, his basic attributes would be leagues higher than those peak experts. Sure enough, everyone's leveling speed is slowing down, Feng thought to himself as he killed another skeleton general and saw the change to his experience bar. He recognized that it was impossible to get his team members to level 90 before the competition. If he could get Aqua Rose and the others to level 90 and gear them out with epic equipment and level reduction gemstones, they could all use level 100 items. Starlink would then have to beg for mercy. Guild leader, another blood-smelting fragment has dropped. Fire Dance joyfully announced as she snatched up a broken blade from the pile of loot the skeleton general had dropped and handed it to Feng. Another one? Feng could not help his grin as he looked at the broken blade, enveloped in a bloody mist. With this, we finally have 10 fragments. Over the past 2 days, they had hunted down skeleton spirits and generals non-stop. They hadn't even logged out to rest. As a result, not only had they gained a lot of levels, but they had also acquired a lot of blood-smelting fragments. The reason Feng had pushed his team so hard was to increase their chances of extracting a secret forging design, which they could only do by obtaining more fragments. According to the various superpowers experimentation, one would have a 20% chance of extracting a secret forging design from 5 blood-smelting fragments. By attempting the extraction from 10 fragments, they'd increase their chances to 30%. With 10 fragments, they also had a small chance of obtaining an advanced secret forging design. Although it was possible to increase the extraction success rate by using more blood-smelting fragments, Feng didn't have much hope of collecting 15 or 20 fragments. He had discovered that only the skeleton general's first spawn had a high chance of dropping blood-smelting fragments, and once they spawned a second time, they wouldn't drop a fragment at all. Unfortunately, there were only so many skeleton generals in the endless desert, and it was simply impossible to collect 15 or 20 fragments. He felt fortunate already to collect 10 fragments. Please let it be a success. Feng prayed as he activated Divine Providence. Although he wasn't sure whether Divine Providence would be of any help, he couldn't care less. He needed all the help he could get. After activating Divine Providence, Feng used Mental Extraction, a skill unique to Master Forgers, on the blood-smelting fragments. Chapter 22-20-28 Blood Refining Designsl. Under Feng's control, the 10 blood refining fragments floated into the air and stopped, suspended. The bloody mist grew denser, and a short moment later, it flowed away from the fragments and toward Feng. At the same time, the 10 fragments visibly disintegrated. After 5 seconds, all 10 blood refining fragments had turned into dust, and the bloody mist that lingered around Feng formed a 3-fold magic array. Wonderful. It succeeded. Feng rejoiced as he watched the magic array manifest. Each subsequent layer of the 3-fold magic array was more complex than the last. The first layer was already 3 times more complex than an intermediate magic array, and each subsequent array contained more power. Despite the 3 magic arrays manifesting with completely different sets of runes, all 3 felt united and whole. Not long after the 3-fold magic array completed, a streak of bloody light shot from the array and into Feng's brain. Suddenly, line after line of information swam in Feng's brain, casting Goldstone design, one of the God of War's 28 blood refining designs. The forged lava stone can be merged with the user's main weapon and liberate the weapon's potential. The greater one's mastery with the design, the stronger the casting Goldstone's effects will be. Struck gold. Feng was elated as he took a rough glance at the information. Although he only received a basic blood refining design, not an advanced one, It was the extremely rare casting design in God's domain. Forgers fell into 3 categories. The first type focused on weapons and equipment. The second type focused on support items, such as armor kits and whetstones. The third type focused on items that strengthened existing weapons and equipment, such as combat devices. Among the third categories, designs were the rarest. Moreover, most strengthening items were temporary, so they tended to be the least valuable of forgers' products. However, the third category forgers were the most popular among the various superpower strengthening items. Were easier to produce, had higher production rates, and shorter production times than items from the other categories. This made mass-producing these items possible. During Feng's previous life, any forger that successfully learned a secret forging design from this category would be treated like a god by the various major powers, although the blood refining designs only belonged to the second or third category. There had been less than a handful of players who had learned these third category designs during Feng's previous life. Feng had never thought that he would acquire a third category blood refining design in this life. After a brief, excited moment, Feng earnestly inspected the casting goldstone's details. The moment he did, however, he was astonished at its. No wonder why the various superpowers and forgers went mad over the 3 great advanced blood refining designs back then. If the casting goldstone is already this powerful, those advanced designs items can allow players to transcend tiers. Feng was inwardly shocked as he read about the casting goldstone's effects. Although the casting goldstone could only strengthen players' main weapon, it was not limited to metallic weapons. It could also be used on wood or crystal weapons like staves and bows. Moreover, the strengthening effects were permanent. This category's forged items shouldn't be capable of such a thing, but the god of war had made the impossible possible. The casting goldstone could accomplish the feat because it didn't strengthen the weapon itself. Instead, it reinforced the connection between the weapon and its wielder, giving the player a portion of the weapon's strength. The amount of the weapon's strength the user could access depended on the quality of the casting goldstone. The threefold magic array that had appeared before Feng was none other than the casting goldstone's core. To increase the forged casting goldstone's quality, one would have to increase their mastery of the threefold magic array. As long as one fully mastered the magic array, the casting goldstone could double up to a Tier 3 player's combat power. It would even be significantly helpful to Tier 4 players. The casting goldstone's only flaw was the required materials. Every material needed to produce the casting goldstone was incredibly rare and valuable, especially the magic molten gold. A single ingot currently costs 20 gold on the market. In total, each production attempt would cost 40 gold or so. With that kind of money, one could purchase a piece of level 70 fine gold equipment. It seems I'll have to research this blood refining design carefully. Feng could not help his grin as he looked at the casting goldstone design. He had still felt that the upcoming competition against Starlink would be quite difficult if he relied on Aqua Rose and the others. Starlink was no pushover after all. With the casting goldstone, however, he was no longer concerned. Ordinary powers might struggle to collect magic molten gold, but for Zero Wing, it was a simple task. One word was all it would take for Zero Wing to acquire a stock of magic molten gold from the secret and Candlelight chambers of commerce. Needless to say, he could acquire the rest of the required materials through the same routes. Thinking up to this point, Feng had everyone return to White River City and get some rest. They hadn't rested for the past 2 days, and Aqua Rose and the others still had plenty of responsibilities in Zero Wing to attend to. The team was a little disappointed that Feng dismissed their grinding session, but it was true that they needed to return to their tasks. Following which, everyone took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to their respective bases of operations. Although most teleportation means were prohibited in the abandoned land, return scrolls and guild transfer scrolls were, fortunately, an exception. After Aqua Rose and the others left, Feng took out a return scroll and teleported to White River City. He intended to research the casting goldstone's production method in the Candlelight trading firm. When Feng returned, the city was as crowded as always. Only, far more guilds occupied the city now than before. As Feng walked through the city's business district, he saw players from several dozen guilds. Many were even from large guilds that were based in other kingdoms and empires. These guilds had gathered in White River City to visit the city's auction house. Since White River City's auction house was linked with the one in Stone Forest City, Players could find rare items and equipment that only dropped in the bottomless abyss. The bottomless abyss was the current frontline in God's domain. Ordinary expert players coveted the items found in the regional dungeon. Naturally, the various large guilds members couldn't miss this opportunity. Traveling to the bottomless abyss was a particularly challenging endeavor for players from outside of the Dark Knight Empire, and entering the regional dungeon wasn't easy either. At this point, a team shouldn't even dream of entering the dungeon without 5 ordinary experts. Because of this, White River City had become a hub for the players in the kingdoms and empires neighboring Star Moon Kingdom. This situation instantly transformed White River City into a super large-scale NPC city, with a player population of nearly 20 million. Players from the various large guilds ran to White River City's auction house to purchase items. In addition, Zero Wing hosted and monitored daily bartering sessions for rare items in White River City's auction house, which further enticed the various guilds and expert players. The easiest currency players could earn in God's domain was coins. Powerful players no longer needed coins so desperately. Instead, they needed rare materials and top-tier equipment. However, most people selling these items were generally unwilling to accept coins as payment, seeking items of equal value. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's bartering sessions had made White River City a hub for rare materials and top-tier equipment. White River City even began to show signs of becoming the main trade hub for Star Moon Kingdom and its several neighboring kingdoms. Just as Feng had almost reached the Candlelight trading firm, the crisp sound of the system reached his ear system. White River City Auction House has met the conditions to unlock its advanced features. Do you wish to enable the advanced features? Chapter 22-21 Auction House's Advanced Features. The conditions have already been met? Feng stared at the system notification. Shocked. NPC auction houses were unlike player-built auction houses. Like shops, they could be upgraded as long as they met the requirements. However, an auction house's requirements were stricter than a shop's. Not only did the auction house in question need a certain amount of daily traffic, but it also required a certain trade volume. Moreover, the auction house would have to maintain these conditions for some time to qualify for a promotion. NPC auction houses had only qualified for their promotions after players had reached past level 100. During Feng's previous life, players could only enter auction houses' noble section after reaching that level and becoming a noble. NPC auction houses' noble sections were particularly attractive to players, and they only started to show their value after players reached level 100. After that, player-built auction houses didn't stand a chance against NPC auction houses. The noble section was the trading platform for NPC nobles. To put it simply, it was where NPC nobles sold their items, not players. NPC nobles owned extraordinary items, which were far more valuable than NPC wandering merchants' goods. Sometimes, these NPC nobles even sold epic items. The quantity and quality of the items in the noble section depended on how prosperous the NPC city was. The more prosperous a city was, the higher the quantity and quality would be. This was also why the various major powers had done everything they could to develop the NPC cities they had been based in during Feng's previous life, especially the various superpowers. If the NPC cities under their rule were prosperous, they could earn more profit from the city's auction houses. These noble sections had also become a source for top-tier equipment and super-rare items for ordinary players. Once the noble sections activated, God's Domain's players would truly become active. They would no longer limit themselves to a specific location. Every NPC auction house would have different items to offer. Although one auction house might not have the items players wanted, another might. Hence, players in the past had tried to visit as many NPC auction houses as possible, but to enter the noble sections, they had to earn a noble title in the city. This forced players to become more active in other cities, grinding for reputation points. The increased player activity in the past had also brought turmoil to God's Domain. To secure more profit, the competition between the various major powers had intensified, and they had desperately developed the NPC cities under their rule. There were 2 methods to develop an NPC city. The first method increased the city's player population and commercial prosperity. The second required the powers players to complete city development quests, which players would only gain access to after reaching level 100. Level 100 was a massive turning point. During the lower levels, the main god system provided special treatment for players, but after level 100, players were on their own. This was especially true for the various major powers after players reached level 100 and activated the city development quests. The various major powers had gone into a frenzy to complete these quests to develop their NPC cities and increase their player population as much as possible. However, every one of these city development quests required players to secure various resources from level 100 plus maps. Furthermore, players would clash with the dark forces, various kingdoms, and empires as they acquired some of these resources. This was when players started to influence the various kingdoms and empires in the truest sense. Because of this, it hadn't been unusual to see kingdoms and empires fall into ruin. The various major powers had loved to see this happen. When a kingdom or empire fell, the various major powers would gain the land and the ability to establish their own kingdoms and empires. This was also why Feng was trying to prepare for the day players reached level 100. Once the many restrictions on players and monsters were gone, the various major powers would realize that the peace they had once known no longer existed. The various major powers and superpowers were dreaming if they thought they could continue as they had been once players reached level 100. NPC cities would fall, and all of a guild's investments would go to waste. There were only two methods to prevent such a situation. The first method was to upgrade their NPC cities. The second involved improving their own strength. Sure enough, there are many benefits to linking the auction house to a guild auction house so early. After giving the matter some thought, Feng chuckled and chose to enable the White River City auction house's advanced features. He had worried that he wouldn't have enough time to prepare. Starlink had already established a foothold on Dragonheart Island and had mingled in the Gravity Mountain Range for some time now. From a certain perspective, Dragonheart Island and the Gravity Mountain Range had even better resources to offer than the Bottomless Abyss, especially Dragonheart Island. The island was tailored for players over level 100. However, that was no longer an issue since he had promoted White River City's auction house sooner than expected. Another system notification immediately rang in Feng's ears. At the same time, the system interface for White River City's auction house appeared before him. System: the White River City auction house's advanced features have been enabled. Activating the auction house's first level 1 advanced features. There were two level 1 advanced features he could activate right now. The first was a level reduction feature. This feature would reduce the level requirement to enter the noble section from 100 to 90. Activating this feature would cost 600,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals. The second was the auction proxy feature. This feature gave a large-scale, player-owned, 3-star shop the NPC consignment function. Activating this feature would cost 1 million gold and 150,000 magic crystals. Why are the prices so much higher than in the past? Feng was speechless when he saw the costs. During his previous life, the level reduction feature had only cost 300,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals to activate. As for the auction proxy feature, it had only cost 500,000 gold and 150,000 magic crystals. Now, the gold cost had doubled. Even superpowers would be startled to see these prices. Although Zero Wing had considerably improved its profit margins, accumulating 1 million gold would still take some time. There were many aspects of its guild cities that required funding, and Zero Wing's member count was rapidly increasing. At this point, Zero Wing only had around 200,000 gold in savings. Fortunately, the magic crystal cost would not be a problem since the guild had close to 300,000 magic crystals saved up. But after a moment to consider the situation, Feng didn't find these increased prices unacceptable. Mainstream players had yet to reach level 75. And the fact that White River City's auction house had gained access to its advanced features so soon was a huge advantage. The level reduction feature, for example, would attract far more players. Once players reached level 90, White River City's auction house would also become more popular than those in other cities. Furthermore, the auction proxy feature was no different than transforming a shop into a miniature auction house, one that could also sell NPCs' items. Even NPC commoners' items would interest players, and if the shop was popular enough, it could tempt NPC nobles to sell their items. Not only would this feature give the shop access to plenty of rare resources, but the shop would also have an absolute advantage over its competition. It seems I'll have to stop spending money for a while, Feng decided. To have Aqua Rose reduce the guild's expenditures slightly. With this, Zero Wing would be able to activate both features after 10 or so days. With the auction house's matters settled, Feng entered the Candlelight trading firm and began his research into the casting goldstone design as one of the God of War's secret forging designs. The casting goldstones production process was quite different from that of ordinary weapons and equipment. It was a combination of magic arrays and forging. Although master forgers generally researched magic arrays as well, they didn't typically specialize in the field since they only needed arrays as support for their creations. However, the complexity of the threefold magic array that served as the casting goldstone's core was simply absurd. The first layer was already 3 times as complex as an intermediate magic array. Even though Feng was an advanced magician, mastering this threefold magic array would be a challenge. Once he reached the quiet meditation room, Feng carefully studied the threefold magic array. Time quickly passed. The more Feng studied the magic array, the more shocked he became. He had never dreamed that magic arrays could be used in such a way. The casting goldstone's 3 magic arrays were unlike the average magic array. The God of War had faintly touched on the realms of truth's principles to link and use these arrays, practically using them to their fullest potential. In the end, Feng had spent over an hour to master the first layer. However, when he turned his attention to the second magic array, he realized that it would be significantly more challenging to master. The second layer was at least 3 times more complex than the average advanced magic array. In fact, it was nearly as complex as a master magic array. If he allowed another advanced magician to tackle this task, they'd likely fail to make any progress. Fortunately for Feng, his brain function had increased after he had drunk the life potion, so he could process information far faster than before. In addition, Feng had already reached the Ascension realm. With these factors, he was just barely able to learn the second layer of the magic array. Success. Feng was ecstatic when he finally formed the threefold magic array's second layer, following which, Feng began to forge the first casting goldstone. He wasn't currently concerned with studying the magic array's third layer until he became a master magician. Until then, completing the task would be impossible. So, he gave up on the third layer, content with relying on a 2-fold magic array to produce the casting goldstones. Although the production process was troublesome, Feng had dealt with the most challenging aspect and could complete the rest with relative ease. In less than 5 minutes, he looked down at the shining goldstone in his hand. As the casting goldstone took form, it absorbed mana from its surroundings and decreased the room's mana density. I wonder what the effects look like. Once it was complete, Feng unsheathed Killing Ray and merged it with the casting goldstone. Chapter 22-22, Qualitative Transformation. The first casting goldstone Feng had produced was so hard that not even a dark gold weapon could damage it, yet the instant it had touched Killing Ray, it liquefied and flowed into the sacred sword. Golden, divine runes then emerged down Killing Ray's blade. In the blink of an eye, the divine runes covered the entire sword. Some even manifested on the hand Feng used to wield the weapon. It was as if these runes connected Feng's hand with the sacred sword. After the last rune formed, Feng felt a stream of dense energy flow into his body, and his mind cleared. Amazing. It can even improve my mental state. Feng could not help his excitement as he gazed down at Killing Ray. Improving one's mental state was incredibly difficult. Generally, players could maintain a clear mind when in a high mana density environment, but now, holding Killing Ray was even more effective. As Feng held his sword, his mind felt sharp and alert, as if he had just swallowed a stimulant. With this, his performance would be extraordinary. However, Feng's mental state wasn't the only thing that had improved. Killing Ray itself had changed slightly. Now, divine runes circulated the sacred sword as it steadily absorbed the life energy around it. The divine runes only vanished after this continued for 3 to 4 seconds. Once they had disappeared, a faint layer of bloody mist took their place, but Killing Ray's new attributes were even more astounding than the external changes. The weapon had gained another passive skill after merging with the casting Stoneblood. Refining power increases all of user's basic attributes by 15% and main basic attribute by an additional 5%. Increases user's physique by 25% as well. All attacks claim some of the target's life energy to restore the user's concentration. The casting goldstone is already so powerful with a 2-fold magic array. Feng was stunned after reading Blood Refining Power's introduction. Killing Ray was nearly as powerful as fragmented legendary items in terms of basic attribute bonuses now. It was only somewhat inferior in its attack power and skills. The bonus to his physique was truly horrific. A 25% increase could almost rival the boost players received when they rose from Tier 0 to Tier 1 with the casting Goldstone's massive improvements. Ordinary experts would have a high chance of defeating Refinement Realm experts if both had the same levels and equipment standards. An improvement to physique alone would improve players' perception, kinetic vision, and reaction speed. Even if players didn't have the fine physical control to exhibit their combat power to the fullest, they could dodge attacks from Refinement Realm experts with these advantages. Furthermore, the Blood Refining Power significantly increased the bonuses to players' basic attributes. Of course, the Blood Refining Power was so effective here because of Killing Ray's extraordinary quality. The casting Goldstone's power didn't just originate from the magic arrays used to create it. A small portion of that power came from the weapon it merged with. Resheathing Killing Ray, Feng returned his focus to producing another casting Goldstone, merging it with a level 75 dark gold ranked battle axe. When it was finished, as Feng had guessed, the Blood Refining Power's effects weren't as intense with this battle axe as they were with Killing Ray. Even so, it still increased all basic attributes by 13% and the user's main basic attribute by an additional 4%. It also increased physique by 22% and absorbed a portion of the enemy's life energy to restore the user's concentration. It's no wonder why the various superpowers had been so desperate to obtain the advanced blood refining designs. If even a basic blood refining design can produce such an item, the items crafted with the advanced designs can likely empower a first-rate guild to stand against a super guild's assault for some time. Not even he could help his desire for the advanced blood refining designs if the casting Goldstone were already so powerful. Tier 2 experts could likely take on Tier 3 experts with the items crafted from the advanced blood refining designs. Tier 3 experts would even be able to face Tier 4 experts. A Tier 2 Domain Realm expert could only face ordinary Tier 3 experts of the same level without such a boon. If a Tier 2 Refinement Realm or Flowing Water Realm expert challenged an ordinary Tier 3 expert, they might not even escape with their life. However, Feng did not give the matter too much thought. Aside from how difficult obtaining the advanced blood refining designs was, he hadn't even mastered the casting Goldstone's production process yet. He was only able to draw 2 of 3 of the core magic arrays right now. Even if he had an advanced blood refining design, he wouldn't likely be able to craft the item following, which Feng focused on forging more casting Goldstones. Although the casting Goldstones he could currently forge weren't perfect, they would still significantly increase players' combat power. These casting Goldstones would boost the guild's overall combat power much faster than nurturing Refinement Realm experts. And they didn't cost nearly as much. Each casting Goldstone only cost around 40 gold to produce. That might be an abhorrent expense to most ordinary experts, but it was spare change to Feng. Gathering the necessary materials was the only thing that troubled him. Even after utilizing all of Zero Wing's connections, he had only collected several hundred sets of materials to the massive Zero Wing. Several hundred casting Goldstones was simply not enough. At the very least, he would need 10,000 casting Goldstones to arm Zero Wing's members, enough to confront superpowers in the fields. Even so, these several hundred sets of materials were not completely useless. At the very least, he had enough to boost the combat power of Zero Wing's main force. As one casting Goldstone after another took form, Feng's production speed increased. Since he hadn't yet been familiar with drawing the magic arrays and worried that he'd fail the production process, he had been very careful when he had started. However, after merging Killing Ray and the first casting Goldstone, the boost to his mental state made it easier to draw the magic arrays. After more than 20 hours of continuous work, Feng had gone through 326 sets of materials. Although he had occasionally failed the process, and excluding the first 2 Goldstones, he had forged 300 casting Goldstones. As Feng was about to begin the next forging process, he received a call request. It was Unyielding Heart, and Feng immediately accepted the call. Brother Heart, how are you free to give me a call? Feng asked while forging a casting Goldstone. I've heard that you've been grinding restlessly in the bottomless abyss's first floor. Once Unyielding Soul had garrisoned in Stone Forest City, the guild had turned its focus to the bottomless abyss. Both of its vice guild leaders had devoted themselves to exploring the regional dungeon, barely leaving the first floor since they had entered Brother Black Flame. How do you have time for jokes? Anxiously, Unyielding Heart asked. Is it true that you've agreed to fight Starlink in Dark Knight City? Oh, so you've heard about it? Feng said, nodding. Every player in the Dark Knight Empire knows by now, Unyielding Heart stated, flabbergasted by Feng's lackluster reaction. Starlink recently, and quite loudly, announced the situation to the public. Every player in the Empire is talking about this. How could you agree to such a match? Since Zero Wing had secured its hold on Stone Forest City, its fame in the Dark Knight Empire had become unmatched. As a result, the guild had finally established a foothold in the Empire, and Starlink couldn't do anything about it yet. Starlink had found an opportunity. A 10-0-0-0 versus 10-0-0-0 fight might seem like a fair match, but in reality, Zero Wing had an overwhelming disadvantage. Starlink had been in the Dark Knight Empire for a long time already and had recruited many talented experts within the Empire. It had more than enough high-quality experts to fill the 10,000 slots. On the other hand, Zero Wing had just established itself in the Empire and recruited a small number of powerful experts. How was it supposed to compete with Starlink? If Zero Wing lost this fight, its hard-earned reputation in the Empire would crumble. Everyone would think of the guild as a one-trick pony. Zero Wing had only established a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire because the various major powers and powerful experts saw the guild's potential to resist Starlink. Thus, many of these powers and experts had formed secret alliances with Zero Wing to band together against the larger superpower. Although Starlink had many experts under its command, its territory was too vast. It had barely been able to manage its territory, and now that the various major powers were working against the guild, Starlink was struggling even more to do so. As a result, it had no choice but to dispatch more manpower to these areas, preventing the guild from concentrating its forces. However, once the various major powers saw that Zero Wing couldn't withstand Starlink's assault, they'd abandon the guild and ally with Starlink. Some might even move against Zero Wing to curry favor with Starlink. If that happened, Zero Wing would be doomed. Feng could only offer a bitter smile as a reply to Unyielding Heart's concern and confusion. The situation regarding the fortress in the Gravity Mountain range was confidential, so he couldn't say anything about it. Unyielding Heart could not help but sigh. He then said, I have a group of hidden experts under my command. Although there are only a little over 1,000 of them, they should be helpful to Zero Wing. I also have some weapons and equipment that we obtained from the bottomless abyss. If your main force members use them, their combat power should increase quite a bit. Thank you, but let's not do that. If my guild suddenly gains an extra 1,000 or so experts, Starlink will grow suspicious. It will look into the matter, and news will spread that Zero Wing requested external aid. In addition, it will expose Unyielding Soul's strength, Feng said, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued, Starlink might have an advantage in this match, but Zero Wing's no pushover. Alright then. If you need any help, feel free to ask, Unyielding Heart said. Sion, 000 versus L000 fight might not have been an issue. With a few peak experts and apex experts, one could easily turn the tide of battle. However, a 10-000 versus 10-000 match was a different story. It was very difficult for a handful of players to change such a large-scale battle's outcome. Furthermore, Starlink was a powerhouse. Not even some of the weaker super guilds would be guaranteed to win a 10-000 versus 10-000 battle against Starlink. After Feng exchanged a few more words with Unyielding Heart, he disconnected the call. He then contacted Aqua Rose and had her send the main force members and some core members to the Candlelight trading firm. Once they arrived, Feng distributed the 300 casting goldstones he had made when she used her own casting goldstone. Aqua Rose was stunned by how powerful its effects were. She had never expected to find such an amazing item in God's domain. The casting goldstone would even be useful to flowing water realm experts like herself, not to mention refinement realm experts later. Feng instructed Aqua Rose to gather the top 10,000 experts in the guild and recall them to White River City's guild residence. Zero Wing's White River City residence was quite lively for a while as experts from across the guild's territories gathered. It was truly an impressive sight. The lowest leveled of these experts had already reached level 77, while most of them were already level 78. These experts were a cut above mainstream experts, who had only reached level 75. Everyone's here, guild leader. We can depart at any time, Aqua Rose reported, smiling at Feng, who stood before the gathered experts. Good. Let's set off. Glancing over the crowd before him, Feng nodded approvingly and led his players out of the residence. The group then boldly marched toward White River City's teleportation hall. Chapter 22-23, Six Wing appears. Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Currently, players crowded the central plaza outside the Divine Colosseum. If one observed these players carefully, they would notice that even the lowest leveled player had reached level 75, and all of these players were either from main force members from well-known adventurer teams or large guilds experts. Amazing. There are actually so many experts here. Is the Divine Colosseum holding some kind of event? A level 72 ranger, who had just arrived in Dark Knight City, exclaimed, "Don't you know? In a moment, 10,000 experts from Zero Wing are going to face off against 10,000 from Starlink. One is the Dark Knight Empire's overlord, while the other is Stone Forest City's overlord. This is a rare treat in the Dark Knight Empire. None of these experts would miss the chance to watch such a spectacular show." A level 74 berserker that happened to overhear the level 72 ranger's comment explained. "Something that exciting is going on. Let's go. We can replace our equipment later," one of the level 72 ranger's teammates urged. It was not every day that one could watch two superpowers duke it out. Even when they did, the public only got to see the tip of the iceberg, but this was an opportunity to watch two of God's domain's overlords go head-to-head. The upcoming match would be even more exhilarating than watching a war movie. The ranger agreed with his teammates' idea. Aside from the invigorating show, they could learn quite a bit from watching peak experts clash. It wasn't very often that peak experts fought each other. They normally just fought larger groups of ordinary experts. "You guys want to watch?" The level 74 berserker chuckled at the ranger and his team. "See those experts in the plaza? What about them?" the ranger asked. "They want to watch the fight too, but they can't. They can't even get into the Divine Colosseum, so they're watching from out here," the level 74 berserker explained. "Starlink has reserved the entire Divine Colosseum. Anyone who wants to watch the fight directly will have to prove their ability to clear the Trial Tower's 6th floor or pay 100 gold. The ranger and his teammates gasped. "That's fraudulent. Don't they want players to watch the battle?" The ranger objected. Players who could reach the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor were already considered experts, and those that could reach the 6th floor were some of the best of the best. Not even ordinary guilds had many of these experts. Although the level 72 ranger was a capable expert, he had only reached the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. He was still a step away from the 6th floor. The ranger couldn't even dream of completing the 6th floor and reaching the 7th. The 100 gold entry fee was just as fraudulent. Ordinary experts barely had more than 20 gold on them. Most of their money went into repair and teleportation fees. They also had to replace old equipment on occasion. For experts like this ranger, it would be a luxury to have an extra 100 gold lying around. The ranger finally realized why so many players were standing in the plaza rather than in the Divine Colosseum itself. However, a moment after the ranger fell silent, a 30-man team approached the Divine Colosseum's entrance. None of this team's members wore a guild emblem, proving that they were independent players. When the crowd noticed them, they opened a path for these players. The 30-man team passed through the crowd, disappearing through the Divine Colosseum's entrance. "Who are they?" the ranger asked with wide eyes. Every player in the plaza was an expert, and some were even stronger than the ranger, but they had all stepped aside for those 30 independent players. It was unbelievable. However, that wasn't the most shocking part. The ranger was even more shocked that none of those 30 players had paid a single coin to enter the Divine Colosseum. In other words, every member of that team had already reached the Trial Tower's 7th floor. They're members of the Windwolf Adventurer team, a top adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire. The man leading the team is Windwolf's commander, Northwind. I hadn't expected him to make a personal appearance, though. He's normally very secretive, rarely appearing in public. It's a pity I don't have 100 gold. I'd definitely pay the entry fee to watch this fight, the level 74 berserker said as he longingly gazed at the Divine Colosseum. Although 100 gold was a huge sum, it was nothing compared to the knowledge and experience he could gain from watching a large-scale battle between two of God's domain's overlords. Players would be able to experience the battle physically from inside the Divine Colosseum, which would be entirely different than just watching a video recording. Shortly after the Windwolf adventurer team disappeared into the Divine Colosseum, a large army of players arrived. Everyone in the plaza felt overwhelmingly stifled the moment this army reached the plaza. Starlink's members are here. Amazing! They're so strong. I can actually feel how much stronger they are than me. Despite being experts, many of the players in the plaza gasped when they saw Starlink's army. Their reactions were so intense because of how incredibly powerful every member of Starlink's army was. Even the lowest-leveled player had reached level 77 and was fully geared in level 75 secret silver equipment. They were on an entirely different level than the experts in the plaza. So, this is a superpower strength? Are you kidding me? Our guild doesn't even have more than 100 people at level 77 right now. Those players' leveling speed is insane. Why are you looking at their levels? Their equipment is so much more impressive. Not even our guild leader has a full set of level 75 secret silver equipment yet. Look, over a dozen of them are wearing the level 75 fine gold ranked evil spirit set. You can only get that set equipment from the bottomless abyss. None of the various major powers had even collected one complete evil spirit set yet. The level 75 set equipment was god-tier equipment to most experts. They could only dream of wearing such items, yet Starlink had collected more than a dozen sets. The difference between Starlink and the various major powers' strength was like the difference between heaven and earth when the various major powers' upper echelons, who waited in the Divine Colosseum, noticed Starlink's army. They were in awe of the guild's foundation as expected of Starlink. It's no wonder why even the various super guilds are wary of it. I hadn't expected the guild to successfully annex the Battles Car Workshop as well, a woman in the Divine Colosseum commented as Starlink's army entered the building. She wore a suit of pitch-black armor, with long red hair spilling down her back and an intimidating aura. The woman turned to Unyielding Heart, who sat in a comber, and commented, "Heart, it seems that your ally is in for a rough time." Battles Car had been a dark workshop that operated on the Western continent. Although the workshop was small, with fewer than 300 members, no super guild dared to underestimate it. This was due to the many astonishing feats the workshop had achieved. Battles Car had specifically targeted the various superpowers' main force members. On the Western continent, it had focused on ambushing superpowers' main forces, and the various superpowers had suffered tremendously for it. Although many of the superpowers had tried to avenge their members, none had succeeded. On the contrary, they had only suffered. Further battles involving tens of thousands of players were little more than playing house to the Battles Car Workshop. Unyielding Heart's expression was grim. He hadn't expected Starlink to hide so much of its strength. Not only had it recruited the Mad Beast Legion from the Western continent, but it had also roped in the Battles Car Workshop blood. Haven't you been focusing on the Fire Dragon Empire? Why you here? Unyielding Heart asked the red-haired beauty walking toward him frostily. This woman was as strong and famous as the Mad Beast Legion's commander, Startled Wind. He had no choice but to treat her with caution, here to see if the Dark Knight Empire has any good seedlings, of course. However, I really hadn't expected to find the almighty Unyielding Soul in such a state, forced to ally with an up-and-coming guild, the woman, Delicate Blood, said, chuckling. Why don't you leave Unyielding Soul, Heart? Once Zero Wing has been defeated, the situation in the Empire will be beyond salvation, and after Starlink finishes with Zero Wing, it'll turn its attention to Unyielding Soul. You know your guild is no match for Starlink. You might as well join me as my vice commander. You'll have a far better future with me than in Unyielding Soul. I will never leave Unyielding Soul. Moreover, Zero Wing's defeat isn't a guarantee. Unyielding Heart snarled softly perhaps. In any case, give me a call if you have nowhere to go, Delicate Blood said, chuckling. She did not try to argue with Unyielding Heart. She knew he was only trying to delude himself while the various powers discussed Starlink. Another army emerged through the Divine Colosseum's entrance. The lowest leveled player among this army was level 77, and many of them had reached level 78. In fact, this force had even more level 78 players than Starlink's, and every one of these players wore a silver, six-winged emblem on their chest. Zero Wing?